Okay. I call today's special meeting to order. I humbly acknowledge that the land in which you live, learn, work, and play is Treaty 8 territory, the traditional lands of the Cree, Dene, and the unceded territory of the Métis. Before we move into business, I'd like to note that Councillors Cardinal, McGrath, and Councillor Stroud will be joining remotely via Microsoft Teams for today's meeting. As we have councillors participating through Teams today, please have your video cameras turned on so for voting purposes we can see your raised hand. If at any point there are connection issues, please get in touch with the Legislative Services team. Any councillors wishing to declare peculiar interest, please note that you must do this before the start of that item. The budget meetings are being held today 9 a.m. daily over the next 3 or 4 day period. Meeting dates or times may be amended throughout the process, and if all budget matters are accommodated during the February 1st to 3rd meeting dates, there will be no requirement for the February 4th meeting, and if more time is required, then council may recess and meet meetings and reconvene over one or another day. Any changes to the budget timelines will be communicated to the public in advance to the best of our ability. For everyone's awareness, there will be a designated breaks each day at approximately 10:30 a.m., 12 noon, 1 p.m., and 3 p.m. Now moving into the process, members of the public are invited to pre-register by 12 noon Friday, January 28th, 2022, if they wish to speak to any item of the budget meeting agendas. Residents wishing to address council on the community investment program will be provided an opportunity to speak after each of the grant streams. Following the presentations by administration, residents wishing to address council on the operating budget or the capital budget will have an opportunity to speak during a public delegation session at the beginning of each of those budget meeting days. Delegates that have registered to speak are permitted up to 5 minutes to speak and must remain on topic. Council reviews and deliberations on the grant allocation recommendations will occur as the presentations are heard. The final proposed 2022 budget will be considered for approval by council on the last budget meeting day, whether it is February 4th or at a later date. And one last note, for any councillors joining us virtually, please remember to stay connected during the meeting unless you are declaring a pecuniary interest on a special matter. In accordance with the procedure bylaw, if a vote on a motion is taken while the councillor is disconnected, then the councillor is deemed to have left the meeting prior to the vote and would not be able to continue participating in that meeting. We will now start with the presentation of administration to introduce the budget and budget process. I'd like to invite Jamie Doyle, Chief Administrative Officer, to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good morning, Mayor and Council, members of administration, and members of the public who've joined us as the Budget 2022 workshops get underway this morning. I also want to thank you all for going through those monolithic binders you've had over the past little while. We really appreciate you spending some time to get to know it. I'd like to begin by acknowledging that the land on which we live, learn, work, and play is Treaty 8 territory, the traditional lands of the Cree, Dene, and unceded territory of the Métis. Many of our residents who follow these proceedings year after year will note that we usually undertake the budgeting process at the end of November and beginning of December. For this budget, we have shifted to the timing of the workshops to accommodate the lengthy onboarding, extensive orientation, and abundant information for a newly elected council. Our interim operating budget, approved by council in November, has carried us through to this point, and we will now spend the next few days tabling the full proposed operating and capital budgets for 2022. This budget reflects the municipality's commitment to long-term financial sustainability while making significant and strategic investments to uphold a high quality of life, the local economy, and build stronger communities. We are proposing a well-balanced budget that will support strong community partnerships, many of which you'll learn about today, the efficient and reliable delivery of programs and services, and the continuation, development, and completion of important capital projects. For several months, each department has been working with our finance department to assemble a budget that follows zero-based budgeting to ensure it is accurate and based on our projected needs, improves organizational efficiencies, and reflects our capacity to deliver projects. As we all know, there's no shortage of challenges. Certainly, the ongoing recovery from the 2020 flood and a global pandemic come to mind. But with strong budgets like this one proposed for 2022, We are in healthy financial position for today and for tomorrow. Momentarily, we'll hear from our Chief Financial Officer and Director of Finance, Linda Olivier. She will provide you with an overview of numbers for our proposed operating capital budgets. Municipal departments will delve into the details of their proposed operating budgets on Wednesday, with their proposed capital budgets coming after that. For today, though, we'll be focusing on the Community Investment Program and grant allocations. It's going to be a very busy week with very full days, and I want to thank our administration, particularly the Finance Department, for their hard work in budget preparations. I'd also like to acknowledge this will be our CFO's final budget with us, as she will be retiring at the end of February. Linda has worked with the municipality since 2012 and has been a consistent, steady hand with our Finance Department. I want to thank her for her years of service and wish her the very best in retirement. However, before she turns in her access card, we have a proposed budget to get through. With that, I'll turn the microphone over to CFO Linda Olivier. Thank you.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Linda Olivier, CFO, and over the next few days, administration will be presenting the proposed 2020 budget and plan to you and the public. I just want to recognize, as our CAO has, Ray Cahan, the Manager of Financial Planning and Reporting, and his team compiled all the budget data for this presentation and the upcoming presentations. I want to thank the team for their work. The theme for the 2022 proposed budget is fiscal responsibility, with future financial sustainment, stability being the primary focus. By applying zero-based budgeting, we have realized significant savings since the adoption of this approach in 2017. Programs and services continue to be sustained as we continue to look for efficiencies. In 2019, we evaluated our revenue sources and updated our approach to user fees and are now moving towards partial cost recovery for our essential services. In addition, we continue to look for grant opportunities to augment our property tax revenue. An important component for future sustainment is asset management. This allows for long-term budgeting decisions with service levels and asset deterioration in the forefront. Having an understanding of our future needs assists in preparing for the future for the repairs or replacement of assets. This graph represents our budgeting requirement over the past few years. We are beginning to plateau as we continue to spend less on capital due to no growth spending. Instead, asset life cycle and completion of major projects such as the flood mitigation initiative and rural water, sewer, and servicing. But we have also had to increase our expenses as we absorb some new costs, such as rural policing. The 2022 budget proposes $570 million in revenue, less operating expenses of $447 million, leaving $123 million available for transfer for capital purposes. I will go through some highlights of the operating budget. The departments will present their individual budgets in a more detailed fashion. The revenue amount of $570 million is $2.4 million higher than the prior year budget. This increase is not related to proposed property tax revenues, but is from increased sales and user charges revenues. In 2021, the budget user fees was conservative, as we did not have an understanding of the impact of COVID to this budget line item. We are budgeting a decrease in property tax revenues and return on investments. Operating expenses are $23 million higher than the 2021 budget, as there is an increase in most categories, and these increases will be explained by the departments during their presentations. Of note, the salary, wages, and benefits category has not increased, even though the benefit program and government payroll taxes, such as CPP, has increased. The full-time equivalents, or FTEs, has remained consistent. There are two comparisons presented. The 2022 proposed budget is compared to the 2021 budget. As indicated in a prior slide, the revenues are slightly lower on an individual line item except for sales and user charges, which were under budgeted in 2021 due to not fully understanding the impact of COVID on the use of municipal services and programs, including utilities. One of the line items, transfers and reserves for operations, is for expense items that were asked for, such as training, but could not be used due to COVID. Since these items were taxed in prior years, the monies were sitting in reserves until the programs could be attended. This slide represents the operating expense side of the budget. Contracted and general services has increased significantly, mainly due with life cycling expenses for essential services. Purchases from other governments is increased due to the rural policing contract component. Transfers to individuals and organizations will be discussed as part of the CIP presentations. The transfer to reserves for operations is the money that we transfer for capital projects. I will give a quick overview of the capital budget. The capital ask is lower this year than in prior. Two major projects that are budgeted for 2022 is the continuation of the flood mitigation plan and the rural water, sewer, and servicing. There are several projects that are aligned with life cycling, playgrounds, for example, and neighborhood rehabilitation. More details will be presented later in the week by the individual departments. The 2022 budget is lower than prior years as we are ensuring that we complete the commitments from 2021. The following years are higher as we continue to ensure assets are available to provide municipal services and programs to residents and industry. The next steps, the presentation of detailed budgets by the departments, but first CIP. Then on day 2 and 3, the departments will present details regarding their proposed operating and capital budgets. And as only an accountant can say, let the fun begin.
Thank you for your presentation, Linda. Do we have any questions from council? Councillor Dogar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, to the chair. Madam, I had been seeing you for the last, as a councillor, 3 months. Before that, many years. Let me confirm, sorry, she is the one you introduced that she is going on retirement? Yes. Yeah, thank you. Let me confirm, be 100% sure. What all I saw in the past, you were always vibrant and very meaningful movements that you made and what all you delivered. Even today's last budget would be an achievement for you. Surely it would be a great learning for me. The question is, 23 million higher. Is it higher because of the inflation or corona? So, or you are doing something extra?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, you will see as the different departments present their budgets where the 23 million is coming from, but in a very high level perspective. There are also supply issues that we're looking at, and as everybody else is experiencing, there are higher costs, as well as we now also are looking after assets that have been built. So these are all included within the budget. As I say, though, the details will be shared by the departments.
Thank you very much. Wish you best of luck in your future life.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions from council? I think that's good. Thank you, Linda. Moving on to our 2022 proposed municipal facility operating grant allocation. As noted on the agenda, members of the public will have the opportunity to speak to the specific community investment program grant allocations after the administration has provided an overview of the item. Following delegations, we will have the individual presentations by each organization. Then council will have the opportunity to ask questions of each organization, followed by debate and voting on motion for each individual grant application. I now invite Deanne Berge, Director of Community and Protective Services, to introduce the proposed grant allocation.
Sorry. Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Deanne Berge. I'm the Director of Community and Protective Services. I'm presenting the Municipal Facility Operating Grant recommendations for 2022. The Municipal Facility Operating Grant subsidizes registered, nonprofit organizations that operate and maintain municipal-owned recreation facilities that align with the goals identified by the municipality through the Regional Municipality of Wood Buffalo Strategic Plan. There are 8 municipal facility operators presenting today. The administrative recommendation is that these facility operators are recommended for 2022 funding totaling $23.2 million. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Deanne. Do we have any questions from council? No, thank you. Do we have any delegates for this item?
No, Mayor Bowman, we have no delegates for this item. Thank you.
We'll now move on to presentations from various groups. We'll begin with the Fort McMurray Minor Baseball Association, 2009. I'd like to invite Kevin Breen, President, to come forward.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Thank you for giving us an opportunity to present you guys this morning. So our organizational mandate is to provide a healthy lifestyle, building new friendships, and hopefully ingraining some community spirit in future leaders, and really a sport that many people will play well into their life. The grant funds will fund the maintenance and upkeep of 7 baseball diamonds and their surrounding areas. Several of those diamonds are also utilized by school boards as well. And the grant funding really supports the seasonal maintenance staff and the expenditures. So our goals for 2022 is to provide a quality recreational and sporting activities, and really to make sure that our facilities are at a standard that the community, the association, and really the RMWB as a whole can be proud of. And if you've visited our facilities over the last few years, I think you would agree that they're looking pretty good. And obviously to maintain a strong partnership with the municipality. Services that the grant will fund, and services include cutting grass, always got to cut the grass, building and maintaining mounds, prepping diamonds for all the games that get played up there, covering the odd graffiti, building maintenance, deep dragging of the diamonds several times a year, equipment maintenance and repair, clearing weeds, repairing the chain link as needed, and then also cleaning up the area, picking up any garbage. And the community served, really, we get players registered from all over the RMWB, including several from rural areas come into play. Community impact, we provide year-round youth baseball programming. 2021 was obviously challenging with some different COVID things going on, but over the last 10 years, we've seen a consistent increase in registration from year to year, and we're hoping to rebound here in 2022 and get back to our pre-COVID numbers. Building on the success of the 2016 Canada Cup and the 2018 18U National Championships, we've partnered again with the Rrc group, and we're hosting national events in 2022, 2023, and also working on one for 2024. So we're continuing to highlight the community. Our grant request this year is $98,000, and yeah, you kind of see what we got there. The total expenses from last year was just over $700,000 for all our programming, and you see the breakdown of this expense summary. That's 31,000 of that is going to go to wages, and then 67,000 is going to go to the overhead of actually operating the facilities, so insurance, utilities, field maintenance, etc. You can see our community investment history. We've been right around that 100,000 for the last few years. In 2021, we took a little extra to replace a tractor that was closing in on 30 years old, so it was costing us more to maintain it than it was worth. So we're looking for 98,000 in the 2022 year. Well, I hope I stayed under that 5-minute mark, but now if you guys have any questions for me.
Thanks, Kevin. Does any of the council have questions for Kevin Breen? Councilor Gradison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair, thank you for the presentation, Mr. Breen. One of the things that I think might be helpful for council, I'm assuming you still have a volunteer commitment from parents as you used to.
Absolutely. Well, we will be back with that this year. It was tough in the 2021 year to have that volunteer commitment because just of restricted, we were trying to restrict the number of people at the park. In 2022, we're definitely hoping to get back to that volunteer involvement for sure.
So if memory serves me correct, I believe it was X amount of hours per parent, which equated to, thousands of hours worth of volunteer work commitment on the part of the families. So they were having to participate as well, correct?
Absolutely. So it's a $300 commitment fee, and with that, to get your commitment fee back, we're looking for you to volunteer 5 hours of your time, whether it's cleaning up at the park, surrounding areas, or coaching, whatever it is to get the community involved. And 5 hours is really a small commitment.
Absolutely. And how's your relationship with parks in terms of them supporting? Has it been well?
It's been really good. As you're aware, Councillor, it's gotten progressively better over the last, say, 10 years, where the Parks is responding to requests as required for sure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Breen.
Thank you.
Councilor Boussier.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Through the chair to Mr. Breen. Just looking at the budget, Kevin, last year's request was $130,000, and obviously it included, it looks like a purchase of a piece of equipment. I guess at the end of the day, are you guys obligated to provide back to our administration proof that the budget or the monies you requested in a prior year were spent in the manner in which you indicate in the budget?
Yeah, you bet. So we do a 6-month reporting process that gets back to the RMWB, and then we do a year-end just to wrap everything up and prove the funding was allocated properly.
Okay, and if at the end of the year, if there's excess money, what happens with the funds?
So I'll give you an example of that, actually, Councillor. In 2020, when we had our first COVID slowdown, we had funding, obviously, that we didn't use because we didn't access the diamonds for quite a period. I mean, the grass was still growing, so we still needed staff cutting the grass, things like that, but we weren't doing the diamond prep. So we did have a surplus of between 25 and 30,000, and we requested that we carry that funding over, and we actually did a renovation inside our concession area at Rrc. So we still used it for facilities. We just reallocated it.
Okay.
After a request to the RMWB.
Okay, thank you. And on another note, Mr. Breen, I just want to thank you for all your volunteerism. When I'm up watching the games, I see you there and your wife quite frequently, and I know you've served on the board and in other capacities for an awful long time in the community, and certainly I appreciate that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, to the chair. Sir, thank you very much for the nice presentation and your services as mentioned by Councillor Lance Bouziers. I wish to ask, where is the location of your workplace, I mean ground, and what time of year or the dates when the game would start? I'm interested in physically coming and seeing it. I do not want to coordinate in the sense that I do not want to confine any of you people. I just want to see, I want to learn, and not the game, but how the functioning is going on. Thank you very much.
Okay, so thanks for the question. So the majority of our programming happens at Morgan Park, just behind the Westwood School in Thickwood. I mean, our younger programming will happen at lots of the school diamonds throughout the municipality as well. And we have kind of a hidden gem at the end of Thicket Drive, Rrc Park. That's where we'll be hosting our national championships. It's a really beautiful diamond that was upgraded in 2015 for the Western Canada Summer Games. And I mean, if you want to get out, and that's generally May to late August. We will do some other things in the fall. But right now, our programming happens at McDonald Island, at the field house there, 4 to 5 days a week in the evening. So if you want to come by and chat and ask some more questions, by all means, maybe I'll even get you out there coaching.
Thank you.
You bet.
Councillor Minjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you for the presentation. And I just want to comment that yours is one of the presentations that I felt was really decent around the salaries. And I want to commend you for the efforts. This is non-for-profit, and yours clearly demonstrates that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Ball?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Kevin, I just had one question for you. How many kids go through your program? I know it's quite a few.
So in 2020 or 2019, the last time we did the whole program, we were just under 800. So we're hoping to rebound back to that number this year. In last year, we were right around that 400 mark, just because our programming looked a lot different. We generally run in May, June for our recreational programming. And last year we ran it in July, August, and into September. And it just, in Fort McMurray, we had lots, it's seasonal. So camping, vacation, so it was tougher for people to get involved. I will say though that our winter ball program had a wait list at all age groups. So it's looking like we'll rebound nicely.
Okay, no, that's great. And thanks for the kudos on the Ross Henniger. I know the guy that built that place. So
Beautiful.
Are there any other questions from council? Councilor McGrath?
I would just pass on to you, Kevin and Jerry and the rest of the guys looking after our kids in the community. I know you've dedicated your life to around the fields, and not at budget time, but appreciate your work every day, because I think in a community that's been through what we've been through, kids are looking forward to getting back outside, and guys like yourself that are successful business people, but also make sure nobody gets left behind. I appreciate that, because it kind of fitting this time of the year. I think it was almost 30 years ago, we had the cystic fibrosis orange ball softball there to raise some cash from the All Sands Hotel, and I think it cascaded to the hospitality thing on Sunday. Now we got this great program for kids, and certainly is money well spent. So keep up the good work, and you know, the parks crew and yourselves, that's all it takes, people working together. And you know, you're helping lots of kids, and I think this is one of the grants that you just look at what you're doing in the community without question. My question, I guess, long-winded, as you know, Kevin, how did, I know there was some upheaval in replacing the baseball diamonds at McAllen, but it seemed like you guys managed well. And the programs, whether it was the kids or the adults, it looked like it was managed well. And I guess for all of us, we're familiar with it. But a lot of times when people advance our region, there's plight put on the downside. And it didn't seem like we had to replace a whole lot of ball fields. It looked like you guys managed well. Would that be the case?
So honestly, Councillor, I mean, I think there's diamonds that we'll be able to access. It may impact some other programming, you know, to make sure that the youth get what they need. But yeah, we haven't really fully felt the impact of that. And I think we'll have to work with parks to possibly upgrade some other school diamonds to get them to a safety standard, you know, that we're happy with, for sure.
Yeah, so correlating spec, and I know that in the rural areas we've added facilities. So keep up the good work, Kevin. Certainly you don't see around there much. We don't see much of anybody anymore because of Omicron and now some, I call it, oh my God. We don't know what variant's going to be next week, but keep up the good work, sir. God bless you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and good morning, Kevin. Thank you for your presentation and all your volunteerism. I've been down there a few times, and it's really appreciated what your group is doing. I just need to know, does the grant include maintenance and repair to all the facilities that are occupied by the ball diamonds, or does that fall under the RMWB?
So just so when we have an operating agreement for 7 of the diamonds. So that'll include all the diamonds at Ron Morgan Park, the buildings, Ross Henniger Park, and at Ron Morgan that also includes Westview School and St. Gabriel's School as well. So we drag and cut the grass at St. Gabe's School as well. Yep.
Okay, so if there is any upkeep to the actual facilities, would that fall under you folks, under the grant, or is that through the municipality?
So upgrades, that's generally under the municipality. So in 2021, through the winter of 2020, they replaced a lot of the chain link at Ron Morgan Park, just general life cycle stuff. The chain link was the original when the diamonds were built in the late 80s, early 90s. So it was just time for it to be, you know, it was getting to be more costly to repair it than to replace it.
Okay, so then that my understanding is it falls under the RMWB for.
It does, yeah. And we're working with them this year. We have a project at Ross Henniger to upgrade one of the dugouts to make it handicap accessible for our Challenger baseball program.
Okay, thank you very much, Kevin.
Thank you.
You have a good day.
You too.
Do we have any more questions from council? I don't see any, so thanks, Kevin. And, thanks, Kevin. And I'm not going to go over everything, everybody said how great a guy you are and what a great job you're doing. I think everybody said that. But I do appreciate all the work you've done, and I've worked with you, being your water boy for basketball. So I appreciate all the coaching you've been doing in the community. Thank you. Sorry, yeah. Councillor Bajoko? No? Okay, that's it. Thanks, Kevin. Thanks for your presentation.
Thank you.
We'll now move on to the recommendation. Can I have someone second the motion?
Make the motion.
Councillor Ball, make the motion, sorry.
I move that $98,000 be allocated to the Fort McMurray Minor Ball Association 2009 under the 2022 Municipal Facility Operating Grant Program.
Can I have someone second it? Councillor Boussier?
I second the motion.
Thank you. Are there any questions of council followed by debate points? Councillor Dogar?
No, sir.
Thank you, everyone. I'll now call for a vote. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. We'll now hear from Fort McMurray Minor Hockey, the Minor Hockey Association. I'd like to invite Steve Shriver, President, and Craig Owen, Facility Operations Manager, to come forward to present.
All right. Good morning, everyone. My name's Steve Schreier. I'm the new president. I guess my presidency started in the COVID year, so got right into the thick of it when it, in probably the most challenging time, as this association has been around for 40 years. So as we go through the organization mandate, so what minor hockey is, as many of you play the game and are involved, is to promote hockey, providing an enjoyable, rewarding experience for players, and to promote fitness and lead to an active life. Provide the opportunities for players to learn fundamental skills of hockey and acquire the skills that will be the cornerstone for their athletic development. Promote and develop sportsmanship, fair play, pride, self-worth, confidence, life skills. You can throw leadership in there as one that, if you play those sports, being in a team, collaboration is something that comes to mind. So it's building all those skills from a very young age. We have all minor hockey ages from U7 to U18 that we participate in within our WBHL program, which is our like house league, I would say. And then we have starting at U11 up to U18, we have our Junior All Barons program, which is like for our travel teams, which run all across the province. And actually this year it's been cross provincial boundaries now that we've opened up quite a bit. And then we have also our Royals Full Inclusive program, which is for players that have disabilities. So that has been a great program that has come to fruition in the last 3 or 4 years, and it's really starting to pick up. We have had a great participation in that in the last 3 or 4 years. So in this, the overview, so the programs and services will be used for the operation and the management of the Frank Lacroix Arena, which is up in Beacon Hill. The services provider will be available to all communities within the RMWB. Minor hockey's current membership is approximately 1,200 youth players, ranging from, like I said, 4 to 18. And we also provide services for Shift League, Gentlemen's Hockey, Old Timers, Club 63, and like private ice users and all that kind of good stuff. So if you need ice, you can definitely come by and we can help you out with that. Our goals for 22 are to provide a safe and healthy environment for citizens within the RMWB, continued growth and success in youth development through sport and activity living, continued partnership with the RMWB and the operation management of Frank Lacroix Arena. So we've been in this partnership from 1996. And then I'll jump over to community impact. So navigating through this hockey season, through the pandemic, we've had, like careful planning, commitment. We were able to deliver in 2021 with just that, like our management team there has done a great team with like changing the ever-changing guidelines that we've had. Like part of the reason we went into rep this year was so that not only our minor hockey players could play, but also so that our adult teams could play, which is a big thing, I think, for everyone's mental health. And doesn't matter what age you are, that is something that really helps everyone out, is getting on the ice, getting in with your team, friends, all that kind of good stuff. So Some of the key points that we were able to get at Francois in the last year was like 395 ice times. So February to April of last year, when we got shut down, we did continue. We just had to like get small cohorts going, and we were able to actually still have a program. It was full of development. We didn't have any competition at the time, but it was full of like just trying to get those players out in there, getting them, you know, still building skills, even though we couldn't get through that. So, and then I guess hosted through. We got lots of.
Sorry, Steve. You have 30 seconds there to.
Okay,
wrap up.
I'll just run over to Craig then, I guess, for the grant request, and then we'll go from there. You're on mute, Craig. Sorry, I'll jump in, Craig. You're still on mute. So the grant
5 minutes is
request,
actually up, Steve, so we probably can address that during the questions. But thank you for your presentation. Are there any questions from council? Councillor Dogar?
Through the chair, sir. Thank you very much, sir. It's a nice presentation. The most favorite hobby or the game of the community. Surely want to see you sometime. Please permit me to visit your place and let me know the times only and when are you available there, so that I can be part of to support you in any of the future ventures of yours. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, Steve, for that presentation. Appreciate it, as I've got 3 young kids playing in minor hockey and soon to be 4 next year. I spend all of my weekends at the rink, and I appreciate all the hard work you guys do to put that on. I'm just going to give you a quick second here and just ask you, what is your ask, and give you that floor to be able to answer that. Thank you.
Sure. So our ask this year is $561,000. It's down $50K from last year, and it's down because our revenue has gone up. So last year we didn't have a lot of users. The revenue went down, so just to keep our expenses in check, that's why it was so high. So this year, 561 is our ask.
Councillor Roussier?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Through the chair to Steve, thanks for the presentation. Just looking at the budget line, I noticed the ice rentals is budgeted for $268, and the multi-purpose room looks like $8,000. I guess in non-COVID years, is there opportunity for those 2 line items to be significantly different? Obviously higher is what I mean.
I'd have to ask Craig if you can jump in on that. I believe that our multi-purpose room in the last year, like, we didn't even have it open for the most part last year, so those revenues in the past have been higher. That answers your question, Lance.
Yeah, it does. I guess, what's the potential, I guess, for ice rentals? I noticed that there's 268,000. I'm uncertain what you rent ice for these days and how many hours in a day the Frank Lacroix Arena sits vacant. If there's opportunities, if we get through this COVID, if there's opportunities to increase that revenue or double it or whatever.
The rink that I would say we'd be able to get up to, if we increase the cost per hour. It does not sit vacant very often at all. Like on the weekends, it's from 8 o'clock till pretty much 11 o'clock. We got ice booked through minor hockey, and then right into like men's league and gentlemen's league. The only, I would say, opportunities were, I guess, during the week, like school hours, we don't have a lot of action. We do have some shift league teams that come in, so we have probably 4 or 5 hours during the day that are not taken up, but minor hockey starts at like 5:30 or 5 ice time start, and they're right until close. Like men's league usually is like those latest ice times are around 11 o'clock is like the latest one. So there's not a lot of opportunity during the week to increase the usage that we currently have. Like we actually could probably use more ice.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Weigel?
Thank you through the chair. Thank you again, Steve. Just looking at the concession expenses versus revenue, the margins seem off. What else is in that?
Craig's off mute. Can you help me out with that one, Craig?
Sure. The concession line, what we're paying wages and supplies. When you do a full report, which is not, basically we moved our payroll system over and everything got linked into one wages, whereas before we had that broken out. But the wages part of that's not included in the expense side. It's just, that's actually, the line you're reading is just supplies.
Thanks, Craig. Yeah, I'm reading the line at 88,000. And so that you're saying that's supplies, wages, and cost of goods for the concession?
No, that's not wages. That's just supplies and cost of goods. Yeah.
Gotcha. And then your sellables for the cost of goods is the concession revenue at 158?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, we try to structure that. That's roughly around a break-even operation there. So.
Okay.
Councillor Bajoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you for the presentation and thank you for all the good works for the community. I'm looking at the wages and benefits, and I see that's the major expense that you have as an organization. So I was wondering what's, I guess, what's the staff strength, and is this based on compatible non-for-profit salaries and wages and benefits? That's one. Talking about the impact of your program, I heard 262 adult ice times, 21 students times and things like that. Could you please educate me more on what number of people are we looking at you servicing maybe per year? What's the impact population-wise of the people that you provide services for?
Sure, I can touch on that briefly. I mean, with the Minor Hockey Association, we reach out to, I think we have approximately 70 teams. And then when you're involving 1,200 plus kids just in our association, you have to multiply that with the families and the siblings that come out and get a different get a different take of or a different experience from it. Then you get into Gentlemen's League where you have 25, maybe 25 plus teams that play competitively basically from September to March. Prior to COVID, there was, I think, 11 shift league teams that played during the day. And that helps us with our return because normally your weekday ice is kind of your dead ice, tough to sell, but these shift league teams that are based on 6-on, 6-off work schedules, they occupy a lot of ice as well. We also bring in the preschool and Beacon Hill School and Good Shepherd School as part of their PE curriculum, and that's free of charge once our users, our paying users are in, and any leftover ice, then we allow them to come over and skate as part of their PE curriculum and our joint use agreement.
Thank you for that. Any comments about salary structure? Or
Yeah, for salary structure, I mean, we have 8 full-times and 2 part-times. I think we remain competitive, but I think we're below the average within the RMWB here anyway, with facilities that are similar to us. So, yeah, 8 full-times, 2 part-times, and at 500,000, I think you will see that's below what you will see elsewhere.
thank you, and I appreciate that clarification, especially for public that might be watching. And finally, do you have any plan or program to integrate newcomers to Canada? I certainly would love to play hockey, or people who haven't played hockey before from their different countries. How are you bringing them on board? Thank you.
We do have new Canadians coming and registering quite often. They would just move in and come into the program just like anyone else was learning. We have multiple tiers within our house league, so they can register like anyone else, and then they just get put on a tier, and then that coach, whatever level of play they are at, is one that they'd be coached to, and then they could get into it. If they need assistance, we can also get them in touch with like the Jumpstart and Kids Sport to also help them out with like registration fees and like equipment costs and all that kind of stuff.
Thank you very much. That'll be all. Thank you.
Are there any other questions from council? Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and good morning, Steve, and thank you for your presentation and your volunteerism. Does the grant include maintenance and repair to the Frank Lacroix Arena, or does that fall under the municipality?
We have an operating agreement with the RMWB, and there's some guidelines there. We take care of all the operations, all the trades, like services required under $10,000. Anything over 10 in our lease agreement has to be sorted through the RMWB for funding. And we have a window in our expense categories of what we expect based on what's happened year to year. And that's what we apply for. And we cover everything under 10, all the minor plumbing, refrigeration, electrical issues, that sort of stuff. All that day-to-day stuff is covered through the operating grant.
Okay, but anything major like the pipes for the ice or, you know, things like that would be under the municipality, correct?
Yeah, and we deal with facilities regarding, they include us in their life cycle plans. There are some things coming up and some green projects that they want to explore. And yeah, anything that comes up, like emergencies that come up, that are over $10,000, they're unusual, but it happens. We had a compressor go down a few years ago, short to ground, which was like a $40,000 project. The RMWB was very quick to respond to that and to approve it. There was only 2 compressors in North America, so we had to get one quickly. And we got that accomplished without any business interruption. So really good working relationship.
That's great. And like upgrades to the roof, et cetera, that would be maintenance and repair under the municipality, correct?
All life cycle, yeah. And there's some bigger ticket items like that coming up here in the next 5 years, where roof replacement, ice plant replacement, all this sort of stuff, life cycle things have to be considered. And then again, the age of the facility and how much longer, that sort of thing. But the roof was done in 2004, for example, so that's getting close. And Bill Brooks and Chris Bond, their team, they keep us in the loop of what they're planning.
Thank you, Craig.
Thank you.
Councillor McGrath?
Just simple thanks for what you guys do for the kids. And I know it's not the best of times with the way that, you know, the, I guess, Omicron or COVID-19 2021, 22 has affected your operations, but has also affected a lot of people that you're helping. So we'll navigate the best we can, and hopefully we'll keep on funding these things that, especially for the kids who need it most. Most of us guys are at the end of our yardstick, but these kids you're helping out are at the start of things. So keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Councillor Gradison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair. One quick, I believe if I'm challenging my memory, but did Fort McMurray Minor Hockey not used to be the architect or the host of the Shootout on the Sny and programs of that nature at one time?
You know, I do not know that. So
no, I think it was an RMWB thing. We were involved in it more, I would think, on the organization side of it when it first started. But yeah, I've been around since 1999 with the association, so but I don't recall Shootout on the Sny. We provided, I know one year we provided a Zamboni and operators to help down there, but then it seemed like it got just moved right over to parks. So.
Yeah, see, my memory says that it was you guys that did it, operated it, and the RM supported it, and then at some point in time the RM took it over. So I was just trying to clarify that, but I'll seek that information elsewhere. Thank you.
Yeah, that might have been a gradual thing for sure.
Is there any other questions for council? No, okay. Thanks, Steve and Craig. Very much appreciated. And like other councils have reiterated, that thanks for your service to the community. And it's definitely minor hockey is a big part of our youth here. And Councillor Benjoko. Sorry. Okay, we'll move on now to a recommendation. Can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Weigel.
I move that $561,000 be allocated to the Fort McMurray Minor Hockey 1981 Association under the 2022 Municipal Facility Operating Grant Program.
Thank you. Can I have someone second the motion? Councillor Benjoko.
I second the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any questions of council followed by debate? Okay, thank you, everyone. Call for a vote. All in favor? Thank you. Opposed? Seeing none, it's unanimously passed. Thank you. Thanks, Steve. And next we have the Northern Alberta Athletic Association. I'd like to invite Dave Fitzgerald, President, Wilbert Hoffman, Treasurer, and Terry Connors, Director of Operations, to come forward and present. Do we have Dave, Wilbert, or Terry on there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Sorry, that's my fault. I had 2 pages stuck together. So like Natalie Kermy, Chair, Chuck Bransgard, Executive Director, and Melanie Schneider, Finance Manager, to come forward, the SPCA. My apologies.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Chuck Bransgard. I'm with the Fort McMurray SPCA as the Executive Director. That we have Natalie Kemeny here with Chair, and also our Finance Manager, Melanie. The Fort McMurray SPCA is a nonprofit organization that's been around since 1978. We help approximately over 600 animals per year. We are dedicated to ensure all companion animals in our region achieve the 5 freedoms through education, advocacy, and a second chance for a forever home. All the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo and surrounding areas, Fort McMurray, Fort McKay, Fort Chipewyan, John Bay, Local 468, are also served by the Fort McMurray SPCA in partnership of the RMWB. Our programs and services to be funded by the grant will be ASH, NAME, Mom's Last Litter, which is under the NAME program, also 9 Lives, and our ASAP program. Our NAME program, we have had the pleasure of doing, with our NAME program, we've had the pleasure of doing our first vaccination clinic in Fort McKay. It's a wellness clinic. What we did was vaccinated 22 felines and 39 canines, as well as microchipping. Our ASH program, we were able to help out 6 felines and 7 canines while people were going through critical care or whatever they needed help with. Our focus in 2022 with these programs companion animals through our 9 Lives program. We're asking for $704 for our subsidy request, and this covers our wages and revenue and expenses. Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions of council? Councillor Gradison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair, do you still have community participation where residents come up and walk the dogs and participate in the programs that you used to have at one time?
We do. We do still have those programs where we offer our dog walking and that kind of thing for volunteers. We had to put a halt to some of the volunteers for a short period of time due to COVID to reduce the number of people in the building at the time, but those volunteer programs are back on.
Excellent. Thank you.
Councillor Boussier?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Through the chair to the presenter. On your wages and salaries, does that include a veterinarian? Like, does the SPCA have a full-time vet on staff?
I can speak to that. It's Melanie Schneider. No, we don't. Dr. Jessica Fielding is our vet. However, where she owns her own clinic, we use her clinic to provide services. However, because she is our clinic veterinarian, we are able to vaccinate, deworm, and provide some services to the animals that come through the shelter immediately.
Okay, without upsetting all the veterinarians that own businesses in Fort McMurray, is there any advantage to having a full-time vet at the SPCA?
Of course there is. We would love to have a full-time veterinarian on staff because we could use our clinic to its full potential, doing all the spay and neuters in-house and some of the specialty surgeries. But as we all know, it's impossible to get a vet at this time. They're extremely short in Alberta, so we are extremely grateful that Dr. Jessica Fielding is willing to stay on as our veterinarian.
Okay, thank you. And just one last question. Is there funding available to the SPCA outside of the RMs? Funding, like, is there other avenues of revenue? I mean, obviously not counting your sponsorship and fundraising, but is there provincial funding or federal funding? And if there is, have you applied for any over the last couple of years?
Yes, we have applied to the government of Alberta. They helped develop the 2 new dog runs that we have. They paid up to half. We're also in the process of doing a cat enrichment in which we're getting new cat condos that the government of Alberta funded 50% of that as well.
Okay, thank you.
And also, continue on with Councillor Boussier had mentioned, do you have the facilities to host a vet there? Because I know in the community, a big issue that's come up is we're short veterinarians in our community, not only Alberta, but the RMWB, where we're so large. Do you have the facilities to host a vet up there if there was someone that could come to the community?
Yes, absolutely. We have very good facilities that were actually funded not that long ago, and we're very proud of them.
Yeah, we are able to do surgeries in-house if we did have a vet. We are fully equipped.
Okay, that's great information to know as going forward, as the community's really been concerned about the lack of veterinarians, and you host more animals than anyone else in the community. Thank you. And also, Councillor Dogar.
Thank you, sir, to the chair. I visited few times the building and the organization. It was manned very well. Thank you very much. About the veterinarian, I have a point that if the president or the chairman or whosoever the manager, number one, he could be a veterinarian, that would probably save your funds and there would be better efficiency. Number two, I visited sometime in the past, so no offense to anybody, I felt quite a smell. I don't know, I didn't visit many of such like places. This was the only one. I can't say it is a normal or little abnormal. So please have a look in this. Thank you very much.
Councillor Benjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you for the presentation. And of course, we all can attest to the work that you are doing in the community. Thank you. My question was around how you are assessing the veterinary services, given the fact that, just like my colleagues have said, there's a challenge in that area in this community. And then, so I was wondering how you are managing the shortage of services in RMWB, and also if your services extend to the rural areas, and if there's anything you are looking at in 2022 to bring services closer to the people. I don't know if you are thinking of a one-stop shopping for services that are needed for these animals. That's one question. Any comments about that before my second question?
Thank you, Councillor. This is Natalie Kemeny, Chair of the Fort McMurray SPCA. Yes, as of 3 years ago, we did have a full-time veterinarian who has retired. And after that time, we had a part-time veterinarian move from New Brunswick here temporarily. Since that time, we continue our advanced search throughout Canada. We have reached out to the ABVMA, where veterinarians are trained. We have an ad there. We send in our weekly newsletter. We reach out to them. We have purchased ads in those magazines. We have put a call out throughout Canada and really through the United States looking for a full-time veterinarian, since we always used to be a one-stop location where we can vaccinate and spay and neuter and do emergency surgeries in-house. We have a vet clinic fully serviced that we fundraised for 7 years ago, and it's fully equipped to have 2 veterinarians and 4 vet techs. We do have veterinarian technicians on staff since we do have a facility, and since we have a contract with Dr. Jessica Fielding, our vet techs are able to vaccinate and provide medication with her oversight. The surgeries, however, are done off-site currently, as we continue to, of course, look very hard and all over the country for a vet. We have reached out last year to ECDEV, sent some emails looking for some help on what we could do to try and bring a veterinarian to our region. We continue to work extremely hard, since this is a priority to the organization, to bring one in. So any assistance that we could get, we would certainly appreciate that.
Thank you for the response. My other question is around crematorium services. So if an animal should die, from the report that we are getting from the community, the nearest place for to cremate the animal will be, I think, Athabasca or Edmonton. So is there anything better that can be done with that as well.
Councillor, it's Natalie Kemeny, Chair again. If I'm understanding your question, we do animals that we do offer crematorium, but it is not done at our location. We don't have the equipment to do that. It is outsourced. Usually, community members that have animals contact their current vet, or they contact us, but it's not a high number of requests that we currently have.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, and that's all for me.
Thank you, Councilor Majoko. Is there any other questions from council? I don't see any. So thank you very much for the presentation. And I will say I've been to the facility a few times, and it's immaculate conditions it is for the animals. And I don't know how I didn't leave with a kitten or an old dog, to tell you the truth. So we'll now move on to the recommendation. Can I have someone make the motion? Councilor Banjoko.
I move that 704,000 be allocated to the Fort McMurray Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals under the 2022 Municipal Facility Operating Grant Program. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have someone second the motion? Councilor Gradison.
I second that motion.
Is there any other questions for council? Anyone want to call for the vote? All in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Next, we have the Northern Alberta Athletic Association. And this time, I'd like to call Dave Fitzgerald, President, Wilbert Hoffman, Treasurer, and Terry Connors, Director of Operations. If you guys want to speak about the Northern Alberta Athletic Association rather than SPA, it'd be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Bowman. Can you hear me okay?
Thanks, Dave.
Okay, thanks very much. Good morning, Mr. Mayor and members of council and administration. Thank you for taking the time to listen to our presentation this morning. Our organization's mandate is to operate Centerfire Place, provide safe and reliable recreational services and facilities to the urban service area and the surrounding communities for sport, cultural, spiritual, recreation, and education. Our organization serves Fort McMurray and surrounding areas of the municipality of Wood Buffalo. The goal for 2022 is to continue to ensure a safe and reliable operation of services and to make every effort to maximize the use of the facility. Some of the programs and services that are funded under the grant is the Fort McMurray Oil Barons, minor hockey, Fort McMurray Ringette. There's independent minor hockey groups, Total Athletic, ETK Consulting, Catholic and Public School District Academies, the Fort McMurray Gentlemen's and Old Timers Shift hockey groups, and concerts. Also within the facility, the Fort McMurray Potters Guild continues to operate out of Centerfire Place. There's a massage therapy clinic operated by Chartrand Body Works. In the multi-purpose room, there's a preschool, there's church groups and non-profits that operate out of both the amphitheater as well as the multi-purpose room. And during the during the summer months, there's driver education and a circus that utilizes the facility parking lot. Centerfire Place supports the community year-round by several ways. It promotes health and wellness,
as well as physical activity. It serves as a place of gathering for families and community community members. It supports multiculturalism and diversity. It serves as a place of shelter during emergencies. Some recent, as everyone is aware, some recent activities in our region with the floods from last year and the fire of 2015. Currently, the pandemic that we're all experiencing, just to name a few. So our grant request for 2022, we're projecting revenue at $386,500. The expense being $1,721,000, and the subsidy requested is $1,334,500. The subsidy represents 78% of the total expenses. Looking at previous years, our last fiscal year end of May 31st, 2021, our total expenses are $1,533,502, with unrestricted net assets of $78,074. And some of the breakdown for the expense summary, for under salaries and wages, there's currently 7 full-time and 5 part-time employees. The total expense for those wages is $956,000, with $560,000 being funded through the RMWB grant. The overhead for utilities, insurance, etc., the total expense $765,000, $774,500 being funded by the RMWB. That brings our total of $1,721,000 in total expense against the grant ask of $1,334,500.
Thanks, Dave. Just need to stop it there. It's 5 minutes, so we'll have some questions from council. I have a quick question to begin. The increased expense this year, is that to the repairing the roof at the chasm at the center fireplace?
But the expense moving forward is the increase in utility costs, just everything that seems to be escalating in operating costs with regards to operating that facility.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other questions from council? Councillor Boussier?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and through the chair to Terry or Willie or Dave. Under the revenues, it doesn't appear there's any line item for advertising on the boards and in the ice and the suites. And is it safe to assume that particular stream of revenue is dedicated to the oil barons or the NAAA?
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, that is correct. That is correct, Lance. The advertising revenue that you spoke about is a benefit for the Fort McMurray oil barons.
Okay. The only other question is under other revenue, it indicates $1,500. Just curious if you know what that is, Dave.
$1,500. I'll maybe just turn that to Terry. Perhaps Terry knows what that is. Are you there, Terry?
Okay, they had me muted, so I couldn't talk. Sorry about that.
It's a good thing.
Okay, what was the question again, Lance?
The under the revenue line, there's just other revenue, and it just shows a small amount of 1,500. And I'm just curious what that is, and if there's an opportunity, whatever it is, to maybe capture more money going forward.
I don't see that on my paper here. Eh?
Okay. I mean, it's not important now, Terry, but if maybe you can follow up with us later.
Sure.
Some.
So
And-
$1,500.
Yeah, just 1,500. And just another question here, and I think I know the answer. The Thickwood Arena naming rights center fire, I'm assuming the money allocated for that is only a portion of what the total naming rights is. The other portion maybe goes to the Barons again?
No, it actually all goes to Center Fireplace when we bill it out per year at $25,000 a year. But they did give us an upfront payment of $150, which we used to redo the dressing room.
Okay. It just shows a $20,000 naming rights in the budget.
Yeah, for 5 years, that's $100,000, excuse me, and plus the $150,000 they gave us in advance.
Okay. Just last note, Terry, I just want to thank you and your crew up there. Every time you go into the Center Fireplace, the place is spotless, and it is nice, because sometimes when you go to town to other arenas watching kids play, it's certainly not kept to the same standards. So obviously thank your staff and yourself for taking care of the building. Thanks.
Thank you.
Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, through the chair, to Dave and Terry. Just thank you for everything you guys do. Obviously, like I said, 4 boys in hockey, or 3 in hockey, almost 4. We spent a lot of time, whether we're at the Oil Barons game or at hockey or Atom Bombs or anything up there, and the facility is maintained absolutely amazing. I just want to piggyback on what Councillor Boussier was saying about other revenue. I just want to confirm that also the concession and all the revenue from the concession also goes to the Oil Barons?
No, excuse me, the revenue goes to the Oil Barons, but we charge them, Center Fireplace charges the company rent. So the Center Fire is getting the rent, and Oil Barons will get that.
And just to confirm, when the arena itself is rented out, that concession revenue, does that also go to the Oil Barons? Does that concession revenue go then to Center Fireplace?
No, the concession revenue goes to Chartrand. They rent it off Center Fireplace.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor McGrath?
Well, I first of all, I just start out with appreciate what you all do, Dave and Terry. Terry, looks like your hair is gray today. It was red last week. And I haven't seen Hoffman, but I know he's a big fan of mine for sure. He'd probably put me on it. But anyways, appreciate what you do for the community. And we're kind of glad, I guess, as I sit here today, talking about billboards. Hopefully we can get our billboard back up there as mayor and council, because we certainly want to support the All Barons. And Lance knows we like our picture around town. So I know there's been a bit of change in sponsorship. Good to see, I guess, a name, a brand as a local company. And concur with Lance, going around chasing the little All Barons around here with some people here this winter has really opened my eyes even more. And if we had to build the arena downtown, we probably wouldn't be able to give you any money today. But your management the last couple of years in a world that nobody is stable for concerts or venues. So I think you're doing a great job as usual. And not a big request. And I know that you're trying to work towards I guess what you say, cash neutral. But I don't think you'll ever get that in recreation anywhere. But you're doing a great job, and good luck with the dream home. And I think you're a big staple in the community. Connors, you know I'm a big fan. I'm almost biased because you've dedicated your life up there to the Blue Building, and you've done a good job, served as well as you did, Dave. And there's another guy that, I forget his name, but he used to work at Syncrude, and he smiles just every now and then. Eh? And when you do, you got to get a picture of it. But you guys do a great job marketing not just the arena, not just the All Barons, but a group of people that can, I guess, work together. And I know there's been difficult times with the organization, but anything that's worth anything, there's some controversy and a storied legacy. The All Barns. And when you go out of town, like I say, I've never been to as many rinks as I have in the last couple of years, because I was too fat to play hockey counters. I used to play hush puppies, but I still beat Lenny Hansen with my hush puppies on. So appreciate what you do, and I don't think it's a big request today. I think you're a very transparent organization, and can't thank you enough for what you do in the community, especially the last couple of years. It's been tough on a lot of kids and adults too that use your ice surface. I know that we all can't have the evening ice, but I know that you support the schools too with your hockey programs. And that's why we still get some names in the NHL and over in Europe and those places. Keep up the good work.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath. Councilor Stroud?
I just want to thank you for your contributions to the municipality and your volunteerism. It's greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have any other questions from council? Again, Terry and Dave, thanks for everything you do. Big fan of your building. And to reiterate what the other councilors said, it's always in immaculate condition, and a big fan of the Barons and all the kids that play there. So thank you for everything you do. I will move on now to recommendation. Can I have someone make the motion? Councilor Ball.
I move that $1,334,500 be allocated to the Northern Alberta Athletic Association under the 2022 Municipal Facility Operating Grant Program.
And can I have someone second that motion? Councilor Gradson?
I would like to second that motion.
Are there any other questions or comments? Thank you. Everyone, call for a vote. All in favor? Council, we're going to take a 10-minute quick break here and then reconvene in Thank you. Up next, we have the Tarmigan Nordic Ski Club. I'd like to invite Bill Chase, President, Andre Lefebvre, Treasurer, to come forward to present.
All right. Good morning, Mayor and Council. As mentioned, my name is Andre Lefebvre. I'm currently the Treasurer for the Tarmigan Nordic Ski Club. The Tarmigan Nordic Ski Club has been a proud member of the community since 1979, serving the whole regional municipality of Wood Buffalo. The ski club continues to offer affordable family memberships, cross-country ski programming, equipment rentals to all of the community of all ages and all abilities. The club is primarily run by volunteers, and we operate out of the Doug Barnes Cabin and the Birchwood Trails. The grant funding that we're asking for today is intended to serve two purposes. The first is for the continued operation of the Doug Barnes Cabin, not just the home of the ski club, but also space for community groups to rent out. And the second is to provide trail grooming services of the Birchwood Trails. The groom trails are not only there to serve the ski club, but other community members, including winter walkers, runners, fat bikers, also use the trails over the course of the winter season. We roughly have about 30 kilometers of trails that we groom and maintain, and they touch the neighborhoods of Thickwood, Dickensfield, Timberlea, and Eagle Ridge. Looking forward to 2022, the club is looking to continue to grow its membership. We're looking to get a full season of use out of the Doug Barnes Cabin. The club took possession of it a month before COVID hit, so we've been struggling to get a full season of usage out of it with all of the COVID restrictions and that going on. But for this year, things are looking positive at this point in time. And the club is also preparing to host a 2022 Alberta Cup race, which is a provincial level race series that goes around the province. And this is the first time that one of these races will be held up in Fort McMurray on the February long weekend. We're doing that in preparation as a host venue for the Arctic Winter Games that are coming in 2023. Over the past year, the ski club has almost doubled its membership in spite of COVID. We've managed to figure out ways of continuing to operate in spite of all of the restrictions. Being an outdoor activity has significantly helped in that space. The club has also established a rental program, which has also helped to extend the cabin hours and get more usage out of it. We've put in over 418 volunteer hours grooming the Birchwood Trails, which is approximately the equivalent of grooming 6,000 kilometers of trails. And we continue to increase cabin usage for community groups and corporate groups to rent out as a revenue stream as we continue to work through the COVID challenges. The Tarmigan Nordic Ski Club is asking for $232,000 in funding for the year 2022. Assuming COVID restrictions are lifted, we are looking to up our part-time staff in order to support cabin usage and to try to maximize that revenue stream and its availability. That's kind of all I have. Is there any? I'll open it up to questions.
Thank you. Quick question as we begin. As your usage of the cabin increases, will that be another revenue stream?
Yes. Right now, the number we have quoted on there is based on what we were able to raise over the year 2021, but we also know that for a good chunk of that year, we were restricted with COVID restrictions and community gatherings. So we're hoping that with the support of increased staffing, we're going to be able to rent out the cabin far more in 2022 than we've been able to in 2021.
Thank you. Also, is there a provincial funding available for hosting the Alberta Cup?
We have gone through to get additional grants to support the Alberta Cup, and we continue to work through those other revenue opportunities as well through the community.
Thank you. That's great what you're doing there. And Councillor Bussier?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and through the chair to Andre. Just on the funding that Mayor Bowman had mentioned, is there funding available just for the day-to-day operations of the trails and the building and that you can apply for?
So that is what we are applying for today, is for the day-to-day operation of the building. Outside of this, we work through casinos and other fundraising sources to help support some of the club programming, but this is primarily to support the operation of the building and the grooming of the trails.
Sorry, is there any provincial funding available for an organization like yours, Andre? Sorry.
We have gone through and we were able to get CFEP funding as we were building the cabin in order to help support furniture and additional infrastructure within the building. We can continue to look for those additional revenue streams, but there's nothing that we've found at this point in time.
Okay, and just I noticed the cabin rentals is $20,000. Do you know off just what it costs to rent the cabin for anybody that would like to utilize it for a day or a weekend?
So for a day, if you are looking to rent out the full facility, it's if it's a corporation, it's $700. We cut those rental fees in half for a full day, and then hourly. I can't remember exactly what it is, but we make it very affordable for community groups. We do up it for general public or corporations.
Okay, thank you, and thanks for your presentation.
Councillor Ball.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Through the chair to Andre. Just a couple of questions about and what are some examples of maintenance and or operations?
So I'll say garbage disposal, snow clearance, lawn maintenance or maintenance of the grounds in the summertime. And then any repairs that we need to do within the building fall under that category. So if there's plumbing or heating or HVAC issues, we address it out of that.
Okay, I was just curious because I mean it's a fairly new building, right? So
yeah.
And professional services. What professional services are you hiring for the building?
It's not necessarily for the building. It's more just in support with some of the trail work in alignment with the municipality. I know in the past we've had to help get some support to look at some of the bridges and any of those. There's some geotechnical type of issues within the trails. We've been working with the parks group on that.
Well, that would be my question. Wouldn't parks be responsible for looking at the overall infrastructure relative to trails, bridges, and so on? I know they have some trail infrastructure repairs on the capital budget. I think a couple of the bridges as well. So,
yeah, and that's where we've worked with them in the past. If we don't use it, the funding gets returned to council.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you for the presentation, Andre. Just a quick question. You talked about over 700 memberships. Congratulations on the increase. That's incredible. Under the revenues, I don't see membership fees. And so I was just wondering, when you talk about casinos and stuff like that, what is the request from the members to be able to help bring in revenues and some odd if they're not paying membership fees?
So the membership fees go into club programming expenses. So like supporting our racing team, supporting purchasing of new equipment, and some of the club events that we hold for club membership. So that's funded outside of the grant agreement here.
Gotcha. So they're two different entities, basically.
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you for the clarity.
Are there any other questions from council? Okay, thank you, Andre. We'll now move on to the recommendation. Can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Weigel.
I move that $232,000 be allocated to the Tarmigan Nordic Ski Club under the 2022 Municipal Facility Operating Grant Program.
Thank you. Someone second the motion. Councillor Dogar.
I second the motion.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of council? Thank you. I'll call out for a vote. All in favor? And opposed? Seeing none, that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Next we have the Regional Recreation Corporation of Wood Buffalo, and I'd like to invite Greg Walsh, Chief Executive Officer, to come forward, please.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your time this morning. Before I get started, I'd just like to congratulate Linda Olivier on her upcoming retirement and extend a thank you to Jamie, Linda, and Deanne for all their help and their team's help in this process. Next slide, please. In October of last year, our board approved the 2022 to 2025 Rrc Strategic Plan, which outlines our vision and mission. Our vision is very simple. It's together we create community. And I think that's what our facilities really aim to do in this region and all the communities we serve, is to create community. Our mission is to inspire Wood Buffalo to gather, play, and connect. And that's using these facilities for really any purpose to achieve maximum value for the communities that we operate. Our mandate is to advance, promote, and encourage recreational, cultural, and social activities and events for the benefit of the residents of the RMWB. Next slide, please. As far as the RRC, we operate McDonald Island Park in its entirety. That includes all the maintenance, repairs, life cycle work, and of course the operations, program services, and so forth. We also operate the Anzac Recreation Center and the Conklin Multiplex, and those facilities we don't deal with outside the building, the grounds and snow removal, that sort of thing. We deal with the building and in, but same thing, that's fully loaded, repairs and maintenance for the facility, operations, programs, and services. And in Fort Chipewyan, we do aquatics programming and lifeguarding services at the Sunny Flood Aquatic Center. So the RMWB operates the guest services and custodial building operations and pool operations element. We just provide lifeguards and aquatic programs. Our strategic priorities include people, stewardship, program services, and community engagement. And our goal for 2022 is to continue to seek excellence in the provision of programs and services, including fitness, aquatics, golf, catering, and conferencing, dance, visual arts, live entertainment, family entertainment, trade and consumer shows, and general community events. We definitely see 2022 as a year of restabilizing our operation after 2 years of pandemic response, as many of the other presenters have noted. So hopefully we can get back to business as usual, which has started to happen in some of our segments, but not all. Next slide, please. As far as the community impact, our mission, like I said, is to inspire Wood Buffalo to gather, play, and connect. Our facilities deliver a vast variety of sport, recreation, leisure, and event experiences tailored to fit the needs of this entire region. And these facilities, paired with quality programming, provide fun and safe spaces for families to learn, grow, and play together, resulting in an enriched overall quality of life for everyone in this region. That's what we aim to provide, and we really focus on inclusion and for everyone in the community, providing services for everyone in the community. Next slide. As far as the financial request, 2022 grant request, our budgeted revenue is just over 21 million. Budgeted expenses are 40,800,000. This includes life cycle expenses. We operate at roughly a 56% cost recovery consolidated as a corporation. As a result, we're requesting $19.5 million in subsidy. And just a look at last year's financial information, total expenses from previous year, 31,700,000. Obviously, sorry, that was 2020 financial information. So we didn't incur expenses over that period of time. Obviously, we weren't generating revenue either. So that's the difference between those expense line items. Next slide, please. Our major cost categories, obviously salaries and wages and benefits for us is our primary expense category. It represents, if you back out life cycle costs, roughly 70% of our total operating expenses. This is the line item that's changed the most in the last 2 operating years. It decreased approximately $3.1 million over the last 2 years. decrease this year, $1.4 million. So this is where we've tried to make the most progress in controlling our expenses, reducing the municipal operating request. And it's obviously our number one controllable expense category. We also incur $4.8 million in program costs, it's the supplies, various pieces of equipment and purchases that go to support the programs that we deliver. And then obviously we have a fairly significant overhead, utilities, insurance, operational expenses related to repairs and maintenance, life cycle costs, those sort of things. That makes up the three largest components of our total expenses. Next slide, please. This is a 3-year snapshot of what our operating request has looked like. So we will be going in. This is our second year in a row with a decrease.
Sorry, Greg, to cut you off. That's the 5 minutes that's allotted. So hopefully we can get to the other figures during the questions here.
You bet. That's the last slide. So I'm happy to take any questions.
Super. Thanks, Greg. Are there any questions from council? Councilor McGrath.
Thank you, through the chair. Just a couple of observations. I guess start out with saying that it's a bit of a dog's breakfast, how your staff had to respond to the ups and downs of being locked in, locked out, and you know, you're doing a good job there, and I see that there's a lot of families still using the facilities. We got a challenge with, you know, the additional football field and the baseball field, but they're good facilities, and that's in town. And certainly I go to the rural areas, not to Fort Chip as of late, but the facilities out south are looking good, as Lady J can tell you. Your staff are always welcoming, and they look after people. So that's the one aspect. I got a question related to cross-country skiing. Was there any, you know, I've been away for a bit myself. Is there any traction on, you know, doing what we done years ago with the, like say the cart path being fenced in towards the river, so we have another activity in the region?
Yeah, so last year when we presented to council, there was a real desire from council for us to enhance sort of outdoor activities during the pandemic. So if you recall, we added skating on the pond at the golf course. At that point, we cleared the paved walking paths on the golf course as well, created a couple of different loops. And then we've also purchased a snowmobile and a trail setter. So we are setting trails on the course. We are clearing the walking paths, and we are doing the outdoor skating. So actually this weekend as well, we have dog sled races rides for the community that we're free to the community as well. So we're really trying to kind of enhance that winter outdoor activity throughout the property, and so hopefully people are enjoying that and taking advantage of it.
And of course, I'm always biased because I've always called it Treasure Island. I know there's a lot of activity down there, and certainly a good partnership with the 1935 for another community asset. And I guess going forward, the golf course speaks for itself. But is there any other plans to, like this summer, how would you try to offset? And I know that you're pretty well industry standard for your capture rate for recreation facilities, but how do, I guess, we navigate through, and how do we assist you? Is there any grants from the province or the feds that we could be championing on your behalf?
Well, we've been successful getting access to provincial grants related to COVID response. That's been the number one other additional revenue source we've been able to access throughout the pandemic. As far as moving forward and you know, for us trying to be more efficient, one of our big focuses has been revenue growth. So prior to the pandemic, we had increased our memberships by 19%, the first increase in a number of years. So we were up to 8,000 members again, which was trending in the right direction. Obviously, the pandemic has impacted that, but we are back up around 7,000 members now. So we're hopeful that once REP goes away, you know, that any of the folks that have been reluctant to come back to the facility will come back. You mentioned the golf course. The golf course has seen incredible growth over the last couple of years. 2019, which was really the last normal year pre-flood, pre-pandemic, we had 319 members. Last year we had 540, and this year we're 10% higher year to date than we were last year. So our focus is going to be on growing our membership categories, providing exceptional service so that we can retain those members, and then hopefully just continuing to be creative and finding ways to, whether it's automating processes so we can control our wages and benefits expense, or being creative on other unique revenue sources to help to reduce this ongoing ask.
So overall, the corporation, you got a great board of I guess a mixed couple of elected officials, but basically lots of good community members. That it is a masterpiece. I think it's for rural, for in town, it's a big segue to get people to realize the full potential of a region. So appreciate what you and your staff do. And speaking of staff, are you challenged today to find staff of all levels? Because I know you could be looking for a lifeguard or a maintenance person luckily I see a lot of familiar faces that were there when Reed was there, when Jorick was there. So obviously the human element, people seem to be quite content working for the RRC, but
we're not so much having a challenge retaining or recruiting staff members, with the exception of lifeguards. There's been a major shortage across Canada for lifeguards, and that's been a challenge for us. So you'll hear lots of concerns about access to aquatics programs and things like that. That's not a capacity issue as far as the space we have. That's a capacity issue as far as the certified instructors. Throughout the rest of our organization, we've been pretty good as far as retention of staff. We have a great team. More than a third of our staff have been here now more than 5 years. We've got staff members that have been here as long as 35 years. So, that's been good. It has been a tough stretch on staff. I mentioned at the council orientation presentation, we issued 1,200 records of employment in 2021 as a result of 3 major layoffs. So we just, we've had layoffs again to start this year, just given sort of revenue shortfalls to start. But so that's been a challenge, and so that's going to be our focus, is making sure that our team is motivated and is secure in their roles moving forward.
And just a final question. I don't want to put you on the hot seat. I know that the transition was uncomfortable for some, and you stuck around, you stuck her out, and we appreciate. I know myself personally. I've seen great things happen on the island, and of course, I make a full discovery. Lady J would know I'm pretty biased when it comes to the island. It's a home for a lot of people, and actually the original McDonald family, and to see it grow back to some of its roots is good. And I'm just wondering, how about the corporate sponsorship? Is it, when I look at Shell Place, I believe it was a multi-year deal. The Leisure Center was a multi-year deal. The big names are still there, but is there a thought process to reel in some of those companies that extract the resources from the region, like big name companies? Is there a plan to get those people involved rather than just extract their resources and head down the road, but actually put a name to a few things to soften the road that's ahead for us? Because I know we're flush with cash today, but we're making all kinds of corrections, and our intake won't be as much, and you'll be challenged with older facilities, and so just trying to plan ahead. And I'm sure that your board has and yourself have a plan, but just to reassure the community, I guess, if you will.
Yeah, obviously it's been difficult to attract new corporate sponsors during the pandemic, because a lot of the value is in having large numbers of people seeing signage, using the facilities. So that's been a challenge. It's been more around working to retain the sponsors that we have through these difficult times. Obviously, for a lot of companies, there's not as much income to go, or money to go around for that sort of thing. But prior to the pandemic, we were having pretty good success renewing and selling new sponsorships. I know that was a risk that was identified, since I've been here anyway, and it hasn't really been that big of an impact. Coming out of the pandemic, obviously, we'll have to wait and see, but the corporate support for Fort McMurray is unlike anywhere else. So you know, I think that we'll be able to kind of get through this and come out the other side in a good spot.
Well, I'll just leave you with certainly appreciate what you and your team have done to ratchet up and ratchet down, especially as a public purse. You know, reality is, I believe the capture rate across the nation for recreation is about a little over 50%, sometimes 60. But I mean, you're well on your way. And given the headwinds that you and your team have faced internally and externally, I commend you for a job well done. And it's a vital part of our region, not just Mac Island, but from Fort Chip to down to Conklin and Fort Fitzgerald. So keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cardinal.
Morning, everyone. Thanks, Greg, for your presentation. I got quick question about the RRC in Fort Chipewyan and the difference in numbers between you know, Conklin and Fort Chipewyan, and Fort Chipewyan being a bigger community. I don't know. Can you maybe answer me? How did that number come about, where it's 364 in Fort Chipewyan, and then as opposed to Conklin being 1.5 million? What brings those numbers? Because is it because of the lack of lifeguards? Is it because of the lack of less employees? What brings that number? And is it because of the programming? I'd like to clarify that question as well. And then I noticed that you had mentioned lifeguards, and I wanted to say, you know, thank you for, you know, bringing the go swimming, and they haven't swimming over a year. So, you know, and that's one of the barriers that's happening in our isolated community here, and we tend to be, you know, left out, like I said, like I'll say continuously say here when it comes to lifeguards and stuff like that. And it's a real, but like I said, it's a pleasure to be able to see the kids swimming and you know, the community happy and people getting out of their houses. I guess back to the question, you know, can you clarify why is it such a big difference in Conklin as to opposed to, let's say, Anzac and Conklin to Fort Chipewyan?
Sure. Yeah, no, it was really nice to have the team up on the weekend. We're really keen to get the pool back operating up in Fort Chipewyan. So I was supposed to make the trip, but I was COVID positive, so I couldn't make it. So hopefully I can get up very soon. But the biggest difference between the two facilities is we just provide lifeguards in Fort Chipewyan. So that $300,000 that you see there doesn't include pool operator, guest services, custodial, building operations. It doesn't include repairs and maintenance. Or any of the costs associated with those operations for that particular facility. So our involvement at the Sunny Flat Aquatic Center is a little bit more limited. We have, generally speaking, 2 full-time lifeguards and 1 part-time lifeguard. And so it's simply the wages and benefits associated with those staff members that are there. Whereas in Conklin, we have the entirety of the operation of the facility. So that would include things like utilities, insurance, building repairs and maintenance, custodial services, you know, so I'd say the largest component of the expense for the multiplex down in Conklin is more corporate overhead types of expenses like utilities, insurance, building R&M, contracted services for that type of activity. Those would be the main difference. I can't really comment on the balance of the operational costs related to the Sunny Flat Aquatic Center. I'm sure that'll come up in the departmental budget presentation, but that'll give you a better idea of the full cost for that facility. I hope that helps clarify.
Yes, it does. I guess, do we have some sort of I guess I could email you, but in a schedule for the next lifeguards to come up to Fort Chipewyan? Because I noticed that when I went to, you know, Mac Island, there's, you know, tons of lifeguards, and you know, it's full there. So it just, you know, I just kind of want to keep that progress going and that continuation going here in Fort Chipewyan.
Yeah, our biggest challenge for Fort Chipewyan and here at McDonald Island, to be frank, is we've gotten to a better number of our part-time lifeguards, like high school and college age kids that can have evening and weekend availability. We're still having a really hard time recruiting daytime lifeguards, which we need for Fort Chipewyan because they're going to be commuting back and forth. One positive, though, just on the question about timeline, is when we were up, the team was up this weekend, they did tour a prospective staff member who's in the interview process through, just to make sure they understood what the facility was, what the accommodations were, the community, those sorts of things. So we think we're closer to having that full-time lifeguard hired, and once we have that, we will be more easily able to backfill the second person. So we do have 2 people that are required to be in the facility just to operate under the pool standards and Life Saving Society's guidelines. So hopefully, we can have that in place fairly shortly, but definitely we'll follow up on the next segment for, a temporary opening like we did this last weekend.
So Greg, the 364, like you said, was for wages, mostly wages for the pool operator and lifeguard?
Just the lifeguards. Yeah, the pool operators, municipal staff member covered through the department budget.
And how much of that funds is being used per year? Because there's been no lifeguards, right?
So yeah, with the closure, it's consolidated into the entirety of the RRC's operation. So this year, I know we're not done year end, but we've got a projected $3.1 million surplus, of which I believe 1.8 is assigned to an air handling unit project in the aquatic center. So 1.3 million will be returned back to the municipality, a portion of which is the subsidy for CHIP.
Is it fair to recommend, some sort of a wage increase for an isolated community like ours, for people to come up here and actually come out of their way to our isolated community in Fort Chipewyan? I think that would be a benefit to the people coming out here, benefit to our community, and also benefit the mayor and council, for that endeavor, and yourself.
For sure, yeah, we do have a recruitment allowance that we're using right now, sort of like a recruitment bonus per se upon hire. We also offer obviously the cost of living and a daily allowance to those staff members. So I guess the compensation is higher for someone that's going to Fort Chipewyan than it would be for a lifeguard here at McDonald Island. But if we can't make much headway, those are the types of things we're going to have to look at for sure.
Well, thanks, Craig. I really appreciate what you guys done for years last week. That the community was happy, and keep it going. And thank you very much, and have a good day.
Thank you.
Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you, Greg, for the presentation. I think you already mentioned this, because I noted that, for example, the Chasm Center and the Frank Lacroix recreation buildings and Fort Chipewyan are maintained by the operating costs of the facilities operated by the RRC.
So repair and maintenance of all of the RRC facilities, with the exception of the Sunny Flood Aquatic Center, are baked into our operational subsidy request. That includes life cycling of equipment and like the Zambonis, as an example, using the arenas, as well as HVAC units, building envelope, all furnishings and finishes within the building. That's baked into our operating request.
Okay, so it's under the operation. Okay, and I just want to thank you for the write-up. I appreciate that, the different groups that are using the Conklin Multiplex. You've got the RMWB contact office, the parks and RCMP administration space. The health nurse is out there, the mental health and addictions, the hub, and the library is going to be starting to go out again, because I know they've got a library component in the recreation center or the multiplex. And it's good to see that the Conklin Community School is there a couple times a week, using the facilities. And it's just great to see that there are programs going on within the multiplex. Thanks, Greg.
Thank you.
Councillor Boussier.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman, and through the chair to the presenter. Craig, just a couple questions regarding, you look down at Shell Place and you see a football field, a CFL football field that was designed for whatever reason, because I don't think we're getting a CFL team, and its utilization is probably poor. And you look at the baseball field, and I think outside of Dutch is baseball team, I think a lot of the other teams use Ross Henniger and Holy Trinity to play football and baseball, and then maybe even the Conklin field out there. Has there been discussions on, I mean, there was a discussion about putting a roof over Shell Place or the field at Shell Place, and I don't know where that ended up. And I guess, is there any discussion on what we do with these fields when we don't really use them?
Yeah, so I know in our strategic planning process with the board, really the number one thing that came out was space allocation, space utilization. So we're definitely focusing on that, you know, as a part of our plan looking forward. Speaking specifically about Shell Place, one of the barriers that was in place, I suppose when it first opened, was there was a premium rate charged for usage. So a lot of the minor sport organizations, the schools didn't use the field for their activities because they had access to TC Field up at Holy Trinity or other community fields where the cost was not a barrier. So we have matched our rates for minor sport to what you would see at other facilities in town, and we have seen an increase in usage for high school events. Like the high school football teams and that sort of thing. The Provincial High School Football Championship was hosted at Shell Place a couple of years ago, pre-pandemic. We've started to try to use it for some of our community events as well. So we used it for Canada Day pre-pandemic. That same year we had the RCMP's musical ride and some other major events in that facility. So you know, we're definitely trying to use it for more I would say grassroots style programming, and it's just a matter of making sure it's accessible to the public. On the baseball stadium side, obviously the Giants are our tenant, and they provide an unbelievable service to the community. We're really thankful to have Dutch and his team as partners. We have seen an increase in the usage for adult slow pitch leagues and minor baseball. And we also, as Kevin Breen mentioned earlier, the baseball 18U national championships this fall. So obviously outdoor summer-based recreation amenities in Fort McMurray, there's a big portion of the year where they're not used. The question about covering the Shell Place football stadium, we have a lot of indoor field house spaces in this region as well between ourselves, St. Crude Sport and Wellness Center, Anzac Recreation Center. Do I think there's a demand for indoor field space? No. And if you look at the footprint of a CFL-sized football stadium to cover that with a roof versus an indoor field like in Suncor Community Leisure Center is a much bigger footprint. So I guess the positive with these facilities is they are low maintenance. It's natural, or it's not natural turf, it's artificial turf. So there's relatively low operating costs when there's no events in the stadiums. There will be life cycle and capital replacement costs over time, but you know, our focus is to find unique ways to use the facilities year round, and the point is well made.
Okay, and just one other question, I guess, with you know, with you look at Vista Ridge opening their golf course up last year or whatever, and then I think Rotary will convert to an 18-hole golf course most likely next year. Of another 9 at Rotary and Vista Ridge, and obviously we have the Thickwood Golf Course, which is 27 holes. Because I think at the end of the day, between hospitality and golf, I think that's probably the major revenue generators at the island, correct? Yeah,
hospitality and golf are definitely our largest revenue generating segments. I don't see that. Using Miskina in 2021 as an example, we did roughly 32,500 rounds, which is for a Northern Alberta golf course, it's unbelievable. I worked at a golf course in Edmonton where we were doing 20,000 rounds a year. 540 members again last year is incredible. And my understanding is Thickwood is still doing well with memberships as well. So, you know, I'm pretty confident in our team's ability and the product that we offer. Where I'm pretty comfortable saying I don't see that risk.
Okay, no problem. Just keep up the good work. Thanks.
Thank you.
Councillor Banjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thanks, Greg, for the presentation and for the awesome job running a world-class facility. I must commend you. So my question is about your revenues versus expenses. I can see the comparison for last year. So I'm just wondering how this compared in the past, in the pre-pandemic years. I guess my question is how self-sustaining, or how close to self-sustaining is the Mac Island? I know it's not cheap to come in there for anything, so I just want to know.
Yeah, so if we compare it to pre-pandemic levels, our operating revenues budgeted for 2022 are down roughly $700,000 from the budget for 2021. The primary reason for that is we're budgeting about $1 million net profit reduction in hospitality, and we're seeing that at the start of this year already. We were anticipating impacts to hospitality specifically as a result of the pandemic. Obviously, with the restrictions in place, the sensitivity and the concerns that people have with the virus, it's just not conducive to large-scale banquets and events in the hospitality world. So that's baked into our budget here. So we've been able to absorb that anticipated shortfall and still return a reduction in the operating ask, which I think kind of speaks to a lot of the adjustments we've made on the wages and benefits side overall. So as far as sustainability, obviously we're aiming to continually reduce the operating request from council and the municipality. That's been achieved 2 years in a row, and we'd like to continue to see that cost recovery percentage inch higher, up over the 60% range and into the mid 60%. So hopefully we can continue to do that.
Thank you, Greg. So prior to the pandemic, like prior to to 2019, let's say 2018, 2017, how does the revenue compare to budget? In terms of figures.
It would be fairly similar. So our budgeted revenue for 2022 is fairly similar to pre-pandemic levels, with the exception of hospitality. And hospitality, we're budgeting a net profit reduction of $1 million for 2022, just because of the impacts of the pandemic. As far as sport and recreation and golf, we're actually budgeting increased revenues in 22 in spite of COVID.
Thank you.
Councillor Ball.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Through the chair to Greg. Hi, Greg. How are you doing?
Good, thanks.
A couple questions for you, just relative to more of the rural operations. Sure. It's kind of my understanding that some of the facilities like Conklin and Anzac are a bit underutilized. I think I heard that Conklin's ice hasn't even been booked since it's opened. So it kind of raises a red flag for me. Are you guys doing anything to promote the use of that ice, or programming or anything of that nature?
Well, we're definitely trying. We're actively looking for groups to book. Unfortunately, there's no user groups in that area. So at one point there was the 881 Hockey League, which we were hoping to use that space from time to time. They haven't. We have had bookings in Conklin. I should clarify that. In the past, there's been adult tournaments that have happened there. The majority of the use is definitely drop-in, shinny, stick and puck type of activities. We've encouraged, I know for myself, even my son's hockey team, we had booked, it was actually supposed to be this past Sunday, but we canceled because of the pandemic. We were meeting Lacroix halfway and playing games at the multiplex in Conklin. So, ideally we would see if there's an appetite. The ice rental rates are much lower in Conklin, obviously, because there's not as much demand. So if Fort McMurray teams would meet teams halfway in Conklin, they'd have access to one of the nicest rinks in Alberta, if you haven't been there. So it's definitely underutilized from that perspective. Obviously, I've pulled some numbers related to per capita usage. Per capita usage for members and drop-ins, it's higher than in Fort McMurray, but again, it's a 120,000 square foot recreation complex in a town of 230. So if we, as far as memberships go, we could sell a membership to every resident of Conklin, and it would only increase our bottom line by $30,000 from where we are today. So that's our biggest challenge.
So your revenue
It'll be very tough. You know, I think Conklin it was around 2 or 3% cost recovery. The majority of that revenue is through corporate sponsorships and naming rights of rooms. Anzac, we've made some progress. Obviously, minor hockey's been much more active using the ice in Anzac, which has helped for that. We do have CNOC Nexon that has a lease space in there that's a revenue source for us, and some corporate partners on naming rights sponsorships. But you know, I think facilities like that are generally intended for mass use, and we just don't have the. I was looking at the census numbers. Conklin's population decreased 39% from 2015 to 18, you know, down to 229 people. So that I think that's going to be an ongoing challenge for us. Is per capita it's being used probably more than what McDonald Island is, but there's not a large population base to draw from or catch area.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Gradison.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, through the chair. So has the RRC as a whole started to think about future repurposing of resources? So if banquets and those type of activities start to go down, we have all kinds of rooms, and looking at other methods of repurposing those types of things. Going back to building off what Councillor Ball said, so has the score clock on the football field in Conklin ever been turned on?
Not to my knowledge. We don't operate the football field though, so I'd have to confirm with the municipality, but you know, not when I've been in Conklin.
So, and how old is that? How long would it have been sitting in the elements unused?
2018, fall of 2018, we opened the multiplex.
So basically come fall, it'll be 4 years of unuse. What's the value of that sign approximately?
Yeah, you're looking at, again, I'm not 100% sure, but you know, $20,000-$30,000 for the score clock.
So essentially it will deteriorate into zero value, having potentially never been used. Is that correct?
Possibly.
Yeah, so again, looking at possibly repurposing things like that to reduce expenses in other areas may be something that, you know, as we go forward. What is the typical cost recovery of recreational facilities in Alberta? Do you have a number for me?
It varies. So if you look at standalone arenas, typically, at least my experience in the past, is you're looking at roughly 60% cost recovery. That's typically because adult user fees are at 100% cost recovery. Kids are at 50. More kids bookings than adults, it bumps up to 60% cost recovery. The last facility I was at, the Tri-Leisure Center, operated about 78% cost recovery. One of the big differences between the Tri-Leisure Center and, say, the Suncor Community Leisure Center, as an example, is it's very similar amenities, but the footprint is much smaller. So all of the buildings that we operate are bigger physically. Suncor Community Leisure Center is over 400,000 square feet. The Tri-Leisure Center is 220,000 square feet. So that's more space to clean, heat, insure, you know, repairs and maintenance. So the operating costs are higher. So I don't think you probably expect the same cost recovery percentage.
No.
I know the city of Edmonton, as an example, in their policy identifies 55% cost recovery, but also notes that about 20% of their expenses are buried in municipal departments not assigned to that facility's operation. So definitely different appetites in different communities. Fees are another example. So here in Fort McMurray, we charge, I think, $100 plus GST for youth ice. In the capital region in Edmonton area, it's $150 an hour. So obviously the cost recovery percentage will be lower because in Fort McMurray, the price is lower to make it more accessible and affordable. So there is a balance between, you know, obviously rates that you're charging and what you expect to gain in cost recovery as well.
So, and it's been my experience, having been on the board at the RRC for 4 years, that you know, cost recovery and the efforts put forth by yourself and your staff have been tremendous. But I am starting to think about, so, you know, I'll go back to Conklin and the ice plant. Like, what's the typical life cycle of an ice plant when it's used regularly versus potentially the life cycle of an ice plant when it's hardly ever used? Like, does that deteriorate an ice plant even further when it's not being used as dramatically as, or will that extend its life?
I wouldn't anticipate it being any shorter. That's for sure. We're still maintaining the facility as we would any other facility that we operate, and it's still operating. Like the ice plant's still running when the ice is in. So I don't think there would be a major difference in the expected life cycle for that. There definitely would be for some of the equipment, and we have started a program where we are rotating some of the equipment out of Conklin and Anzac into McDonald Island Park and back through, just to to make sure we're not replacing pieces of equipment before it needs to be replaced. But yeah, there's definitely areas in those facilities that are used a lot lighter than they would be here at McDonald Island. That's for sure.
So if I'm reading what you're saying, and 1% or 2% cost recovery and usage in the community and the demand, has there been an appetite or any thought consideration to perhaps is there some thought to perhaps repurposing that space and creating a different kind of ice environment that is perhaps more usable to what the community needs are? Has that been considered at this point in time?
Well, I think we've always been committed to operating the facility like we've been tasked to do by the RMWB, and definitely in whatever the best interests of the community is. I will say that the multiplex has been off to a difficult start. Obviously, it opened in October of 2018 and closed March of 2020 for almost two year and a half. So it is sort of a limited time frame to be able to see what the facility is able to accomplish when it's operating. But I think that the community would probably tell you there's a demand for ice. Again, the challenge is the number of people that live in the community. So I think we're open to whatever the community's best interests are. We're proud to operate the facility, and we're happy to engage to make sure that the community gets what they need.
I just think as we move forward as a council, going to a different tax ratio, the revenue streams of the municipality are diminishing, expenses are going up, that we need to start being more creative, more responsive, certainly always more inclusive. And if what we've got is not working, then I think it's time we started as an organization, yourself included, at starting to look at doing things differently. So I'm just basically suggesting that may become part of the conversation as we move forward. But thank you very much for your presentation. Please compliment your staff. I've been witness to their expertise, their commitment, and their work, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Cardinal.
Well, I just had one more question about training. Is the training also in that, Greg, with that $334,000 for Fort Chipewyan? Because I was just wondering maybe where we're at with training our locals to be lifeguards here in Fort Chipewyan. How far has that come?
We haven't had any residents of Fort Chipewyan express interest. We have in the past had 2 staff members who are from Fort Chipewyan working for us. The staff members have since moved on and into other careers. But we would definitely, if there are residents of Fort Chipewyan that are interested in becoming lifeguards or working at the aquatic center with us, we'd love to be able to facilitate that. So we do most of our training in-house. What we would do is bring them here to McDonald Island, do it through our aquatics team here, and get them going that way. So I'd encourage you, if you hear of any residents of Fort Chipewyan that are interested, feel free to put them in touch with us.
Just that when you're saying that, just because I haven't seen anything posted or here in Fort Chipewyan about looking for lifeguards, I haven't seen that at all. So just wondering where do I find this reaching out that you were saying that was going on?
Sure, I can do that. We can touch base offline, and I'll provide some information. We'll get some information up to the folks in Fort Chipewyan through the RMWB.
Cool, man. Thanks.
And Councillor McGrath.
Yeah, thank you. I just had to turn off my camera for a second. Sorry, Mayor, but I just want to, I guess, the board at the time did a training fund ahead of the Sunday Flat Aquatic Center, and took some local people And I think that program was, was certainly administered, and it was some success. But like a lot of things in life, people move on. I believe that there was all efforts made, and I appreciate the efforts, but also want to, not leave people thinking that the board at the time or the council at the time, they had the vision, along with the RRC, to go local first and take some people in Fort Chip. And I think that still exists today, that the opportunity is there to train people. So because we don't need to be fooling ourselves thinking that, people are going to go and work for a few days and come home, but we need to train the local people. And I think that you're at it. So I didn't want to slip by the wayside. And I think that sometime in life, we need to accept the fact all these facilities are stood up, they're built. Now we got to look forward and say, you know what, a building that gets 2% utilization, how can we work with industry partners down 881 to fill that building and capture some costs? And that's for us to do as elected officials. Because when that building was built, as Lady J will tell you, we were guaranteed 2 tenants, okay, right off the bat. So I guess being around a while, it makes you a little bit jaded, because you're given information to make these decisions that my colleagues or crew are going to make today. And we can only make the decisions with good information that you provided since you've been here. And we'll take that away. And as far as training employees, I think that if there's anybody that knows how to retain employees, and is long before yourself, I mean, I got a lady that still serves me at MacAllen. She's been there for 32 years. And her daughter's there, and now their kids are there. So it's a great legacy all the way around. And then we got to accept the fact that maybe the football field's a hotel. I don't know, but I know that you're putting more people from Father Murph and Holy Trinity and McTavish on the fields nowadays. We're working together, and there could be an academy right on the island. So we got to start thinking outside the box, and we got a great board that accepts the fact that we need to retweak things to make these facilities work, and I think you're at it. So I didn't want you to go away thinking that you weren't trained the people as you've seen. So appreciate it again.
Thank you. And Councillor Bussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Through the chair, back to Craig. In this lifeguard, you speak about, I think it's important, and maybe you can expand on it, that the lifeguards required both at Mac Island and Fort Chipewyan, because of sight lines and all the different water slides and lazy rivers and all that. Like, before you're open, you're required to have a certain number of lifeguards on deck, or you can't open, correct?
Yeah, and to your point, it all depends on the layout of the pool. So I'll use the aquatic center, the St. Croix Aquatic Center here at McDonald Island Park. The biggest challenge for us is the leisure side of the pool, because there's so many blind spots. So the moment we open the leisure side of the pool, I think the minimum we have is 5 lifeguard positions. Whereas on the other side of the pool, it's much simpler, right? You're talking about square swim tanks that are easier to guard. The Fort Chipewyan pool is fairly straightforward. It's got the leisure pool, 1 water slide, hot tub, steam rooms. So it's easier as far as the actual footprint, but we do require to have a guard on deck. We also have a guard off deck that rotates on deck at the intervals required. And then also they're both there in case there's emergency situations that they need to respond to. So yeah, to your point, there are minimums that we have, and they are in certain positions on the deck.
Okay, so if you don't have a lifeguard,
Life Saving Society isn't like OH&S. They're not a regulatory body per se that could close you down or that sort of thing. But if you're not following their guidelines or if you're not following the Alberta pool standards, obviously there's much more risk for the organization if there were an incident to happen. So we definitely respect what they advise, and that's how we operate.
okay, so me throwing on a set of Speedos ain't going to help your situation.
It depends on how good a swimmer you are. And that's one of the challenges is, training lifeguards. It's more than just wanting to be a lifeguard. You need to have the swimming techniques and be able to be able to certify as a lifeguard with Bronze Cross, Bronze Medallion, and the Life Saving Society courses. So that's one of the challenges is you need to have the skills to be able to certify as a lifeguard, and that's why we we value very much our team in the Aquatic Center and are thankful for the staff that we have. But it has been a challenge recruiting for sure.
Thank you, Craig.
Hey Lance, thanks for reaching out, man. There's an opening in Fort Chip.
Councillor Dogar.
Through the chair, sir. Thank you. Mr. Wash, it was a nice and great pleasure to hear your presentation. It seems that everything is either you're doing it with your own hands, that you are so fluent, or you had some deal with all those who asked you the questions that you had already prepared it. Anyhow, this was just a light part of it. Excellent, excellent. I'll love to hear such like presentation again. Hopefully, I'll see you in your office soon. And I would, where I appreciate you, I also appreciate your staff for go so good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other council have any questions? I don't see anything. Greg, again, thank Greg for everything you do, keeping your staff happy, keeping your programs running, and navigating through through COVID, as I can attest to keeping your programs going as any recreation center. Now, we'll now move on to the recommendation. Can someone make that motion? Councillor Gradison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that $19,527,108 be allocated to the Regional Recreational Corporation of Wood Buffalo under the 2022 Municipal Facility Operating Program.
Thank you. Can I have someone second the motion? Councillor Manjoko.
I second the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any questions by council? Not seeing any. Can I call for a vote? All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, that's carried unanimously. Thanks, Greg.
Thank you.
We'll now move on to the Vista Ridge Recreational Association, and I'd like to invite Dan Wilson, General Manager, to come forward and present, please. And reminding again, you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
You're on mute.
I think you're on mute there, Dan.
Just look around for a little microphone, Dan, and press on it.
It should be on the top. Should be on the top, maybe on the top of your screen. You'd use your cursor and then see if you could touch each icon, and then maybe your little microphone will come up there then. No rush, man. Mr. Mayor, maybe we could come back to Dan. Is that possible?
I think Councillor Cardinal, there's his staff's on the phone with him.
I don't think Jade can turn them on, can she?
Council members, this is Jade inside the chambers. We're just sending Dan the dial-in number so that he can call into the meeting and use that audio to make his presentation.
That's thanks.
Hello.
There you go, Dan. You're good. So just a reminder,
Right,
it's 5 minutes to present. Thanks.
All right. You got me on screen here?
You're good. Go ahead.
All right. Sorry about that. Thanks for your patience here. So I'm Dan Wilson, General Manager of Vista Ridge. Vista Ridge is here to provide a safe, quality, affordable recreation to the residents of the RMWB. We like to be fiscally responsible without compromising the guest experience, continuous improvement through innovation, and offer excellence in our programming. Next slide, please. Our goals for 2022 are to continue to provide a quality outdoor recreation experience to the residents of the RMWB in both the winter and the summer months. The grant funding will help us to continue to provide this top quality outdoor recreation experience at an affordable price. The community we serve is the RMWB, mostly from the urban service area, but we have had residents from Anzac, Conklin, Janvier, Fort McKay, and even groups visiting from La Loche. Next slide. The community impact for our winter operation, we'll have close to 50,000 visits between skiers, snowboarders, and also about 5,500 snow tubers. And in the last couple of years, we've been experimenting with some cross-country ski and snowshoe trails on the new golf course terrain. Also, a big part of our visitation over the years during the week has been school groups. It's been lacking a little bit the last couple of years with the pandemic, but we have started to see some school groups visit once again this year, which is nice to see. And our summer operation has been continuing to evolve over the last few years, especially with the recent addition of our 12-hole golf course, which we saw a little over 8,000 rounds this past summer, and additional 4,000 visits between the aerial park and our mini putt in the ice rink area. Next slide. All right, so our projected revenue is a little under 2 million, with expenses a little bit above. So the grant we're requesting this year is 205,000, which represents just a little less than 10% of our total operating budget. That's all I have, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Dan. Do you have any questions from council? Councillor Boussier.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and through the chair to Dan. On the on our expense summary, Dan, it has a salary and wages down at $1,027,000, but it doesn't let us know how many full-time and how many part-time staff. Would you happen to know that?
Yeah, we have 30 full-time staff, which is a little less now, 26 at the moment, and about 25 part-time staff.
So 26 full and 25 part?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Is there any other questions from council? No, we will move on to the recommendation. Can I have someone make the motion? Oh, sorry, Councillor Banjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. My question is around why the two items that you listed for the grants is the payroll boarding and building equipment maintenance. So I just wanted to know why those two. So for your grants, you're asking for support for the payroll board.
We just have, I guess we do have high overhead costs with utilities and maintenance of our facility. We make 100% of the snow we require on the hill. So we have, high utility costs, and it helps offset that.
Thank you, and thank you for the good work you're doing.
Thank you. Is there any more questions from council? We'll now move on to the recommendation. Can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Banjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you for the presentation again. I move that 205,000 be allocated to the Vista Ridge Recreational Association under the 2022 Municipal Facility Operating Grant Program.
Thank you. Can I have someone second it? Councillor Weigel.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you. Is there any other questions from council? Thank you. We'll call for a vote. Sorry. Call for a vote. All in favor? Anyone opposed? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Next, we have the YMCA of Northern Alberta. I'd like to invite Jody Kyle, Chief Operating Officer, and Joanne Angel, Obtrusive, General Manager, Eagle Ridge Community Center, to come forward to present, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Jody Kyle, and I'm the Chief Operating Officer of the YMCA of Northern Alberta. And as already mentioned, I'm joined by Joanne, who is our General Manager at the Eagle Ridge Community Center. I want to acknowledge our long-standing partnership and relationship with the city. We have partnered and collaborated on numerous initiatives over the years, and we value the relationship. I'll turn it over to Joanne now to talk about our organization's mandate.
Thanks, Jody. Our first slide outlines a mission and vision that we have worked towards during our 44-year history with servicing the Wood Buffalo region. We're extremely proud to continue to serve the community through our 9 YMCA childcare programs, 11 community and housing programs, and through the Eagle Ridge Community Center. We remain deeply committed to the community, to finding new and innovative ways to partner with the municipality and others to serve the community. Next slide, please. The grant request for council is to support the program and service delivery at the Eagle Ridge Community Center, and it is important to note that it does not include the childcare operation. We entered into an operating agreement with the municipality in 2014 to provide programs and services to the community. This slide outlines the organization's 4 key goals for 2022: promoting health and well-being, helping children, youth, and family thrive, fostering belonging and social connections, and providing opportunities for all. For all 4 of these have more importance and relevance than ever before in light of the impact of COVID-19 on health and well-being of individuals and families. Next slide, please. The Eagle Ridge Community Center, due to provincial orders, was restricted from providing programming from January 2021 until July 2021. And in July of 2021, once those restrictions were lifted, we provided summer day camp services to 120 children in the community. The Eagle Ridge Community Center currently provides a variety of group fitness classes, children's programming, community programs, personal training, small group training. We also host birthday parties, wellness workshops, community events, and room rentals. The center employs 2 full-time staff, including myself, and 10 part-time staff. I'll now pass the presentation on to Jody, who will provide more details in regards to the financials.
Thanks, Joanne. Here you'll see our grant request. You can see revenue of $138,000, which comes from our program revenue and the rent that we charge for facility rentals and our childcare operations. Our expenses are of almost $683,000. 60% of those would be due to the occupancy costs of the building. And so we are asking for a subsidy request of $544,538. Next slide, please. This slide very quickly just breaks down how we would use the ask of the 544, looking at our total expenses versus what the RMWB would be funding. And the last slide just takes a look at what we were approved for in 2020, moving forward to 2022. You can see that the number is up from 2021 by about $85,000. As many others have mentioned, this is due to us coming back into operations and offering more programming. So we're seeing our compensation costs increase, but also as many are experiencing an increase in occupancy costs like heat, repairs, and maintenance on the building. Happy to take any questions from council now. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from council? Councilor Gradison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. A couple of questions. One, are you attempting to access other sources of funding, provincial grants, federal grants, community initiative grants from organizations, etc., that support your programming?
Yes, we are. We have accessed provincial grants mostly due to COVID response to help us with things like PPE. We took advantage of the federal emergency wage fund when it was available. We continue to do our fundraising. One of the things we have found, though, during COVID for our organization as a not-for-profit, that there are fewer funds or grants available for not-for-profits as there are for other agencies or organizations. So we continue to seek those out.
Okay. Question number 2 is the programs that you deliver, when you offer them, are they compared with other organizations that may or may not be delivering programs to the same demographics? And has there been efforts to collaborating and attempts for synergies in that regard?
Joanne?
Yeah, so I can speak to that. So some of the new programming that we're coming up with, before we open up any new program, we are meeting with people in the community to ensure that it's not a duplicate service or that we're collaborating whenever possible. Our community programs meet all the time and are on various different networks and committees throughout the community. So we definitely always collaborate with those in the community prior to starting any new programming. And as we mentioned, we were closed a majority of part of last year. And so a lot of our programs are coming up and opening. And so as we start any new programs, we always make sure that we've collaborated with the community first.
All right, thank you.
Councillor Banjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thanks for the presentation. So my question is also regarding programs and services, or services. Is there any way that you are looking at gym, Zumba classes and things? Is it a possibility, or is it something you are already looking into?
We do currently provide group fitness programming similar to what we would have provided at the YMCA in Westwood. It's not based under a membership. It's more of a drop-in type fee, so it's slightly different, but we do provide those fitness programs here in our facility. The only gap that we can't close is the fact that there's no pool at the Eagle Ridge Community Center, but otherwise we have provided the exact same programs that we used to provide at Westwood. Okay,
thank you. And then I was looking at your maintenance budget for about 100,000, and I thought that's a fairly new facilities, new building. So I was wondering if that's not high, or if there's anything that caused it to be that high. Thank you.
The facility opened in 2014. A lot of that is due to increased cost. Like other providers have mentioned, it goes to snow removal, it goes to HVAC, goes to painting the building and keeping it in an as-new condition. So I'd encourage anybody who hasn't been to drop by and see Eagle Ridge. It still looks brand new, okay. But one of the reasons why it looks that way is because we are investing back into the facility.
Thank you. And just to confirm, so you have something similar to the normal gym that we had at Thickwood for like women's groups, Zumba and things like that? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so there is a group fitness studio, as well as there's a very large multi-purpose room that we can do a lot of gym type activities. We can't do basketball, but we can do a lot of physical activities. And recently, just this last year, we converted, we had a bunch of administration space, and we actually converted that into a micro studio. So it's a small sort of fitness center setup, which is primarily being used by personal trainers, individuals, and small groups, which I think will fit very much, which has helped us actually when you think about COVID and the restrictions to larger group activities. So it's something that we can use with schools, hospitals, women's groups, newcomers.
Thank you. Thanks, because I think that's important for the Uptown to have something similar to the gym, and knock down the excuses for people like me that there's a gym 5-6 minutes away from home. So thanks for knocking that excuse off my list. Thank you, and thanks for the good job.
You're welcome.
Councillor McGrath.
Thank you, through the chair, and thank you, Jody, and Joanne, nice to see you. Say hello to your sister for me. My question, I guess, surrounds having a bit of education on the community facility with the public school board, the Catholic school board, and of course, the centerpiece being the community piece being the YMCA, and having some exposure to Western Canada and Indigenous grants that are available. Are there any grants that we haven't tapped into to support our 5 nations and 7 Métis nations, and you know, making sure these facilities are accessed to our Indigenous population? And also, I hear, you know, COVID, there's an awful lot of grants that small business were entitled to, and nonprofits. And I'm just wondering, compared to your request today, what percentage would be covered off in your previous budget by COVID installments or grants that you could probably, if you could use our help as a council to champion on your behalf, because there's federal dollars in the Indigenous Fall for health and wealth, and that's what you offer. And also on the other piece, the province has I guess, a duty for mental health, and some of those services that you offer in the facilities. I think a wraparound service, I'm not sure where we're at per capita, but I'm sure that our grant is gracious. I'm just wondering if we're extracting every dollar we can from the other 2 levels of government that we get some seed money from. I know we have some great industry partners. but we're all on, on tap. And we lived in a community that had a big purse for a long time, but now we have two headwinds, one being the 5-to-1 tax ratio, the other with the crisis of COVID and add on the price of oil, and we got a perfect storm. And each organization has a growing request. And I think what we need to do is put some more onus on ourselves as elected officials to make sure that you're getting grant money that's available. And we need to be your conduit to make sure. I don't know your total aggregate number, what you got off the feds or the province. That's not my business. But what you have to me to do is to make sure that we put some pressure on the one MLA we have now and work with them and our MP that I know supports the region to make sure that we do get the dollars on every file. So.
Thanks for the offer, Councillor McGrath. I think we'll definitely take you up on that. I think that one of the things that we did last year is we actually did some research on the Eagle Ridge Community Center to understand better what the community needed, what the YMCA could provide, and what Eagle Ridge would be best suited for. And we did get some of that feedback that we should be looking at more Indigenous work, more newcomer work, and also serving the young families that live around Eagle Ridge. So in Joanne's role as general manager, she really is now spending the time engaging with the community, as she mentioned, and we're also looking into other funding opportunities. What you mentioned is sort of program funding, programs for mental health, programs for Indigenous. We haven't done that yet. We're in the process of doing that. But I can reassure you that any federal money that would have supported our organization as the YMCA of Northern Alberta, we have sought and have received, although there still is a lack of funding being available for larger not-for-profits. And as a regional YMCA serving all of Northern Alberta, we don't always qualify for that funding.
Right. And I know that I guess with Joanne, a familiar face with the community and other volunteer boards and stuff, well respected. I understand that. It's just that some of us become complacent when we could, we had a big bag of money, I guess, Jody, is what I'm getting at. And it used to be easy to access. But as the years roll on and we get older, the grants get less and we kind of get forgotten about it. In our role, we're supposed to keep that up on the forefront. And we won't always have a big bag of money that everybody's accustomed to have unless we want to go back and match our mortgage with tax payments that we did back in the early 90s. So I guess, as a presenter, the question is fair, and we offer services to make sure that we do get provincial grant monies to support not only your programs, but the facilities that we built and the commitments that were made as we built those facilities. Because you hear, I believe that one thing that this has drawn me out today to take away, we have, I don't know how many million of square feet we have with Power 9 corporations, but we could probably do more with less. And we've become a funding vehicle for many, but we want to make sure we hold the feds in the province, to account. Make sure we have daycare facilities and afternoon facilities, because this is a region that we need the supports before school, after school, and during school. And even some of us old people need supports that the Y offers. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McGrath. Councillor Boussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman. Through the chair. Last year, was there any money that was carried forward then? I'm assuming there was some cost savings if the operations were closed for 6 months.
Yeah, we did have our year end is December, and so we're just in the process right now of doing our year end audit. There was slippage in 2020, and we returned that to the municipality. We didn't carry it forward, we returned it, and we will do the same if 2021 turns out that same way. At least we'll give them, the municipality can direct us whether we carry it forward or we return it.
Okay, so you returned money in 2020?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Second question, the branch allocations of 81,957. So if you mentioned it in your presentation, I apologize, but what is that expense?
That expense is, again, as others have mentioned, is sort of, we call it overhead. It's our, the finance, HR, payroll, marketing and communications. It's those centralized costs that are applied back to that operation.
So it remains local in town, the 81, or does some of the funding go to Edmonton?
No, the 81 is all our centralized services for all our regions are mostly out of Edmonton.
Okay. When you say mostly?
Well, all our association services, so our HR department, our IT, all those services that provide support to operations are housed out of Edmonton. They deliver service to Grand Prairie, Red Deer, and Wood Buffalo, and we often travel up to the region to provide support, as well as doing it virtually.
Okay, thank you. Just a last question. Your board members, it says 16, fairly large board. Are they all local to Fort McMurray?
No, they're not. They're from all the different regions. Currently, right now, Dale Benfield sits on our board for the YMCA of Northern Alberta. We select our board members not based on the region representation, it's based on competency. We actually just went through a process to recruit new board members. And I've heard this even in Fort Mac, that it's very challenging right now to get people to volunteer on boards. But we certainly are open to having people with the right competencies from Fort McMurray and Wood Buffalo. We currently do have 3 board members who don't live in Wood Buffalo, but worked in Wood Buffalo for many years, but now have retired in Edmonton.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other questions from council? We'll now move forward to the recommendation. Can I have someone make the motion? Councilor Njoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I move that $54,538 be allocated to the YMCA of Northern Alberta under the 2022 Municipal Facility Operating Grant Program. Thank you.
Thank you. Can someone second the motion? Councilor Dogar?
I second the motion.
Thank you. And do we have any other questions from council? No. Thank you, everyone. We'll call for a vote. All in favor? Anyone opposed? That's carried unanimously. Thank you, Jody and Joanne.
Thank you very much, Council.
So I think now, everyone, we're going to stop for a lunch break and reconvene at probably about 10 after 1.
Hello.
Okay, we're going to get back to the meeting. Councillor Gradison, take your seat. No. We'll now proceed with the 2022 proposed municipal facility capital grant allocation. As noted on the agenda, members of the public will have the opportunity to speak to the specific grant investment program grant allocations after administration has presented the recommended grant allocation. Following delegations, we will have the individual presentations by each organization. Then council will have the opportunity to ask questions of each organization, followed by debate and voting on the motion for each given individual grant application. I'll now invite Deanne Berge, Director, Community and Protective Services, Greg Walsh, Chief Executive Officer, Regional Recreation Corp, and Dan Wilson, General Manager, Vista Ridge Recreation Association, to come forward to present.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Deanne Berge. I'm the Director of Community and Protective Services. With me on the line is Greg Walsh, Chief Executive Officer with the Regional Recreation Corporation, and Dan Wilson, General Manager, Vista Ridge. We will be presenting the 2022 proposed municipal facility grant allocation. The municipal facility grant provides financial support for the capital upgrades and replacements for the municipal-owned assets operated by the RRC and Vista Ridge Recreational Association. These grants are funded through the Capital Infrastructure Reserve. 2 municipal facility capital grant applications were received with requests totaling $2.5 million. The Regional Rec Corporation and Vista Ridge Recreational Association hold operating agreements for the operations of municipal-owned recreation facilities throughout the region. These agreements include provisions for capital improvements and require the organizations to submit capital budgets annually to be presented for Council's consideration. The recommendations are based on capital needs identified by the RRC and Vista Ridge. These capital improvements will extend the life of municipal assets, improve safety, and enhance user experience. Greg Walsh will present the RRC request, and Dan Wilson will present the Vista Ridge request. Over to Greg.
Good afternoon again, and thank you, Deanne. We'll go to the next slide, please. Next slide as well. So our 2022 capital budget consists of a number of projects throughout the facilities aimed, I think it'll tie in nicely to some of the questions that the councillors asked earlier today about sustainability of our programs and services, specifically as it relates to the golf course and, you know, the potential risk of losing business to other facilities in town, and also to our ongoing efforts to improve our client experience at the recreation facilities as well. So the description of the projects included are on the slide here, and I'll just briefly explain each one. So one is the enhancement or expansion of our electronic turnstile access program, which, if you're familiar with our facility, we launched an RFID silicone wristband program for our members in 2019. And this has made the experience much more user-friendly for our clients, in that they don't have to come to guest services to get a wristband. They can access facilities with the tap of their wristband. And this expands that project through to the running track, the turf field house, and our squash court climbing wall area, which will add to the badminton center that we have now, the fitness center, and the locker rooms, both in the aquatics and the fitness area. So this will be a further enhancement to those facilities. It also helps us to control access to those areas. So it'll reduce in the amount of potential unpaid access, which in a large facility that's largely unsupervised is an issue. We're also expanding and completing our CCTV enhancement project, which has been ongoing for a number of years. This is the third phase, upgrading our cameras. We're migrating to Office 365, or looking to do so. We're looking to refresh the technology at the Sunny Flood Aquatic Center, mainly computers, and so that's a fairly small project, but it's one that some of that technology is at end of life. We're looking to rebuild the adult whirlpool at McDonald Island Park, and this has been an ongoing operational issue for years. Actually, since the pool opened, the adult whirlpool has leaked. And so this is a fairly major project, but it is one that will address the leaking that obviously isn't great for that area. It's the replacement of one Zamboni. It's the addition of media booths to both the SMS equipment field and Legacy Dodge Stadium. And I know there was a lot of conversation earlier about the usage of those facilities, so I can just quickly touch on those. They're relatively small capital projects in the grand scheme of things, but what they will do is reduce operational costs for us because we temporarily set up and tear down media booth for all of the Giants games, for any stadium event. A lot of the events that we bid on have a requirement for an enclosed media booth, which right now we can't, or we have to temporarily build. So they're relatively small capital projects that reduces some operational expense. We're looking sustainability. We've grown from 319 members to 540, and we're really looking for ways to enhance our member experience, increase accessibility to the public, kids programs, folks that aren't avid golfers, and this is a way we can get people on a course, on a short game practice facility to learn the game and practice without being on the main course, which at 35,000 rounds or 32,500 rounds is close to being full. And some recreation amenity enhancements, more specifically replacing the safety flooring in our climbing wall area. So the total cost on the requested capital budget is $1.97 million. Next slide, please. And here's a few images of the proposed projects. On the left, you'll see the proposed media booths. Again, it's just a basic glazed enclosure on the existing patio areas. They're being used already for media booths, but it's on a temporary setup that has to happen, set up and tear down following and before every event. So there is operational cost, and it definitely looks makeshift at the best of times. The right-hand side is the proposed turnstile access expansion project at both the turf field house and the running track. You'll notice the same gates at the fitness center at SCLC. And this is a concept we're looking at for the rural facilities as well, to potentially look at unstaffed operations for non-prime time portions of the day. The middle is a concept for the short game practice facility. Again, that's on a piece of land just left of the driving range that's unused right now. It's just sort of a fescue area by the 14th tee. And the concept allows us to develop a short game practice facility, which would enhance our, really strong junior program. We've got a really great program in partnership with Nordic Toyota and our team. This would be able to allow us to expand that, get the kids on, a golf course-like setting, as well as for the members to be able to work on short game, which we don't have at this point in time. And that concludes our 2022 capital project request. I'll pass it along back to Deanne.
Sorry. I'm sorry, Greg. Technical difficulties. Thank you, Greg. I'll turn it over to Dan to present the Vista Ridge request. For those listening live online and through Microsoft Teams, we're just connecting Dan back to the meeting, and we'll turn the floor to him when he reconnects.
Hi there, am I coming through now?
Yeah, we can hear you, Dan. Thanks.
All right, apologies. I don't know. I'm not winning today with technology. I can't see the screen at the moment, so I'll go through some of the notes I have here. But our capital request is for $594,700, and broken down is $105,000 for golf course projects arising, and these include the addition of more four-seater golf carts, which we've seen some great success in since we introduced those to our facility. Basically allows, families, parents, and young children to golf together with club storage on the back. And many days we've been, selling out of having that offering available. And it's almost just come to be expected when visiting our golf facility now. A chemical storage shed, some additional trees, some we lost after the initial construction, some additional land. And sodding and landscaping. Also some additional snowmaking system upgrades for $80,000, and that is for installation of cathodic protection inverter and installation, additional compressor for a snow gun, as well as some more life cycle parts for maintenance, and the beginning stages of a process for a new river inlet. And then some life cycle projects totaling $109,700, and this includes the enhancement of our ski rental fleet, as well as the addition of some golf course rental clubs, the upgrading or kind of refurbishing of some of the treated wood areas on our main day lodge, as well as the replacement of some eave troughs, some upgrades to some of the cabins in the way of hot water tanks and electrical systems, new snowmobile, some terrain park features, and the replacement of some snow tubing tubes. We have an event building proposed, and that really is, we're finding it hard with administrative space inside our day lodge now that we've entered a kind of year-round operation. So we're proposing to relocate our staff room from inside the day lodge to an outside structure, and the staff space now inside the day lodge can be converted to some much-needed administrative space. That staff building, once erect, would act as a timekeeping and scoring building for the Arctic Winter Games in 2023 initially, and then be transitioned into the staff space afterwards. That's $135,000. We have $50,000 for the communication system line replacement of our Wilson chairlift, which we've seen some slope stability issues or some slope movement on our hill with the moving of lift towers, where we've kind of reached the end of the life on the communication line, just running out of room to do any sort of adjustment. Also, some additional signage that we've seen the need for now that we have more summer offerings, and also some upgrading of air conditioning in the main lodge now that it's seen some more full-time summer use. That concludes our capital request. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you, Dan. The administrative recommendation is that the municipal facility capital grants for 2022 be approved as follows. Regional Recreation Corporation for $1,970,100, and the Vista Ridge Recreational Association for $594,700. That concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Deanne, Greg, and Dan. Do we have any questions from council? I see Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. And the question is to Greg. Pleased to see that five-hole going forward. Can you give us the potential time frame for the addition of the practice range for youth and for the short game?
Yeah, so if that's project is supported by council, it's something that we could move to RFP right away, and just pending availability of the contractors, there's a potential that construction could start in the spring. We would look to sod, hopefully, so hopefully that facility would, potentially be available late in the year, for sure next spring.
Okay, and hopefully we can hire locally, Greg, for the project. Thank you.
Councillor McGrath.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Through the chair, a question. First of all, you've done an excellent job from Kevin leaving the hill to open up a new course this summer. Great course. I wish all the golf holes were that big. I played with Dan Sorensen, and he's a good golfer, and I happen to be very good because you can't miss the hole, and I think it's a real family thing out there. I'm just wondering, there's going to come a time, I know we asked about it, I know it's a monetary thing, but is there enough of that provincial grant through tourism and stuff that we could look at just down below, having the campsite, you know, where the locals can go, that like people like myself, we can't afford cabins and stuff away, but like a future campsite, you know, and then also maybe even you get a bit of a beachfront at the bottom of the hill. And I can sure appreciate what it does for the community out there. Just hopefully, you know, keep up the good work, and hopefully someday, I don't know if there's plans, especially, you know, you get these games come to town, and it'd be nice to, even for ourselves locals, to, you know, haul a fifth wheel out or a camper and go to a campsite, and you can golf or use your hill, and if you've got strength enough to use the obstacle course up top, hanging off the ropes. So if there's a plan for that, you know, or something. And again, I guess public thanks to your board, because it became a beautiful facility, and I think it was Norman Wendell that maybe Spruce Valley Ski Hill at the time. It didn't look that hopeful, but you know, the local residents in Saffrey Creek, of course, I think at some point you know, you have to take a look at the road going into Saffrey Creek, because the more traffic you bring out there, of course, safety becomes an issue. And working with all our stakeholders to grow your business, I don't think that's lost upon council. So appreciate your efforts.
Thanks. Yeah, there's certainly been some discussions about some like day use or weekend camping. We haven't really talked about the idea of going down the slope, just because kind of our slope's very unstable being on a river valley. But we have been kind of developing our overflow parking area, regrading it so it drains properly, with the idea that down the road we could have some, you know, electric powered stalls, maybe with a central water location for kind of day use or weekend camping, where people can bring out their campers and kind of stay for the weekend, go to the aerial park one day, the 12-hole golf course the next day, and help utilize more of our food and beverage in the summer. Certainly I need to have more discussions with Saffrey Creek and the community, because, you know, there's some people that would love it and other people not so much, but it is definitely in discussions for future development.
Well, I certainly appreciate that, and I've learned from my own misgivings. I didn't want to spark an alarm off to the community now. I wanted you to build a road down the middle of your ski hill. When we were at Keano College, we actually built that road down the Christina River to bring the houses down from Rain City. And if you go down the river a little bit, you'll see there's a nice plateau there that's owned by the province and the feds. And I think it's just a natural habitat for, as I described. So it wouldn't be, you know, going through your community, just actually using some of the infrastructure with some upgrades from the province and Tourism Alberta to make it happen. And I think that's our job to champion on your behalf, to support what you're trying to do.
Thank you, Councillor Grath. Councillor Benjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. My question is, do you have increased demand in significant the cost is, but I'm just wondering if there's any increase given the current situation worldwide, how you would need some additional golf carts. That would be nice, but I'm just wondering.
Yeah, so we, like, fortunately for us, with the pandemic, pretty much all our activities are outside. So the last couple of years, in some, you know, aspects, we've been busier than ever before with the demand for outdoor recreation. And the demand for the four-seater golf carts was a big one. So many of our operating days on weekends, we were selling out of the four-seater carts we did have available.
and we've been seeing a lot of young families come out using them, and they may not have gone golfing otherwise if they couldn't come to our facility. So there certainly is a demand there that we'd like to fill. And to speak to that a little bit, with our golf course, we don't see ourselves in any way as a competitor to the other golf courses, but more of a breeding ground for the sport. And I think the other golf courses would agree, you know, for younger kids getting into the game, or maybe husbands that want to bring out their spouses who don't want to, you know, pay the money or go to a full-size course. They've found they've been able to have a good, fun, you know, more laid-back experience coming to our course, and hopefully they'll develop their skills and then go, you know, visit the other courses in town and just grow the sport from there.
Thank you. It's good to know that there's an increase in demand. Thanks for the good job.
Councillor Gradison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. I compliment you both, and certainly I was at a meeting at the RRC last night and said this to Greg, that one of the things moving forward, I think we always have to be more creative in our thinking, think outside of the box. One of the things that Vista Ridge has done well, creating a summer program to go complement the winter program, is the retention of staff and the ability to ensure that they have a staffing component. Rather than having to recruit every winter, they can maintain some of their staff. And one of the things that I said to Greg last night is, you know, with the aquatic personnel, one of the challenges is having adult lifeguards that are available to work through the daytime hours through the week versus students and college students who work evening and weekends, that perhaps, you know, we can look at doing some, you know, take the golf course attendants that work in the summer and get laid off in the fall and cross-train them so that they're available to be aquatics personnel in the wintertime, and perhaps with other personnel within the municipality, we could also start thinking collectively in and along those lines to address those areas of concern in the future. And I just think that Vista Ridge is a really good example of how that can work. So again, compliments to you both, and thank you.
Councillor Boussier.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman. Through the chair to Greg. I think Councillor Grandison had mentioned something earlier this morning regarding utilizing other equipment at other facilities. And you mentioned in here you need a Zamboni. Now, is there any advantage to, like, I don't know the Zamboni that you're replacing, if it's still functional, but given that maybe the ice usage at Conklin isn't where it, you know, where it should be or could be or needs to be, is there any chance that you could swap out one of the Zambonis here that maybe has a life expectancy of a few more years instead of buying a new one and utilize that one? And the second question is, when we do go out and purchase new equipment like a Zamboni, I know when you go to other arenas across the province, sometimes they sell advertising on the Zamboni. I don't know if there's an opportunity to pick up a little cash, or if Mac Island looks at that. So just two questions, I guess.
Yeah, so no, good points for sure. We have swapped out the Conklin Zamboni that isn't used as frequently, has actually made its way up 881 and has been revolving through our fleet here at McDonald Island Park. So we have been sort of monitoring the hours on those units and moving them back and forth through the three facilities. So we definitely do that already. The unit that's due to be replaced is one that we've incurred significant expenses on here, keeping it operational. So we've actually incurred some additional expenses to rent units in the rent temporary Zambonis in the past from the company we deal with in Atchison. And then we've also been able to use on a loan from, I believe, from Center Fire Place or from Frank Lacroix in the past as well. So this is definitely one that's due for replacement. But yeah, it's a good point. And that's what we are trying to do is work them through the three facilities to make sure that we can extend the life. And then as far as the Zamboni sponsorships, we do actually have sponsorships on the Zambonis. I'm not sure if they're sponsored at all three facilities. I'm pretty sure they are in and in Anzac, but I can double check on that. But that's certainly something that we do offer now, and we have partners that are involved in that program.
Okay, so if someone was looking to advertise on a brand new Zamboni or a piece of equipment Mac Island, just go directly through RRC?
Yeah, so we do have on the RRC's website, we've got a section where potential sponsors can reach out if they're interested in sponsoring. And I know we're working on an updated sponsorship program that will be ready to launch here shortly. So yeah, if somebody's interested, definitely reach out even directly to myself and we can.
I don't see any. Do we have any delegates for this item?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. We have no delegates for this item.
Councillor Gradison.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. I thought you were getting to the motion.
Okay. We can. Okay, we'll move on. We'll now move on to the motion. Can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Gradison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that the municipal facilities capital grants for 2022 be approved as follows. Regional Recreational Corporation, $1,970,100. Vista Ridge Recreational Association, $594,700.
Can I have someone second the motion? Councillor Weigel.
I second the motion.
Thank you. Is there any other questions from council? Thank you, everyone. I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And anyone opposed? None. That's carried unanimously. Thanks, Greg, Dan, Deanna.
Thank you.
Moving on to the 2022 proposed sustaining grant allocation. As noted on the agenda, members of the public will have the opportunity to speak to the specific community investment program grant allocations after administration has presented the recommended grant allocation. Following delegations, we will have the individual presentations by each organization. Then council will have the opportunity to ask questions of each organization, followed by debate and voting on the motion for each individual grant application. And I'll invite Deanne Berge, Community and Protective Services, to go ahead and introduce the proposed grant allocation.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Deanne Berge. I'm the Director of Community and Protective Services. I am presenting the sustaining grant recommendations for 2022. The sustaining grant subsidizes registered nonprofit organizations to support programs and services that align with the goals identified by the municipality through the Regional Municipality of Wood Buffalo Strategic Plan. Eligibility guidelines for the sustaining grants indicate that the applicants must be registered as a nonprofit organization and be classified as one of the following: a strategic partner that delivers programs and services where the purpose and outcome align with the strategic plan and meet one of the following criteria: collection, preservation, and display of regional heritage and culture in a museum setting, act as a collective voice for the development of the arts community, progression of interests of the social profit sector, advancement of the cultural diversity and promotion of the economic diversification of the municipality. Where an organization provides a strategic service that is of benefit to the entire region, as set out in a service delivery agreement. There are 15 strategic partners presenting to you today. The administrative recommendation is that these strategic partners be recommended for funding in 2022, totaling $14.2 million. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. And do we have any delegates to this item?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. We did have one delegate register to speak to this grant stream in general, Hannah Fridhead. If you're with us online, you may unmute yourself and proceed when you're ready. You'll have 5 minutes to make your presentation to council. Mayor Bowman, council members, it looks like the delegate is not connected through the Teams link.
Okay, if no one's connected, their delegates, we'll move on to our first presenter, is the Arts Council of Buffalo. I'd like to invite Dan Boutlier, Board Chair, and Leanna Wielden, Executive Director, to come forward to present.
Are we good to go?
You are good to go,
You
Dave.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of council. My name is Dave Bootler, and I have the privilege of being the board chair for Arts Council Wood Buffalo.
My name is Leanna Whalden, and I'm the executive director for Arts Council Wood Buffalo. Next slide, please. As the overarching body for the arts in our region, Arts Council supports the growth and success of the arts. We support all artistic disciplines. We advocate for our region's arts municipally, provincially, and federally. We set the standard for how the arts are valued in our region, and we empower individuals and organizations to produce art. We connect arts to the community and community to the arts. Next slide, please.
The Sustaining Grant funding enables Arts Council to deliver all of its unique core programs and services as scheduled, despite the pandemic and other disasters. Programs and services include the Buffies, or our Wood Buffalo Excellence in Arts Awards, Creative Connections, encouraging entrepreneurship, membership, consultations, and our Artist Residency program. Arts Council participates in several community collaborations, including stewarding funds from the municipality to support Alberta Culture Days activities, the Art of Conversation, the partnership with St. Aidan Society, which brings together isolated seniors, elders, and artists across the region to create conversation, friendships, and art, Pride YMM, and the Business of the Arts Entrepreneur Series, now being presented in partnership with Community Futures Wood Buffalo and Startup YMM.
The Sustaining Grant funding allows for continued relationship building in the rural communities, co-creating and delivering programming specific and meaningful to rural and Indigenous residents. Arts Council is fortunate to have a staff member in Fort Chipewyan, enabling us to serve that community despite COVID-19 travel restrictions. The funding also supports Arts Council staff participation in 7 unique community and council-appointed committees, and for Arts Council to continue working towards its goal of creating an arts incubator space for artists, community at large, and our organization's future sustainability. The Arts Inc. social enterprise initiative supports several municipal and community goals as outlined in the Social Sustainability Plan, the Municipal Culture Master Plan, and Downtown Revitalization. Next slide, please.
In 2021, Arts Council delivered 50 individual programs across the region and collaborated with 27 different organizations. We work closely with the municipality in a variety of ways, including committee service, consultation, and project partnerships. Many of our programs were delivered through online platforms, resulting in over 20,000 views of ACWB programs generated through video content across Canada.
Actually, one slide back, please. We should be on slide 4. Arts Council launched Marketplace in late 2020, an online e-commerce site for Arts Council members to sell their artwork, supporting a buy local opportunity for residents, non-residents, and artists. Marketplace has generated sales across Canada, in the US, and Europe. Over $105,000 was paid out to local artists through our programming, thanks to sponsors, grants, and donations, and Arts Council employs 8 local full-time staff.
In an effort to diversify our revenues and reduce reliance on municipal funding, Arts Council is launching its capital campaign to support the implementation of the Community engagement was conducted as part of the feasibility study, with respondents made up 43% and change of artists and almost 46% non-artists. 83% of everybody surveyed agreed Arts Inc. would be beneficial to the region. Arts Inc. will provide revenue streams for Arts Council through paid parking, office space rental, event space, facility rental, as well as in-house programming and services. Arts Inc. is a social enterprise and follows the revenue-neutral model of other successful arts-based social enterprises.
Next slide, please. In 2021, Arts Council was able to leverage the Sustaining Grant funding from the municipality to access an additional $250,000 in grants, bringing provincial and federal funds into our region. This year, the requested subsidy represents 61% of our total projected budget. Next slide, please. Arts Council is requesting that the grant funding support our current staff capacity, Alberta Culture Days, the Buffies, and some administrative costs. Next slide, please.
We are so grateful to Mayor and Council for supporting our funding in 2021. It enabled us to impact the community in several positive ways, including bolstering the capacity of the St. Aidan Society during a period when their workload was doubled due to the pandemic, and more so post-flood, to continue serving at-risk seniors and help alleviate feelings of isolation for all involved. Supporting arts programming in Fort Chipewyan and other rural areas, communities that feel disconnected from services generally, and particularly in the time of social distancing. and broadening accessibility to our programs by offering virtual programs and events at no cost to community members.
Sorry, Dave, Leanna, we have to cut you off. That's your 5 minutes, but I'm sure some of the material come through in the council questions.
Thank
you for your presentation.
We're just at the end. Thank you.
Super, thank you. Do we have any questions from council members? Councilor McGrath?
Thank you, through the chair, to you both, Leanna, and of course, Boots, as usual, you were almost like you're on stage there again, and looked like Rod McDonald, our oldest newscaster, he would be very proud of you sitting like that, or even Sheldon with that foolish mic he has at the schools. My question, Dave, to you would be, I guess you've been around here forever, and you know, on stage and doing what you're doing best. Sell the arts. I think that art is a wonderful therapy, and it might take you 50 years to find out, but you know, your kids are into it long before you were into it. But I'm just wondering, the last couple of years, how important art has become. And I don't mean just a picture on the wall.
Through the chair, thank you very much, Councillor McGrath. Art, you can't put a price tag on it. We have gone through many studies and, of course, our feel-good notions of how art heals, especially during time of disaster. In a post-2016 environment here in this municipality, we went through some serious rebuilding, only to get smacked down again when half of our basements flooded for those of us live downtown. Art has been the only thing that's kept some people going. I strive every single one of you in this pandemic type of environment to tell me that you didn't turn to a movie or a book or a record, or that's my age, or any other form of media and said, you know what, tonight I'm just going to chill out and watch this, or listen to this, or read this. Those are art forms that are brought into the community. And we are encouraging those artists who grow up here in McMurray and throughout the entire Wood Buffalo region through our from Fort Chipewyan all the way down to our South Rural Hamlets, where we also have an employee. This is a very important aspect of human connection. So nothing would please me more than to use my announcer voice to announce our sustaining grant, but I'll leave that, folks, up to you.
Yeah, it's just not, for me, this is not about grant money. You know, we now at Mariana Lakes, we can actually look up at a billboard that's went from rags to riches and celebrate our traditional land of, you know, who we are. And I'd like to see more of that art. And I know that for a long time with ACCO, and you can go to different communities, they have actually their history on their different outlet boxes, and I think we're working towards that. I guess we just need to be a catalyst a little bit more to get some more funding from the provinces and the feds, especially at these times, to articulate your way forward. And the ask today is, you know, it seems like a lot of cash, but I guess my fly in the ointment is over, I don't know, 2.5 years ago, I thought when we opened up council chambers, we'd celebrate what we're very talking about today, and that's a piece of art done by a local guy. And it's 3 years later, I'm still waiting. It was properly funded, but then it got articulated in the House such and such a fashion, it turned out to be so big. And we have so much talent here in the community. If we look for somebody else to do an Indigenous piece of art, I might as well give up my chair. But what happens is things become a political football. And still today in the chamber, we're without a reason for being. And hopefully with your help going forward, with your sustainable grant, no matter how much we cut it today, we'll be able to see and celebrate that piece of art that we started 3 years ago in our council chamber to define not just art, but our community. And I think that art brings it all together. As you know, a bit biased, you know, I've seen a lot of good stuff at Holy Trinity, and there was a vision of a board, a superintendent. And I mean, they've bought that school and bought a lot of people. You know, we have our own people, as you know. Look at Jo, she's over there in BC and she's on the movies. That's, you know, and I can go back to the Hendry's days. So art, it might have been a flash bed for the last few years for political reasons, but art is as deep as a foundation as oil here in Fort McMurray. And we got to start leveraging it a little bit quicker than we have. And we'd, hopefully with your help, we'll get that piece of art hung in council chambers. And if I've never done nothing else, we got that, a few signs of Mariana Lakes and a few signs through the community. And right where we make our decisions. And for me, it's a part of reconciling with our Indigenous people.
If I may, through the chair to Councillor McGrath, that piece that you're speaking about is actually the Public Art Committee. It's not an Arts Council initiative, although we are very friendly with the soon, Fred has told me. So thank you for putting that initiative forward and sticking behind it all these years. We're all really excited to see what comes out of that.
Well, it shouldn't cause a guy to get gray hair. And I didn't want to mention Fred's name because Fred does all that on his own. And I mean, he's an example. And you know, the Janvier guy, and there's a guy in Fort McKay. And we have so many, you know, Fort Chip. I mean, I get these beads that I've had for years. The art that's done here locally. Jimmy Cardinal, for example, in his tender years is still making art. Bill Ludick has trays made by the Métis people. I guess a disservice to everybody that we don't celebrate, not just the Indigenous art, but we have art from all over the world. We have 70 different countries at Holy Trinity that make art every day. So keep up the good work. And if we try to trim you a little bit, it's only because we're trying to be better stewards to a shrinking purse. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McGrath. Councillor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Boomer. And thanks for the presentation. That was pleasantly different and refreshing. Thank you. So my question is about the acquisition of the movie theater downtown. I don't see that up here. I don't know if that's a long-term plan or out of the scope.
Through the chair to Councillor Benjoko, we are, tomorrow actually is our 10-year anniversary of incorporating as an agency, and we are in the process of fundraising in order to acquire that building and create a creative center. Okay. It is a long-term plan. We've actually been working on it since 2016, 2017, and we are speaking with federal and provincial funders and private investors and community foundations in order to support that. We were hoping to not bring that to 23-24. Okay. However, we are getting a strong message from the federal and provincial funders that they want to see the municipality at the table before they release their funds. So we have been speaking with administration, just initial stages this year. So,
all right, thank you. Thanks for that.
Thank you, Councillor Grasson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair, Dave and Leanna, nice to see you both as always. Excuse me. I'm reminded back to 20-some years ago when I worked in community services and the perception of arts and its impact in our community and the many, many debates that ensued after that to where we are today. And it's actually delightful to see how far we've come. Pre, you know, your organization starting, and I myself, with much ignorance at hand, have evolved, certainly even in conversations with Leanna over the years, and the encouragement of my wife to understand arts in a much different way than perhaps I did when I was younger, to a point of much more appreciation of its value in our society, its impact in our communities, and all of the things that you've described. So I just applaud you all of your organizations, the work you're doing. But really the education component is what I'm speaking about, because I went from what does that matter to having a much deeper and more respectful understanding of the impact. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you for the presentation, Leanna and Dave. I just want to mention I was part of that tour along with Councillor Benjoko and Deputy Mayor Weigel to visit all the arts and culture infrastructure of Fort McMurray and observe some of the programming. A big thank you, Leanna, for organizing that. Our tour included painting in progress for the Mary Poppins Theatre production at Keano, at the Keano Theatre and Arts Centre, and a progress report on the Métis Cultural Centre. I now realize the need for dancing space for the youth in the region after doing that tour, And we also received a presentation on the potential usage of the landmark cinema for artist space in our region. Thank you, folks.
Thank you, Ken.
And just a comment, the government grants on your budget line of 174, is that fairly consistent over the last few years? And on the expense side, it had costs of goods sold of 217. Is that just for purchasing different pieces of art? And then the only other thing is, maybe you can comment, I heard there was, you did a project with St. Aidan's, the Art of Conversation, and I think there was some recognition from the province, and maybe you can just expand on that for folks that maybe don't know what went down.
Sure. Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Bussières. We actually have seen an increase in funding from the Alberta Foundation for the Arts, which is our secondary primary funder, along with the municipality. They have taken a cut to their funding for the last 2 years. Despite that, we have received a 20% and an 11% increase in the past 2 years from the AFA, and anticipate seeing a slight increase again this year. We have a strong relationship with them, and we represent our region at the tri-level funders table, which includes the AFA and Canadian Heritage and Canada Council and the Community Foundations of Canada. So that's a healthy bit of cash coming in from them. We also have received a provincial CIP grant this year to support our arts awards, which is very helpful. We're not eligible for a large amount of arts-based funding for our arts awards because it has a competition element. So we really have to rely on the municipality as a partner and sponsors. And we are usually fairly successful at gaining sponsorship, but it is a challenge for sure. So being able to have that support from the province this year is definitely a relief. And it's a much needed piece for the artists in our community. It provides paid work opportunities that are not available otherwise. So we have taken a fairly substantial increase to our budget this year. For 2021, we're finishing at around 900,000, and we've projected about 114,000 for this year. So it's consistent, but we are receiving more funding from the province than we have previously, which is exciting. And hopefully the federal funders will fall in line with that. We will keep trying. I have written 18 grants so far to support 2022 and 2023, 5 of which have been approved, and we're waiting hopefully for positive results from the other ones. We'll see what happens. The St. Aidan's project is near and dear to my heart and the executive director of St. Aidan's, Luana Bussières. I'm fortunate to be on a number of committees with Luana and in meetings, and we've heard the same issues coming up, the feelings of isolation, the lack of community connection amongst artists and seniors. Of course, the pandemic, the wildfire, all of these things impacted, the flood. So we were able to create a program that would bring artists and seniors together to share experiences, to share art, to share culture. And we had intended it to be face-to-face workshops, co-facilitated by a senior and an artist. But of course, the pandemic prevented that. So we moved to one-on-one engagement over the phone, through Facebook Live, however the senior or elder felt comfortable doing it. And we were able to connect artists in our urban center with our rural communities, with elders and seniors there, and vice versa, which is really exciting. So we were able to bridge that gap to the isolated communities that felt isolation pre-disaster. And connect throughout this program. So there's been a number of friendships that have risen out of this, where we thought we would pay the artist to create a piece of artwork to be gifted to the senior and elder, and there might be 3 or 4 conversations. We have artists and seniors that are now taking art classes together online. We were able to help seniors and elders learn how to access virtual programming for those that were, willing to take that brave step. And it's just been a really, really rewarding program. And it has been supported by the New Horizons for Seniors program, as well as Suncor, who has come forward as a sponsor for the last 2 years. And we were asked to present to Alberta, the province of Alberta, about this initiative, as well as having several communities across Canada reach out and ask for presentation and results and how they can adapt the program to suit their communities and their needs. So it definitely has a lot of heart profit and soul profit, as well as just being a really good program to help our residents here.
I completely agree. In addition to that, I'd like to mention that during the pandemic, now that we're rounding close to the end of year 2, heading into year 3, we have not put a single program on hold. We have gone through with everything. Every single one of our programs has been adapted to the new climate, whether we migrated to a virtual or to use other different forms of technology or social distancing or whatever we could to make is leaders. We promote leaders here in town. And the thing that we've done, been very proud to say, is that while our total ask may not change year after year, we have committed to this council and to previous councils that our total reliance on the municipality has gone down, upwards from 98%, almost 100% of our funding. Now we're asking for what we're considering to be 61% of our operations, and with a goal of dropping that every year until we can actually walk away from the table and encourage other organizations to take that spot.
And if I may add, I forgot, TELUS also commissioned a documentary about the Seniors in the Arts program, which has been really helpful to us, obviously, and to St. Aidan's Society as well, as far as spreading the word of this great program and helping them to achieve other grants and sponsorships as we have.
Okay, thank you, and I definitely appreciate what you and your team does. Just the one question with the expenses, the cost of goods sold, was that just for pieces of art, or?
No, we pay artists when we hire them to, we don't, as an organization, deliver a painting class, for instance, but we will hire an artist to do that. So we try to pay artists as much as we can, as often as we can, I should say, in line with CARFAC and other industry standard rates. So that, for instance, scholarships and awards line that you see, we had a jigging contest in Fort Chipewyan, where participants won a certain amount based on first, second, and third prize. We do reward our Buffy's recipients. Winners of the Arts Awards receive a small cash stipend as well to help support them in their artistic practice. Seniors in the Arts, the majority of that funding goes to the artists and to gifts for the seniors and so on. So a lot of the money, Alberta Culture Days, $22,500 on this proposed budget, goes entirely to artists, art organizations, in order to put on events for Alberta Culture Days. So it's essentially money that we're stewarding that belongs to the artists, and we're happy to be able to provide those paid work opportunities, which in turn enables them to be recognized as professional artists, obtain grants, scholarships, access to schools that they wouldn't otherwise be able to achieve.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other questions from council? I don't see any. Or, sorry, Councillor Cardinal.
Thanks, Liana and Dave. I just got a question about employees in other rural communities. Is it just Fort Chipewyan that has I missed that part. Is it only Fort Chipewyan that has the employee that's on the Arts Council?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal. Currently, yes. We did have an employee in Janvier, but he resigned to seek other opportunities. We do have an Indigenous staff member located here in Fort McMurray who works closely with Anzac and Gregoire Lake Estates. And between he and Donna, who is situated in Fort Chipewyan, they connect with Janvier Conklin as well.
Yeah, the reason why I was asking, because I know how influential it is to have a local doing the engagements, right? And Donna does a wonderful job here in Fort Chipewyan as well. And I just really wanted to engage possibly to get one in each community that's part, come with reconciliation and but I just thought I'd let you know that it'd be really nice to reach out to locals and those rural communities again. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, we're thrilled to have Donna Obashan as our Fort Chipewyan staff member. She's a dynamo for sure. And we agree we could absolutely have one in each community, but that will be dependent on funding.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Cardinal. Councilor McGrath, do you have your hand up there?
No, I was just trying to figure out, Mr. Mayor, how to take the hand down. And,
okay. Okay, thank you. Do you have any other questions from council? I don't see any. Thank you, Dave and Leanna. Again, thank you for everything you do and kind of showing us that the Arts Council really touches almost every part of our community in some way or another, whether it be through the arts or the social and mental aspects of our community, and really identifies us as a community. We'll move on now to the recommendation. Can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Gradison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that $665,000 be allocated to the Arts Council Wood Buffalo under the 2022 Sustaining Grant Program.
Thank you, Councillor Gradison. Can I have someone second the motion? Councillor Dogar.
I second the motion.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from council? Thank you, everyone. I'll call for a vote. All in favor? Anyone opposed? That's carried unanimously. And again, thank you, Dave and Leanna.
Thank you very much for the support. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. As we go into item 5.2, I'd just like to declare a conflict of interest and recuse myself for the next item.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from the Family Christian Center, operating as a legacy counseling center. I'd like to invite Reverend Edwin Rideout, Board Chair, Marissa Norman, Board Treasurer, and Galia McKenzie, Lead Professional Counselor, to come forward to present.
Good afternoon. I trust you're all doing well. Am I being heard?
You're good, Pastor.
Okay. Well, I'm joined with Galina McKenzie, who's the lead here at the mandate is to provide quality counseling by highly trained and experienced counselors devoted to assisting others towards a path of holistic living. Our goal is to also have a safe place to be heard and helped, a place where individuals are treated with dignity and compassion. And the office is located in Dickinsfield with services available to everyone in the Wood Buffalo region. The funding that we request will support 2 full-time counselors to provide services that align with Family and Community Support Services Preventative Social Services mandate. Next slide, please. This grant will allow us to provide professional counseling for those facing significant life issues such as addictions, behavioral challenges, relationship concerns, and other mental health issues and challenges. As already I've said, we serve the entire region of Wood Buffalo. I will say at this juncture that our goal is post-pandemic to extend outside of the immediate area into some of our Indigenous communities, which has been a goal for a while but was put on hold somewhat due to the pandemic. We serve individuals, all genders, all ages, children, couples, and families. And one of our primary goals in 2022 is to reduce or eliminate barriers to those who want to access quality counseling, especially those in the Indigenous communities in our region. Next slide, please. Support the overall community mental and emotional health in the region of Wood Buffalo and allow our agency to help deal with the high demands for one-to-one counseling, which has certainly been increasing during the pandemic. We also have a no-cost or low-cost fee structure, which enables people who would not be able to otherwise access counseling services to access professional counseling services. We will promote and enhance healthy relationships and healthy family units as another primary community impact goal. The next slide, please. Our request again this year is for 2 full-time counselors at $320,000 overall. While there was some discussion around requesting more this year, we know that times are tough, and so we've asked our team to work with us in keeping costs down. And if we go to the next slide, you'll see how that breaks down a little. 284,000 covers the salary, wages, and benefits and everything associated with the cost of supporting administrative costs as well as supporting those 2 individuals. And then there's overhead cost of $36,000, which brings us to the request of $320,000. So I'm open to questions from council regarding our program here, and Galina will join me in answering the tough questions.
Thank you, Pastor Ryder. Thanks for the presentation. Are there any questions from council? Councillor Gradison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair, thank you very much for the services. So I just have a couple of questions so I can try and understand. I understand that this program is part of when FCSS stopped doing these services and moved the services into the community. In that process, was there an expectation of a couple of things? The amount of clients that would be seen by these positions, one, and I guess the second question is, if somebody showed up on your doorstep that was in immediate crisis, is there somehow a capacity to be able to address that person, or do we have a wait list and they'd have to find support in another location?
Yeah, I'll let Galina address, I guess, the average capacity of our counseling staff, but I'll cover off your second part and then let her gather her thoughts there. Yes, we do our very best to service individuals who show up without appointments. We do our very best to maintain a very short wait list. In order to do that, sometimes we've had to stretch out the time between counseling sessions for certain individuals who are of a less critical nature. And so our administrative staff has been instructed that a primary goal is to keep wait lists less than what would be probably in other organizations who are offering similar services. And that has been one of our goals, because it was one of the goals put forth as a part of the strategic component of this program that we're working under with the municipality. Galina, would you share a little about the...
Yes, when we first went to the city about funding, we were looking at sort of 125 individuals sitting with a counselor. Two counselors, it would probably sort of address probably 300 individuals, but that would sort of include, if they're sitting with children, that could be families are attached to that. So it could be a mom, a dad, siblings, so we'd taken the full family unit, but not always sort of including the individual getting the counseling. So I hope that sort of speaks to that question there.
So is there, I guess maybe another way to frame it is, do you try and target that your counselors will see X amount of clients per day? Obviously, I've been in the field myself, and there are often many variables that go with that, but I'm just trying to get a picture of the replacement of the program that was here and how that's evolved in the community.
Yes, our target here is 4 sessions per day per counselor on an average. Now that means, you know, we book somewhere close to 5, but there's often no shows, and you know, people's lives of course result in them not being able to make sessions. But so that's where our optimal average is around with the entire team. Of course, the kind of counseling we provide is a more in-depth and long-term commitment. There are various types of counseling, as you would know, and that will require, probably a little less time. But these are pretty heavy and critical issues, and so counseling team itself, one of our goals is to keep our team relatively healthy as well. And so when teams are carrying every clients over an extended period of time, we've tried to find that optimal level of, how much we provide to the community and how we maintain our staff.
Thank you for that. And the reason I asked the second question is I mean, obviously with COVID and downturns in the economy, the fire, the floods, and everything, the mental health of our community is certainly being challenged. So I guess as a follow-up to that second question, so if you've got so many counselors and they're in with clients and somebody shows up on your doorstep that's in, a life and death situation, if you don't have the capacity, do you have the capacity, or do you take the opportunity to do an immediate risk assessment and then reach out to other agencies to try and ensure that that individual has some immediate response to their need?
100%. That's a given here. We have 5 full-time counselors on staff. Actually, this year we're hoping United Way will get back into their partnership with us, and our meeting with them recently indicated that it looks like a good opportunity, and so we're preparing to hire another. When we launched this counseling center just over 6 years ago, we started with 1 professional counselor and part-time administration. Thankfully, because of community partnerships and strong partnerships with business, we've been able to grow this, and the demand continues to increase. And we do get people showing up, yes, urgent calls, especially some things related to suicide. As a matter of fact, we took a call here just 2 weeks ago that I personally handled that came in for an individual who was referred to us by a family member who was suicidal. The entire team was booked that afternoon, but within 20 minutes, one of the administration made an arrangement for one of the sessions to get switched to another day, and that counselor was assigned to that situation. So our administration, that's always priority 1, is getting emergency cases in. And the wonderful thing about folk in Fort McMurray, as we all know, people are very community minded, even at the most minute levels. And oftentimes when we've had to call clients, or I'm being told, I don't manage this on a day-to-day basis. I simply chair the board. I'm the founding father of this center, and I chair the board. But the feedback is that when they've called individuals and said, "Hey, we have an emergency. Can we reschedule you?" There has never been once when there's been any hesitancy on the part of individuals. So that helps us as well.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for the work you do, and thank you for your answers.
Councillor McGrath.
Thank you, through the chair, and Happy New Year to you and your team, Pastor Rideout. And I know I'm no stranger to you. In fact, we've been at odds a few times, but I will tell you, as an end user of some of your services, life is better today. And I think, you hear all this about our community. It's not lost on anybody that lives here, no matter if it's Fort Fitzgerald or Conklin. Our community suffers like others, but we're compounded with many other issues. And I guess as a testament, if you say you can have 5 staff, deal with the highest of calls, and we have, Pastor Doyle at Fort City Church. We have a lot of congregations that their social outreaches are gone beyond their capacity. And in the absence of good provincial and federal funding for mental health, it's sad to see council be, we have no other choice, because we will lose other kids and adults and seniors. And for me, people got a wage and stuff, but for the lives you saved this year and next year, because we all know it's a problem that's going to cascade. And we're lucky and grateful that the days are getting a little longer. But if we could buy a sun, we could live underneath the floodlights of Holy Trinity football field, because that's lit up day and night. But because we're into the dark of the winter, and people are just stuck home. Your services have become the best. The officials will have to support you, and I'm pretty proud to support you, like I say, because of my own experience. And I appreciate following you home this summer in June. And I think it was at midnight, but it was worth the row. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you, Reverend Rideout, for your presentation. If I understand correctly, the counseling center that was in-house at the RMWB is now running under your counseling service?
It was. I think it was broken up into several elements, and we were assigned a certain element and mandate. As I understand it, there are at least two other agencies, wasn't it, Delina, that was part?
I think it was Waypoints at the beginning. I don't know if SOS was on board at the beginning, but I definitely know Waypoints was there. We had 2 positions and Waypoints had 3.
Okay, and you're up to 5 positions now?
Yes.
Yeah, we were running as a counseling center prior to this, of course, and so we had already had 3 full-time counselors on staff, and so we've strong partnership, as I said earlier, with business in the community, and in particular, I won't get into naming the business because it wouldn't be fair to other business, but we do have a major funder through one of the businesses in the community, and that has been a huge source for us. And United Way partnered with us, and we had a position through them which we had to drop last year because of their funding restrictions, but it looks like things have gotten much better for them this past year, and so they're hopeful to get back on board again. So again, we're hoping to bring on that 6th person this year. The demand is overwhelming at times. We could use 2 more. Easy, and we don't even, when we started this, we thought, well, we'll have to have some money put aside for advertising our services. We've had to restrain from advertising because we can't take the load, and especially in the area of, we offer, I think we may have sent you an information brochures apart from this some weeks back, which shows how each of our partners there, because we are partnered with many agencies in the city who offer similar services, and we refer back and forth to one another. And Alberta Health Services has been referring to us consistently and at a greater level in the past couple of years than ever before. And so, through partnerships and sharing of services and sharing of information, we've been able to achieve much more than probably we would otherwise. And the city's funding has really helped take us to a new level, and for that partnership, we've been grateful. But I was going to say, with kids and youth, we offer free service, and 2 of our counselors are primarily focused on kids and youth, and the demand there is huge. The schools do not have the funding to provide the counseling services that they want to provide, and because of the restrictions and limitations on their funding, they look to us on a regular basis.
I understand with the schools because, quite often they had counselors and the funding has decreased to the point where they don't have that service anymore. So I totally understand. And I'm just thankful for your service in our region. And, due to extenuating circumstances like the flood, the fire, and COVID, I'm sure that's increased your workload. So I can certainly see where, this is required. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, sir, through the chair. Thank you, Pastor. Very nice presentation, very well delivered. I had the opportunity to listen to you and go to your organization few times. It is an excellent one. Every time I enjoyed it. I would suggest and advise and wish you best of luck to keep carry on doing it in future. Thank you.
Councillor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you, Pastor, for the presentation, and thank you for the excellent work you are doing in the community. Thank you. I was actually going to ask if you have a plan in place or a process of collaborating with other agencies in the community, and how well known is your services to people in the region. But you almost answered the question, saying you have maybe more than enough clients that you are handling. But I think this is a critical service for sure, especially given what the world is going through right now. And just want to thank you. And I also appreciate the fact that this service is open to everyone, regardless of who. And so that's excellent. My quick question is, do you have after hours services, or what happens if someone calls?
You can answer that question.
So we are sort of the Monday to Friday, but on our main line, if someone does call, we have the SOS crisis line, and we have numbers on there in case someone's in crisis. But they're also, so for my personal clients, if I know that they're facing crisis or I just meet them, so that the idea of making sure I see them on Friday or Monday, or having access to my email just if they're in crisis. But once again, we're not a crisis service. We definitely recommend, but trying just to support clients when they're in crisis. That's a very important thing. So.
Thanks again, and I do appreciate the great work you're doing in the community. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Roussier?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and through the chair to Pastor Rideout and Marissa. So just looking at the grant request here, just for clarification purposes, I read that there's no revenue. So when I look at that, I read that the services are free that you provide. Anyone in the community can come to your place and they will not be charged. Is that a fair assumption?
Not totally. I'm not sure we'll be showing no revenue.
On the grant request.
On the grant request. Okay. Okay. Yeah. There.
Oh, here.
I don't know where that line would be. We took in last year about $30,000. There should be a clarification on that. We took in $30,000, give or take a few nickels. I saw the financials just a couple of days ago. We have a sliding scale. So every individual walks in the door, have 3 free sessions without any expectations. What we did find, and so at the beginning, we were operating totally free. We had a problem with a lot of no-shows, and so we had to, and we found that there was a certain group of clientele that did not really, appreciate the services probably to the degree they could and should, and so we started putting a nominal fee on there, and so now we set in place a small premium. It runs from $20 a session, Galina, to what, about?
So it could be as minimum as $5 a session, and then but I just looked at our sort of our record keeping, our data thing, and really the maximum someone, or the average that someone pays for a session, is $35, and in the community it's usually between $170 to $225 for a counseling session. So
yeah, so Councillor Brashear, to continue on that, we do offer free counseling to a lot of people. Even though we've set that in place, we have situations. We have clients who, that have complex issues. They don't want their spouse to know that they're obtaining services, and so we make sure that our clients are served first. And so probably about 60% of people who are coming through our doors never pay a nickel. Then there are a few who have insurances and they can access some of their insurance program for some sessions. So we do bill to insurance companies that clients that have insurance and coverage. But these are a very small group or segment of our clientele.
Okay, because just the way I look at it, it's 0% of people pay for the services. So just a second question, with the service and at the end of the year, do you provide the RM with just a breakdown of how many services or how many appointments your group had in the previous year? Obviously, you know, Privacy Act, you can't say who, but.
Yeah, we provide regular ongoing reports to the municipality, and Galina, you can speak more accurately to that than I can. We also, I think the grant request, now I didn't put those numbers together, I'm just using a device was given to me. I'm assuming they're looking at these two positions somewhat separate from the rest of the operation. I don't know why that would be. We can look into that, but because overall the budget would be significantly larger you know, than that. But Galina, maybe you can speak to that other aspect.
Yeah, I think because what the understanding is 2 salaried counselors through the RMWB, but our program actually is one-on-one counseling through all our counselors. So when we do the reporting, the RMW gets the whole statistics from all 5 counselors, but with a breakdown of just the 2 counselors and what they're sitting with, right? So they know that we have $40,000 in revenue from this side. So say, I think last year we probably had 225,000 sessions, and I would say RNWB counselors might have had 1,500, something like that. So I'm sort of in the process of knowing that. That's broken down for the report that's handed in. So,
okay, I can go through admin for that, and I think I need to apologize because I think I addressed you as Marissa at the beginning, so I apologize, Galina, but thank you for your presentation.
Actually, Marissa is our business manager, and she was there. She'd probably be able to answer some of these questions a little better.
Thank you. Through the chair, I just, as we go along, just a couple of questions popped up. With the funding from the municipality, would that put our own employees, I think we have over 1,500, would that give them preference, or I guess a substitute to that, to one of you guys, are you a bit of a vehicle as well to support the EAPS program that's kind of generic in, you know, in the contractors world, where you have, you know, on-call volunteers that kind of is your first go-to to get you to the, you know, the prof?
I guess I can speak to that. So the EF, so the employee standards are the extra program that they have with companies. We are really seeing people that don't have access to that, or they don't like accessing that. So whether it's they can't sort of sit one-on-one, or they're not building a good rapport. Sometimes EFAP has very limited sessions, and people are only allowed to talk about one counseling issue. And so we come in and sort of, we're building rapport with people, sort of, and we're seeing a lot of people that are first time to counseling. So really trying to take that time. Sometimes I'll sit with people for 2 sessions, and then 6 months later, they feel comfortable to talk about what's happening, right? So that idea where EFAP has, it's very condensed, and people are not always comfortable with what they offer there.
So there's not an overlap or a continuance, because I know if you went to a service on a Sunday and if you were down on your luck, you were probably had an immediate visit. I would, from my own personal journey, I would say that Sundays or Saturdays or after a retreat, you would have a spike in those numbers. And given like this week, for example, you know, just when you're through Armacon, you're looking at another variant, and it kind of triggers people that were just about healed, yes, ready to come back out.
Yeah,
true. That is true. Yeah, you asked a question about whether there was any particular, I guess, privilege given to the employees of the regional best.
And forgive me, Pastor, I shouldn't have used the word privilege, because I don't want to be beat up. I got to be more fussier with my words. Not privileged, but we have a big workforce that's first at the face. You take, for example, the guy that runs the grader.
Yes.
Well, people are lucky that it's not my old buddy Phil from 20 years ago, because Phil Russell wouldn't be, you know, he's a great guy, but I don't know if he could take people picking on him because of where he's leaving his windrow. But it's not the windrow that's the problem. It's the guy that got to come home and look at it. But windrows are real. But
yes, I know. I ran a work services and transportation department for 7 years and before my years in ministry. But no, we don't give a priority to any particular group of clients, but at the same time, you know, but at the same time, you know, our program is we're accessible to everyone, and so
there's a kind of there's a you know, we always fight stigma and perception.
Yes,
there's a perception that, you know, this is your own little program, but I know differently myself personally, so I can speak to that. And as far as when you're available, well, just ask me. 12 o'clock at night, 2 o'clock in the morning, you know, 7 o'clock in the morning. So I just think that the municipality is taking on more of a shepherd than our provincial and federal counterparts, that we need to somehow, as elected officials and you as leaders, we need to be at the table together, not in silos, to get that funding envelope, because the schools are missing out terribly.
Yes.
Oh, and they're the people, like our generation, we never asked for help. But now we got a generation that fights social media, fights daily trends, fights everything, color or race, and we don't have that support in our community. And it's starting to prune up. The seeds that were set for the last year and 3/4, they're starting to ignite, and it's not going in the right direction.
Thankfully, you know, from on behalf of the community, you know, not only on behalf of Legacy Counseling Center, but I serve and interact at various points in the city. You know, been here now 14 years, so and on behalf of the entire constituency, we say thank you to the city council for your foresight and your willingness to engage at this level, because I've served in communities which councils did not do that, and you're to be commended, and so that you do step up when government fails, and we thank you for that.
Well, I think if you looked around this table, first time in a long time, there's over 300 years of living here, and some of us have got to know you quite well. And that's why some of us are still here. So I guess I'm a bit biased, but you know, there's no joking about it. In 22, we need to collectively hold some people to account that have served only the resources going out, but none coming in, and it's at an all-time drain. Appreciate what you're doing, and I know it's you go away today and think about a salary, but this is not about a salary. This is about the continuance of life and the health and wealth in our community.
Thank you.
Appreciate the fabric that you bring.
Thank you, Councillor McGrath. Is there any questions from council? Let's see any. And Pastor Rod, thanks for the presentation, and Galia. Just one thing I'd like to mention and comment and maybe get some clarity. I see your expenses last year were about 2.9 million, and so you're asked this year for a grant of 320,000. So you must be getting other funding in other places quite well.
You know, again, you know, I think what's happening here, there's, and this is something we need to clarify probably in presentation next year, because somehow the information is not being accurately presented here. Legacy Counseling Center operates under the charitable status of the Family Christian Center, and so what you're looking at there is a bigger chunk of revenue. The Legacy Counseling Center's revenue last year would have been in the area of $888,000, and so for some reason, came about. My understanding was this was kind of put together internally by the municipality. Was it based on information we supplied, Kalina?
I believe so. I think it was Marissa sort of handled it, but I think it was because I mean the region is aware of that we're funded through FCC, and they're aware of they have our finances also at Legacy only.
Yeah,
so.
like we present all of our reports, and so I believe it was Councillor Lance who asked questions along this, and I'm sure if you check with administration, there all the data regarding the specific finances are available to you. We definitely are going to have to make sure that this presentation reflects more accurately the true picture in future.
Okay, thank you, Pastor Ryder. We have another question from Councillor Gradison.
Not so much a question, thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair, but I believe if you look at this page in the documents and you look down, the actual budget description is $825,000.
Yes.
And I think this is what is being referred to, and this is a reflection of the overall, but this is the budget for the counseling service, is what I believe.
That's right.
So the confusion is
correct.
between the top part and the bottom part, but this is actually the legacy part here at the bottom. Is that correct, yeah?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay, is there any other questions from council? I'll move on to the recommendation. Can I have someone make the motion?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I move that $320,000 be allocated to the Family Christian Center Legacy Counseling Center under the 2022 Sustaining Grant Program. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have someone second the motion? Councillor Ball.
I second that motion.
Thank you. Have you any other questions or comments from council?
Mayor Bowman, before
Councillor Stroud. Councillor Stroud.
Sorry, Mayor Bowman. I was just going to second the motion. That's all.
Okay.
I'll lower my hand. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, that will be carried unanimously. Thank you, and thank you, Pastor Rideout, and thank you, Galina.
Thank you.
Thank you, Worship Mayor Bowman and Council.
Thank you. Have a good day. Next, we'll hear from the Fort Chipewyan Historical Society.
Hello, this is Maureen Clark from the Fort Chipewyan Historical Society. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well. Thanks, Maureen.
Yes. My presentation is on behalf of the Fort Chipewyan Historical Society. Our organization mandate is to maintain and operate the Bicentennial Museum here in Fort Chip, to keep the museum open to the public, residents of Fort Chipewyan, and visitors throughout the year. Next page. On the community impact, we try to help keep the traditional crafts alive, to coordinate the Remembrance Day ceremony, to promote cultural awareness and pride of heritage within the community, to focus on displays illustrating life in the past, to provide feelings of positive self-satisfaction and well-being in those who participate in cultural activities, to develop positive word-of-mouth advertising for the museum, to deliver cultural activities within the museum setting, such as workshops to promote retention of traditional skills, beadwork, sewing, and making items like beaver hats, mitts, moccasins, and so on. On page 4, 2022 grant request. Revenue is $26,845. Expenses, $172,400. So the subsidy requested, $145,555. And this subsidy represents 84.4% of the total expenses. And that's subsidy divided by expenses. The previous year's financial information, last fiscal year end date, December 31st, 2019, total expenses from the previous year, $157,571. Unrestricted net assets would have been $45,937. And moving on to page 5, the expense summary, including the cost category, salary and wages for one full-time, and most of the year there was no part-time employee, $120,000, and of that amount, $111,500 was funded by the RMWB. Program costs of $16,780. Some of that would have been craft materials and whatnot. So most craft classes and workshops, there was a small fee that would cover the cost of material. Overhead, utilities and insurance, etc. The total expense was $35,620, of which $34,055 was funded by the rural municipality of Wood Buffalo. And $145,555 funded by the municipality. And the last page, our community investment history. In 2022, requested $145,455. In 2021, there was $148,960 approved, $148,960 approved, whereas in 2020, $133,480 were approved. So the decrease in 2022 of $3,405 was slightly due to lower operating costs, because with COVID, there were times when the museum wasn't open the regular hours. Thank you. That is my presentation.
Thank you, Maureen. Do we have any questions from council? Councillor Gradison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. Thank you very much. I've been to the Fort Chip Museum on numerous occasions and appreciate everything that is done there. I just have a couple of really quick questions. One is, have you explored there? I can't imagine that there's not federal and provincial grants available to support a museum in Alberta's oldest community. Has there been an opportunity or an effort made to look for grants to support this operation?
I would say casually there has been, but unless we have, say, a full-time person and a half-time here, it's pretty hard to put the time into searching for grants, because you know, you just get into it and some people will come in, so you lose your train of thought and you have to get back into the process.
Fair enough.
In the past year or two, we have got a few extra dollars, say, from Indigenous tourism that helped with a part-time person last year. And there is one group in town that for 2 years we've got, you know, 5,000 last year and 10,000 donation from them the year before, which really helped us out.
And that's fair. I mean, the burden of maintaining operational hours by yourself must be a really challenging, and I commend you for doing that. The municipality does, however, have personnel that can support you in exploring options, and I will certainly be expressing that on your behalf to the municipality to ensure that that happens in the future when it comes back to council next time, that we've exhausted any and all options to find other grants that are available. If I can, through the chair, Mr. Mayor, ask, I'm not sure if Deanne has the answer to this, but the top page of the CIP grant funding is somewhat confusing, because it says on the slide we had up there one thing, and it says the 22 request is 145,555. The 21 approved is 133,480. The 20 is 133,480, and the 29 is 141. which is different than the numbers in the presentation. So I'm a bit confused about that.
Well, we are a bit behind in some of our grants. That may be part of the problem, you know, grant to help out here at the museum. It seems with COVID, everything is taking twice as long, you know, to get proposals finished, and the accountant and our mail. I've had mail 17 days from Fort McMurray to Fort Chip.
Wow, that would be a challenge for you. Well, and perhaps after, and that doesn't have to be answered now, perhaps Deanne can provide us that answer after the fact. So I just have one last question. In the expenses, it says employee incentives of $1,200. I'd like to know what that is.
What page was that again?
On the expenses, it goes down with the salaries, the souvenirs, utilities, etc. Underneath the bank charges, the last expense says employee incentives of $1,200, and that just confuses me.
Oh, we have been putting $208.34 of COLA on checks for full-time employees, and that was, you know, instituted before I started work here. But the amount has not changed in all the years, so I know the COLA allowance is far more than that now.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maureen. Is there any other questions from council? I don't see any. We'll move on to recommendation. Can someone make the motion? Councillor Benjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I move that 145,500 grant program. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have someone second that motion? Councillor Dogar.
I second the motion.
Thank you. Call now for a vote. All those in favor? And opposed? And that's passed unanimously. Thank you for the presentation, Maureen.
Thank you to the Mayor and Council. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Up next is the Fort McMurray Heritage Society. I'd like to invite Byron Fedek, Treasurer, Roseanne Davison, Executive Director, and Tammy Plowman, Program Director, to come forward to present.
Good afternoon. I'm having some technical problems here. Just a moment. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're good. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, my camera is just not working. My name is Roseanne Davidson. I'm the Executive Director here at the Fort McMurray Heritage Society. And along with me is Tammy Plowman, our Programs Manager. And unfortunately, Byron is not able to join us due to a work commitment today. So the Fort McMurray Historical Society exists so that the people of Fort McMurray, Alberta, the municipality of Wood Buffalo, visitors from Alberta and Canada, and international visitors learn about history and culture in ways that enhances their lives socially, intellectually, and economically. We service the residents of Wood Buffalo, schools, national and international visitors, and of all ages, researchers, seniors, and youth. Our goals for 2022 are to focus on our collections management, the rehousing of our artifacts and archives, and development of new interpretive exhibits or programs. And while we're meeting with the COVID-19 safety standards. We maintain standards of excellence in school programs and creating new programs to continue to reach out to our schools and community throughout the pandemic. We will increase collaboration with other cultural organizations, including but not limited to the Arts Council of Wood Buffalo and the Municipal and the Multicultural Association. We will continue to expand the facility rentals and special events bookings. The Fort McMurray Heritage Society will primarily use this funding for staff wages. Every element of our operations requires staff. This funding will support our activities, events, and general operations in some way. Some staff members are partly supported by grants, but all of these grants require that we match some portion of these wages with other funding. Staff members who work in areas that are revenue generating, such as the gift shop or rentals, covering wages with the grant will free revenues for other expenses. Staff who work in areas that do not directly or reliably generate revenue but are essential to our existence as a museum include administration, maintenance, community events, archives, flood build, and collections. We will also offer community cultural events, which may include the Easter Hunt, the opening weekend with the International Museums Day, Canada Day, Heritage Day, Culture Days, the Harvest Fest, and archival events and old-fashioned Christmas. Community impact. The Heritage Shipyard and the Heritage Village are two key locations that anchor Fort McMurray's art and culture district. In previous years, we have had approximately 22,000 visitors through admissions, school programs, summer camps, and the events and private events that we put on. Strengthen our community by increasing awareness on the value of culture. Improve quality of life for residents of Wood Buffalo by providing 2 museums and cultural events. Support the Wood Buffalo Cultural Plan. We provide valuable research services relating to the heritage in the region. We engage local and Canadian artisans to provide a unique line of giftware in our gift shop. And we enhance the local economy by promoting our local businesses, tourism, and recreational venues. Our 2022 request grant is $380,000. The subsidy represents 24% of total expenses. Last year's fiscal year end, the expenses for the year were $1.3 million. Expenses for the expense summary is the wages are at $700,000, and we're requesting $380,000. Our program costs are $445,000, and overhead expenses are $411,000, which is a total of $1,556,000. Our request to the municipality is $380,000. The funding request has remained the same for 2022 as it has in previous years. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation, Roseanne. I see on your budget lines you have $506,500 in other funding resources. Where is that funding coming from?
Excuse me. We will we reach out to the government for some subsidies. So Young Canada Works and Canada Summer Jobs. We also work with our Alberta Museums Association and the Canadian Museums Association for some funding. We also will be working with tourism, hopefully. Excuse me, my throat is sore today. And we also will be partnering with other groups in the community to invite them to come and do events at our site, as well as workshops and other opportunities.
Super, thank you. That's probably some good information we can share with Fort Chipewyan. Do any other See any? Now move on to the recommendation. Can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Ball.
I move that $380,000 be allocated to Fort McMurray Heritage Society under the 2022 Sustaining Grant Program.
Thank you. Can I have someone second the motion? Councillor Brnjoko.
I second the motion.
Thank you. Does anyone else have any questions? Then we'll call for a vote. All in favor? Anyone opposed? That's carried unanimously. Thank you for your presentation, Roseanne.
Thank you. We sincerely appreciate your assistance.
Thank you. We're going to take a quick 10-minute break to let us stretch our legs here and breathe. Thank you.
Council members in the chamber and on Teams, we're live and ready to proceed whenever you are, Mayor Bowman.
We'll get started, and again, Councillor Gradison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair, to all my colleagues, just wanted to make you aware that sometimes these people that are presenting may not be available tomorrow and stuff, and if it's at all possible to keep our commentary, myself included, down. Certainly, I think we all need to keep asking the questions and trying to get the answers we're looking for, but the ongoing commentary might be helpful for all parties concerned, ourselves and the presenters, if we could keep that down just a little bit. So I just respectfully ask.
Thank you, Councillor Gradison. And next we hear from Fuse Social Wood Buffalo Society. I'd like to invite Chantal Beaver, Executive Director, to come forward. She's been waiting patiently online. Thanks, Chantal.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, and community members. My name is Chantal Beaver. I'm the Executive Director at Fuse Social. Proud to be presenting to you today from Treaty 8 territory. Our organizational mandate: individual agencies deliver food hampers, serve parents, and help our region's most vulnerable. Fuse Social helps agencies strengthen their capacity to support the residents of Wood Buffalo. Our vision is a thriving Wood Buffalo with remarkable and sustainable social profits. Our mission is to strengthen the Wood Buffalo social profits sector. It's a little hard to give an overview of this many programs, but I'm going to try my best. The academic calendar is an offering of training and professional development courses that raises the skills and capacities of our organizations and our organizational leaders, staff, and volunteers. Some examples of the professional development courses that we will offer this year include sustainability planning, business continuity planning, grant writing, conflict resolution, change management, Indigenous awareness, etc. Fuse Social also promotes good governance with public training, accessible resources, and personalized workshops for local boards of directors. We also will do strategic planning with small organizations and groups, and we will match community volunteers looking to serve on boards with boards in need of volunteers. We have a shared services model, which is a social enterprise revenue generating model for us, where we offer shared human resources, marketing, communication, evaluation, and research support to member agencies. The social profit asset sharing system, known as the SAS, was created by a Leadership Wood Buffalo cohort last year and is now owned by Fuse Social. It is a virtual space for the social profits in our region to be able to come together and share their assets with one another. Leadership Wood Buffalo's community-focused program designed to identify and develop current and future leaders in the Wood Buffalo region. Fuse Social works with organizations to support best practices in volunteerism and assist in developing and implementing effective strategies to recruit, retain, and reward volunteers, including our partnership with RMWB's Emergency Services, where we have a memorandum to be deployed during emergencies, as we did in the 2020 floods, and supported over 6,000 hours of volunteer time. We do case management alongside of any agency and group who's registered as a nonprofit in our region, and we'll help with such things as policy review, bylaw review, searching for grants, writing grants, etc. Our Executive Director Elevation program consists of regular roundtables, tailored training, and NED mentorship programming. Some of the indicators of our success is that social profit leaders, staff, and volunteers have an improved capacity to successfully complete tasks that are pivotal to the success of their organization. Current and future leaders have improved leadership competencies. Organizations consistently demonstrate increased collaborative behavior and are actively working together on a regular basis to meet the needs of Wood Buffalo's residents. An increased volume of evidence and data is available to aid agencies and funders in making decisions resulting in sustainability, and that organizations offer an increased and quality number of programs and services as a result of increased volunteerism. We are requesting support in the amount of $344,361.38, representing 23.8% of our 2022 budget. I will note that this slide shows our 2020 audited financial information. Our 2021 operating budget was approximately $1.6 million, as is our draft 2022 budget. As with most nonprofit and for-profit organizations, our greatest asset and our greatest expense is our workforce. We employ 10, not 9, full-time staff, 1 part-time, and we also contract 3 additional staff. No contracted staff are paid from rmwb funds. We have an increase this year of $40,000, which is directly related to an increase of activity, which of course results in increased staffing, programming costs, and overhead connected to those new activities. That is it, and I'm open to answer any questions you may have.
Thanks, Chantal. Do we have any questions from council? Councillor Dogar?
Through the chair, thank you very much, sir. Chantal, you remember I went to you in your office to see the things. You were very nice to explain me the things, and then you also came here for the presentation.
I did.
So the point that I raised, same point I raised is today, that I also visited few other non-profits also. And what I saw some activity somewhere, but there was hardly any activity at your organization. Not any fault of yours, but your nature of job was such there was nothing going on, and you people only mobilize when there is a need be. So I requested that all those services which you have done in the past, please send me a copy so that I ascertain it. I physically go to those people, what service was there, just to learn for my own learning also. Maybe I have also experience of human resources, and I could contribute something. And I would request the same again, that please send me some copy of the works you have done in the past.
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, I'd be happy to share some of our successes over the last number of years and information about our programs and services, and that is reported regularly to the municipality as well. The day that you dropped by back in December, there was no one in our office because we're not allowed to be open right now. We don't fall under the restriction exemption program, and we've been working from home for the last 2 years. Still doing incredible work, I will add. Last year, when people weren't able to host events and get out, we produced over $139,000 worth of volunteer hours. We had shared services hours of over 2,000. We graduated 21 Leadership with Buffalo graduates, and on and on. But I would be happy to send that information along. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Gradison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Hit that again, Ken.
Apparently it went off. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. Chantal, just really one quick question. I believe you were on the line and would have heard the presentation from Fort Chipewyan. Your organization would offer some support in searching out grants and so on and so forth for that organization. That's a service you provide?
Yeah, any organization that's registered a nonprofit in our municipality, we will support in finding grants, writing the grants, updating any policies and procedures that may be necessary to acquire grants, any support.
No, seeing none, we'll move on to we will now move on to the recommendation. Can someone make that motion? Councillor Gradison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that $344,361 be allocated to the Few Social Wood Buffalo Society under the 2022 Sustaining Grant Program.
Thank you. Can I have someone second it? Councillor Ball?
I second that motion.
Thank you. Is there any other questions from council? Seeing none, we'll call for a vote. All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, that'll be unanimously carried. Thanks, Chantal.
Thank you, everyone.
Up next, we have the Justin Slade Youth Foundation. And I'd like to invite Cassandra Slade, Chair, and Mandy McDonald, Executive Director, to come forward to present.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mandy. I am the Executive Director for the Justin Slade Youth Foundation. Unfortunately, Cassandra was not able to join me today, so I'm going to move ahead on my own. I want to thank the Mayor and Council for having me today, and we can move forward with the presentation. I'm so sorry, I'm really nervous today too. So I'll move on to the organizational mandate. The Just Slade Youth Foundation is a registered nonprofit organization that provides youth ages 12 to 17 years of age with organized programs, community engagement, and a casual drop-in center that promotes valuable opportunities for social interaction. Our mandate is to empower the youth of our community. We can move on to the next slide. The programs that we offer under the RMWB grant include the Dugout, which is our drop-in center. It provides youth with a safe, clean, and drug-free environment to access support and have fun while interacting with their peers. One of the other programs we offer is our JSYF Presents, which provides youth with structured programs, events, and field trips that are free of charge for any and all to take part of, regardless of which socioeconomic status they may face in our community. We service youth ages 12 to 17 within the whole RMWB, and our goals this year is increasing our fundraising efforts, securing additional grants throughout 2022, organizational growth, staff development, and program growth. Go to the next slide. The community impact that we have is that youth centers provide a safe, supervised environment for youth to have fun. Structured programming provides mentorship, opportunities for social interaction, and individual support. Our center connects youth with community resources if the support that they need is out of the scope of JSYF. We provide youth with constructive and pro-social activities. We develop positive social skills for youth, and we focus on prevention, which is key. As you can see on this slide here, our overall expenses are $463,636. The subsidy that we are requesting is $310,000, which represents about 67% of our total expenses. Move on to the next slide. Of course, as said before, the majority of our expenses is the wages and salaries. Our programming costs come in at a total of $56,300. Our overhead, utilities, insurance, and whatnot, $82,336. And again, funded by the RMWB, we are looking for $310,000. Thank you so much for letting me present. Oh, sorry. And our request is the same as many of the years that have come previously, same as 2020, same as 2021, and then we'll move ahead with the same ask for this year. And thank you very much for having me, and thank you for letting me present. I'm open to any questions.
Thank you. That was the presentation. Do you have any questions from council? Councillor Grasson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair, thank you for your presentation. I do have a few questions.
Sure.
Question number one is, do you as an organization collaborate with other agencies that serve the same demographics to look for synergies, opportunities, and areas to work together to represent a greater number of youth within our community?
Absolutely. So I think one of the biggest things that we have is that we do have a committee that's known as Y Connect, in which we invite every single organization that has, whether they only focus on youth or they have certain like parts of their organizations that is a program that represents youth. We always partner and we meet like on a monthly basis so that we can create those collaborations. We want to avoid the duplication of programming. So we have multiple, like even the programs that we offer down here at our youth center, and then as well as JSYF Presents, which is us going out into the community and doing, let's say, field trips or events with other organizations. We have a huge focus on partnerships. And I think most of it has to do with, like, for us, and sometimes there are youth that come in here that need additional services that are outside of the scope that JSYF offers. So with committees like that, where we meet once a month and we can organize to have partnerships and collaborations with each other, it also makes you very well aware of the other services that are being offered in the community so that we can refer youth to their services if it's outside of the scope of what we can offer to them.
All right, thank you. My next question is, in your application, you identified population service of 1,000. So my question to you is that 1,000 unique, different youth, or is that the same youth recorded over and over again?
That is 1,000 unique individual youth that we have serviced.
Okay, in your
and that's with, it's a very, like, you can look at the number and it's very large. That's representing youth that have passed in through the JSYF Presents program. It's also representing throughout the entire RMWB. And then this year, when it came to with COVID-19 from, you know, within 2020 and within 2021, with the closure of the youth center for a period of time, we also have opened up all of the programs that were being offered at our youth center went to the virtual side of things. So we had a lot of success with virtual programs and have even added more virtual programs that were not being like we were not offering them down at the dugout at the time. So when it came to us switching to that virtual platform, I think it has a lot to do with the demographic that we serve in the community. But we stayed with the virtual side as well as reopened the dugout, as well as having those field trips. So we definitely have quite a bit of youth that are passing through those 3 services that we're offering right now.
So is there a expectation for funding that establishes a methodology of goals, either measurable opportunities? How do you measure? How do you demonstrate to us that you are establishing goals, measurements, and achieving them?
I think that with like through our reporting and whatnot, and I think through the youth attendance on that side of things is just how we try to show the RMWB, which the council and the mayor, that we're definitely fulfilling the goals that they want us to. So we make sure, you know, when I'm doing the reporting processes, I make sure that I'm very like, pay a lot of attention to the stats and to the amount of people that are passing through our program, and just making sure we keep updates as far as what the success of those programs are looking like. Like I said too, you know, we were very lucky to kind of be working with a certain demographic where it's the 12 to 17-year-olds that are so used to those virtual platforms as well. So we've had a lot of success with that. So I think that the majority of the time we go on the amount of kids that we have passing through, and I don't think that, you know, when it comes to the reporting, I guess you don't always get a chance to say that, but I don't think that we've ever seen a youth pass through this building or through our services only once. A lot of the time too, when it comes to teenagers, when they max out on the age for them to attend the programs, some of those teenagers have flipped over into staff. And then a lot of the time too, we have a pretty large database of volunteers, and a lot of those teenagers have flipped over onto that side. So I guess for us, one of the big measurables that we have is, like I said, the stats, and then the kids just wanting to still take part so much in the foundation, even when they max out on the age for it.
All right, for the moment, that'll be, I mean, I can only speak to for myself, not for my colleagues, yourself, and many of the other people who are funded through these streams, that I'm hoping in the future we're going to be establishing a bit of a different criteria or a more enhanced criteria that, you know, the world is, the funding is getting less, and the expenses are increasing, and we're certainly going to be looking at, you know, the best opportunities to get value for our dollars. So just be aware that hopefully we'll be reaching out in the future with some greater opportunities to demonstrate that. Thank you for your time.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Boussier.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman. And through the chair to Mandy, just looking at the budget, and it says administration expense of 56,336. Can you just expand on what that includes, Mandy?
Yeah, so when it comes to our budget for administration, that includes like some of the office supplies that we have down here. We do have a little bit of leased equipment. We have our postage. A lot of it, some of it is staff travel right now, telephone, advertising. A big chunk of it will go towards professional fees, which is us for getting the audit financial statements done, accounting, which is our bookkeeping services that we have in-house here too, business license, signage, bank charges, and fundraising expenses.
Okay, thank you. And then just regarding the grants, you obviously have the RMWB, and then there was the United Way allocation, and then other grants, it says 40,000. And I guess the do you apply?
Yeah, so I know a lot of the funding streams, especially with COVID-19, when it comes to the federal side of things, we are going down that avenue because a lot of things have opened up for youth mental health at this point. So those are a lot of the grants that we are going to try to access at this point too, as well as with industry. We don't have a huge revenue stream that comes straight from the industry. So we are also trying to access that side of things. So, but a lot of it would be more federal grants that we have been doing a lot of research and know that there are quite a few grants that are being offered towards youth mental health at this time because of the pandemic. So those are the streams that we definitely want to try to access at this point.
So the other grants, the 40,000, that would be what? 1 grant, 2 grants, 3? Would you have?
Two. So far for me looking at it, there's 2 grants in particular that I'm applying for, which are through the federal government.
Okay, but there's also other avenues through the province or provincial funding as well, is there, Mandy?
There absolutely is, yes. It's just looking at certain criteria, making sure that we meet the criteria for those grants.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Thank you, Mandy. Is there any other questions from council? Seeing none, then we'll now move on to the recommendation. Could I have someone make the motion? Councillor Benjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I move that $310,000 be allocated to the Justin Slade Youth Foundation under the 2022 Sustaining Grant Program. Thank you.
Could I have someone second that motion? Councillor Weigel.
I second the motion.
Thank you. Is there any other questions from council? Thank you, and we'll call for a vote. All in favor? Opposed? Councillor Cardinal? How are you voting, Councillor Cardinal?
My hand was already up, just reading the text, that's all.
Okay, we don't see you. Okay. So, are you voting for or against? Councillor Cardinal?
You can't see me?
No, we can't, no.
No? Okay, well, I vote yes, yeah. That's,
Okay.
I could see me, but I guess I can't, you guys can't see.
Thank you.
No problem.
That is... So that will move 7-4-3 against. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, we'll hear from Cano College. I'd like to invite Jay Node, President, Chief Executive Officer, and Rob Lesage, Interim Vice President, Corporate Services, and Chief Financial Officer to come forward to present.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me okay and see me?
Yes, it's great.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. So once again, good afternoon to our chair, your worship, and councillors. You know, I am Jay Node. I'm the president and CEO of Cano College. So joining me today is Rob Lesage. He's our former interim VP Corporate Services and our CFO. Now, along with other college community members in the audience, we would like to speak to you today about the sustaining grant application for Cano College's Arts Center. Next slide, please. So the Cano Theatre and Arts Center is a community-based art center that not only features Wood Buffalo's premier performing arts center, but is also currently home to the Arts Council of Wood Buffalo, the Multicultural Association of Wood Buffalo, as well as the Generation Dance Studio, and a number of other dance organizations and musical artists. You know, we take great pride in our facility, especially in our role of ensuring we remain focused on being a key contributor to the arts and culture with programs and services that we provide within our community. Next slide, please. So just going over some of our programs, you know, they would include community theater productions and have been operating through the Cano Theater Company since 1980. This involves community players and actors through open auditions and volunteers, and our rehearsals are conducted through professional direction, voice, choreography, stage management, and technical support. And, you know, most of our events are single or one-night performances that include professional touring artists presented in our Syncrude Arts Live series, and they're planned at least 1 year in advance through artists and agents. And going further with that, you know, our drama force includes our Summer Youth Dream drama program that occurs on weekdays, typically 7.5 hours a day for 3 weeks for up to 35 youth, ranging from ages 10 to 17. And this program is also led by professionals who teaching acting, singing, choreography, and other theater-related activities, ending with a full stage production. And our services do include providing accessible creative venues and studios to the community, which include rentals and typically represent over 1,000 studio bookings annually. It's our goal to continue to consult with community partners and determine the right mix of programs and services for our community. And to that end, you know, we're driven to return staffing and live theater and performances and engagement to pre-pandemic levels in a sustainable community-based model. Next slide, please. So we do believe that the Keyano Theatre and Arts Centre services to benefit our region. This center is a community hub for artistic creativity, connections, and culture, and it's our intention to continue to be that center of arts and culture for Wood Buffalo, but to do so through building stronger community relationships and partnerships going forward. Next slide, please. So the revenues that are listed are generated from ticket sales, rentals, concessions, sponsorships, grants, as well as donations. And the RMWB grant portion is listed separately. And our request is approximately 40% of our total anticipated expenses leading up to the $559,615. Next slide, please. So, you know, when we look at what our intent is, it is to use the requested funds to help support some of the salaries required to provide for the programs and services that we are dedicated to provide at the theater. Next slide, please. And, you know, given the past history, first off, we do want to thank the RMWB for supporting us in previous years, and we're hoping that can continue for this current ask. You know, we have a beautiful theater and arts center at Keyano College. It has been a beloved community asset for over 40 years, but we know in the current way that we're operating, it's not a sustainable model going forward, and we look forward to going forward with discussions with partners and so forth as we look at you know, continuing on with 2022 with this $560,000 request. We do look forward to engaging with the RMWB and other community partners and truly develop a community-based solution towards providing arts and culture programs within our community over the long term in a sustainable manner. We need to work collaboratively, you know, with the arts and culture community.
Sorry, Jay,
Yep.
That's a 5-minute limit there, but I'm sure a lot of your rest of your presentation will come through in the questions from council.
No worries. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you. And Councillor Ken Ball?
Yeah, through the chair, I can't help but look at your revenue stream here. You're asking for $559,000, which I see that's kind of in line with what's been asked in years past. But is it true the government of Alberta will give you $2,000 and we're going to give you $559, and the federal government is going to give you $15? It just, is that all that's out there for provincial and federal grants of $17,000? It probably costs you more to fill out the application than what you're getting in return.
All right, I'm going to pass that over to our to Rob Lesage, if you wouldn't mind taking that one on, Rob.
Those numbers, we receive considerably more than that from both. We apply for every grant that we is available. Our people in the theater group are plugged into a community of other theater groups, and whatever funding comes up. And just as a note, we just received $86,000 from the federal government, the Heritage Fund. So I'm not sure where that 2,000, where you see the 2,000 on the presentation, but we do receive substantially more than that from both levels of government.
So based on that, I mean, the request here says 2 and 15. I'm hearing 86. Does that mean the 559 is going down? Is the request for 559 being reduced?
No, many of these grants have already been provided for in the budget, prepared in determining what that 559 is.
Yeah, but I don't see that on here, the 86 you're just referring to. So I think someone needs to check the numbers.
I certainly can check the numbers, but we do prepare. This is based upon our forecast, our budget for the year. We do provide, and the total revenues, including federal and provincial grants, is $823,000. I can certainly go and check what portion of that is federal and provincial, but they are included in those estimates.
Fair enough, but I assume that's for the overall Keanu College. This is just for the Theatre Arts Center, correct?
No. This portion, and I'm looking at page 5 of Jay's presentation. On page 5, you'll see the grant request was calculated based upon the total revenues, which includes federal and provincial grant funding, as well as total expenses, and that's for the entire year, only for the theater. This is not the college's budget.
All right, thanks.
Yes, and through the chair, if you don't mind, to the council, just to clarify again, to Rob's point, these are not, the budget figures you're seeing are not the total budget figures for Keanu College. Nowhere close, right? I mean, and this is a separate request just for the activity that we are speaking about to operate the theater. The revenue total of $823 that you're seeing, and it includes tickets, our projected ticket sales, our rentals, including the grants that we're applying for, our concessions, sponsorships, and other types of donations. So what you're seeing in this figure, please let's not confuse the two, that this is strictly about the theater, and the revenue is projected figures of all the things that we've talked about.
Councillor Boussier.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Through the chair to Jay or Dale. As it's designated as a commercial enterprise. Is that true?
If I can take that question. Much of our, and I think what the message is there is that we receive base funding from the provincial government for the operation of the college, and there are items that are permitted for that base funding, of which it's instruction, it's buildings that are involved in construction, but it does not allow us to spend monies for theater, parking lots, student residences. It is only the base funding that we receive is limited only to teaching and providing services to students.
Okay, so the last 2 years, I'm assuming the theater has been shut down or not operating to full capacity?
Yeah, through the chair to the councillor, absolutely. We have not been operating at full capacity. We are included in the provincial exemption program, but at the same time, we've been very conservative in how we're opening the theater. But as mentioned in the presentation, it is now our desire to get back to pre-pandemic levels of activity. That's why you're seeing our projections a little bit more aggressive than what they were last year. So that is our intent, to obviously open up as much as we can.
Okay, then having said that, on the approved 2020 ask, the 587, and then 2021, the 518, if that was given to you, did you give it back to the RM, or what would that money have been used for if the college theater wasn't open?
Again, I'm going to be clear on this. The college wasn't open in its
The theater,
full entirety.
sorry. The theater.
Sorry, the theater. Yeah, the theater was open, but not to the full capacity of what they typically would be. We still, if you look at slide, I guess 6, which is our program cost, that does include our salary and wages. We still have salary and wages that we have to cover, and that typically is what our request is basically 40% is of the total expenses, and a big portion of that total expenses is the salary and wages. We did not lay people off.
Okay, so the entire 2020 ask and 2021 ask was spent.
Yeah, from my understanding it is. Rob, do you want to confirm? Yeah.
Yes. We have 9 full-time staff, and there were some disruptions in their employment, but total cost for those 9 people is about $900,000 per year for the salary costs.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Brynjolko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. My question is to clarify on your expenses, the service contracts. So were these equipment maintenance, place maintenance, or what is that? And then, because I also see down here that you have below the lines, repairs and maintenance. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, Rob.
Okay. Yes, we do have a fair amount of equipment in the theater. Okay, and that includes dance floors. We have musical equipments, pianos, tuning. We also maintain many of the things that we use for some of our theater. The performance kind of units that we have in stock for the plays that we put on.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. So you are confirming that you have some of your maintenance is outsourced and some are done in-house, or?
Yes, some is done in-house, but we don't allocate costs when we do it in-house. If it is Keanu College staff that performs the maintenance, we do not do an internal transfer. Our own staff, our own theater staff will do a fair amount of the theater, but when you see a maintenance and repairs, that is the cost that we have for outside help.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor McGrath.
Thank you. A proud alumni of Keanu College, but I guess my question is, out of your operating request here, and I certainly feel what everybody else feels in the community of a couple of years of stops and goes.
I'm sorry, I have to change this number now.
Okay, I've learned some listening skills. My question is, I guess, to Keanu, your request this evening, would it include the SERP money that was refunded back to help you along those positions that you kept in the downturn? Did you receive any funding from the feds or the province on to to help you out to keep your staff?
No, the college did not qualify for any of the CERB payments.
And without this money from the municipality, from not the municipality, I guess from all of us as a community, what would you do today? How would they say a deferral upon review? Because what I don't see here sometimes are assets. We're supporting your operating grant. I would think that some kind of application just through covering your wages through CERB business, you would have got something, or if you never applied for it, but most people did, and organizations did, and colleges and universities did. What would make us different?
No, the colleges, to my knowledge, and I can certainly confirm that, but I do belong to the Senior Business Officers Group, which represents all 26 universities and colleges in Alberta, and to my knowledge, not one of them were qualified. We in fact had a conversation about this last Friday. None of us qualified for any of the federal government CERB checks.
Through the chair and Councillor McGrath. So I want to clarify a couple of things. Rob's absolutely correct. There were no funds that were given to us specifically regarding when it comes to operations. Saskatchewan did not also get such funds for this time period. What they did get is some support for probably PPE or other kinds of initiatives to help us through on costs, to help us through the whole process of COVID. But when it comes down to potential loss of income, loss of revenue, those were not provided to us on that end. The other thing I want to be very clear about on this is that the province does not fund us through the operating grants that we get to run a theater. They don't. Keano itself, through our own internal measures, does its absolute best to ensure that we can maintain arts and cultural programs and services in the community, given that we have a facility there. But the government doesn't fund us for this. The federal government doesn't fund us for this. And so just keep in mind that, and this goes very similar to some of the other kinds of programs that Keano has been offering in the community. So this is why I'm positioning our request this year to allow us to continue on in 2022 in a similar manner that we've been supported in previous years. But in the meantime, for us to be able to work with the municipality and other community partners to look at a true community-based solution to provide arts and culture in the community. Because right now, this is not a sustainable model. I've only been in the organization for 3 months. I see the value of arts and culture in the community. I see the value of Keano being a key contributor to that. And we want to maintain that, but we have to do this, I think, more strategically as a community, and Keano wants to play its role in that. So hopefully that clarifies some of the comments or questions that you had.
Yeah, no, I've been around to see the growth of Keano through industry and residents, and you're absolutely right. What we're at is not sustainable for many reasons. Because once a year we come fund it and we get a check, to you as a community partner. But I'm wondering, ahead of your request, we have a vibrant arts community that looks for space. I'm just wondering if there's more synergies we could do. And the easiest vehicle is to come to the steps of City Hall and ask 11 elected officials. If we don't then we're going to crash everything. But we also know that we have good partnerships, and there's 3 big vehicles that drive this community, and that's Keanu, the Rrc, and the municipality. And, you know, the outreach in Fort Chip with Keanu, I kind of understand the whole setup. And I know you've only been here for a little while, and that's half the problem. We have had such a turnover since Doug McRae, we can't keep abreast anymore. We became a competition piece to the builders in Fort McMurray rather than focusing on our education piece. But we can't change all that, because that's all I've heard all day is about the mistakes made in the past. But again, there might not be specific grants from the province or the feds, but again, we come and as a community, we shepherd trying to fund you and everybody else, but we have to find another way. And I think that's to take a group of people that are servicing sometimes conflicting entities, and we compete. And the competition ends up here when we fund the different organizations. So there has to be a correction line, and I think it's going to be 22. We can go through this process, and if we don't fund you, you're out a couple of positions. But let's face it, we've been in neutral since, I don't know, the last 18 months. So I would suspect if you're not burning the lights in the theater, you see a cost savings. If you're not using the facility, there'll be a cost savings, but the request is primarily the same as always been. And God knows I know the humanity piece in employment. So it's not like I'm trying to be not heartfelt, but have we considered maybe offloading some of those assets that we got into that we shouldn't have to fund that place itself? Because we all know they're government assets, and probably the most exposure goes to industry after they made the processing plant and had to re-engineer that place. Yeah, I know a bit about Keanu College as a graduate. It's a good centerpiece to a community, but it's kind of lost its way.
So through the chair and Councillor McGrath, I'd like to respond to that. I think you've raised all the points that we were trying to identify, is that we need to look at a long-term sustainable solution. I want to be clear on this, and this is not in any way to sound, on the negative, but, a decision can be made that the 2022 grant is not supported. That will mean a reduction of what we can provide. That will mean, layoffs. That will mean that we are not going to be able to do what I would think the community would like us to do. So again, I would request respectfully here that, recognizing the short term that I've been here in this role, and recognizing the past and the turnover, I am coming to this council and His Worship and community leaders here to look at working with us on what I think is an important piece beyond 2022, not just this year, but beyond 2022, and looking for a long-term solution. So, we're here. We're here as being a key contributor to the community, and we feel we play a key role in the community, but, we can only go so far with the resources we have. And so that's why we're at the table. And that's why we're at the table for 2022 specifically.
Yeah, no, I didn't want to narrow and say, I think this year is a correction line for a lot of us in a lot of sectors. But it's never been a time of more headwinds that we're all going to face. So refreshing to hear that we're not looking to build another 50 million facility or branch out. I guess reality is we have to support you in some fashion, but somebody's going to have to start shouldering some of the pain, because the residents, I guess the kids that are in grade 9 today, we don't want to set them up to not be able to afford to stay home with mom and dad. We don't want our residential tax that are so low today. And I know that Keanu is a big piece, but I also there's some similar stories. So I appreciate what you're bringing forward, and wish you the best in the most challenging times.
Thank you. And Councillor Boucher?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman. a bit more, but I'm not prepared to approve this, but I certainly don't want to deny it tonight without some more information.
Yeah, I think you can just make a motion to have it deferred to the March 8th council meeting. That could be done.
Okay, I'll make the motion that we defer this to March 8th. I'm assuming it's not going to be a big deal to Cano if they have to wait another month, I hope. And I'll put the motion out there, please.
Thank you, Councilor Dogar.
I second that motion.
Okay, can we call for a vote? All in favor? Councilor McGrath? For against the deferral? Yeah, Councilor McGrath, you're for against the deferral?
Oh, absolutely for.
Thank you. Councilor Cardinal? Councilor Cardinal, for against the deferral?
Against it. Against.
Okay, and Councilor Stroud?
I'm against the deferral.
Okay, thank you. Eight, 4, 2 against the deferral. So it's carried. 8, 4, 2 against. So we'll get back to that on March the 8th, Jay.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Mayor Bowman and those listening online through Teams, prior to introducing the next presentation, if we could just have everyone take a quick pause, not necessarily a recess. We just need to exit out of the back screen in the computer and just reset it. Should take no more than 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
test. Expect 4. If I don't get 4, then that's I
Okay, let's get back to the agenda. Next, we have from the local Helicopter Emergency Response Organization Foundation. I'd like to invite Bryce Kumka, Chair, Andrea Montgomery Spring, Executive Director, and Paul Spring, Senior Aviation Advisor, to come forward to present. I see Andrea and Paul. Is Bryce there?
Just checking. Can you hear us okay?
Yes, we can now.
Okay, great. Good afternoon.
Bryce has his hand up.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, looks like he's coming on there now.
I finally was given control of the mute of the video and the audio, so we're good to go. Thank you very much, everyone, for having us here. I'm Bryce Kumka, the board chair of the Local Hero Foundation. We've already done your interactions for Andrea and Paul. They're also on the line today. If you could go to the next slide, that would be great. Local Hero Foundation, which is our helicopter emergency response organization, is proud to be the sole provider of 24/7 emergency helicopter services for the residents and workers of northeastern Alberta. We do this very, very proudly with no cost to our patients. We also do other things with the helicopter that we'll get to a little bit more on the presentation going on. So we have the next slide, Andrea.
So our goals for 2022, our main one is always to continue providing this 24/7 service for the whole region with no gaps in service, despite what's going on with the pandemic. And while doing this, we would like to remain financially sustainable. We are working on expanding our board and the membership, and we require some clarification regarding the review of provincial services for the helicopter programs before we commit to purchasing the current machine and then eventually an upgraded version. Alberta Health has taken upon another review of the programs before a decision and recommendations are made. We raised some strict objections to the Alberta Health Services 11 recommendations, and so they're basically starting over on that.
Paul, can you take us through the map there?
Yeah, as you can see on the screen is our coverage map. It's quite a large area. The inner dark circle represents our unrefueled range, which means we can leave Fort McMurray, fly to the patient, return to the hospital, and then return to the hangar without the need for stopping for fuel. In the lighter outer ring, that's our effective area, assuming we get fuel before we come back. So we can refuel. We have access to fuel in Fort Chipewyan. We've fueled in Stony Rapids, Saskatchewan before. In Lac La Biche, Athabasca, so that's just our wider range. I'm going to go to the next slide. And the community impact, without going through and reading all this, we started this program for one reason, that is the people recreating, working, and driving in the RMWB were not being serviced well. Long wait times. We did, Phoenix Heliflight was providing day VFR only service ad hoc. So if we had helicopters available, we would send them, but if we didn't, you were out of luck. STARS has never come up to this region past Wandering River. So there is a huge gap in service. And as the oil sands grew, the need grew. more camps, and outlying communities that were just being underserved. So the program was started in 2013 with that in mind, to serve the people who were not getting fast emergency service that they needed to help them in heart attacks, strokes, and trauma. And we've also provided a great service during the fire in 2016. We were evacuated the last intubated ICU patient from the hospital before the helipad landed in the parking lot, took that patient to an airplane for transfer to a facility down south. And also recently during the flood, we provided services in rescuing some individuals that were trapped in floodwaters north of town. So as Andrea mentioned, and Bryce mentioned, we do more than just the straight medevac. We're working for anybody who needs us. If you have a problem, RCMP, call us, search and rescue, call us. And that's our role, is to use this tool for the benefit of people in need.
Next slide, please. I'll speak briefly to our grant request. It may be too cautious, but we've put 3.5 million as our projected revenues, expenses of 3.7, nearly 3.8, and our requested subsidy is 1/3 of that. Last year, our expenses were $3.7 million, with a deficit of nearly $500,000, and this year our projected deficit is only half of that. Next slide, please. Our salaries and wages are for 16 people. So there are 8 full-time pilots, and the wages for them are roughly $1 million this coming year. And the remaining $372,000 is for actually 6 or 7 people. That they are fractional positions that are shared with the operator of the program, Phoenix Heliflight. So they amount to only 1.85 FTEs. Our program costs are large and are directly proportional to how many times we have to fly, because fuel, maintenance, and part costs all go up every time we lift off. And also part of the program costs are training for the pilots, which is required annually, and as well night vision goggles certification, which we can't do without.
Sorry, I have to cut you off, Andrea. That's 5 minutes.
Okay.
And a lot of that will come out in the questions, I would imagine. But thank you for your presentation. Thank you. Do we have any questions from council? I don't see any online or any here. Councillor McGrath?
Thank you, through the chair. No doubt, look at the circle. The circle that without your fuel and the circle with your fuel is big outreach. And I think as a councillor, I guess I learn a little bit more every day. And I know there's a bit of a cutoff with stars. So obviously you save a lot of lives and get people out of a pickle every now and then. My question is back to administration. What would be the aggregate total to Hero since it intercepted?
Through the chair to Councillor McGrath, thank you for the question. Staff are going to compile the information and should have it ready.
Guys, certainly we hear the stories. Sometimes they don't end up with the best result, but you're there to save lives, and it's again another government piece that you hear people talk about twinning highways and getting railroads built, but it seems we're always getting the short end of the stick, and the municipality is showing more of a social license than any municipality in Alberta. And we're lucky to have the industry partners that fund us so graciously, but as we all know, as that ratchets down, our community needs more.
Thank you, Councillor McGrath. Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. And through the chair to Andrea, I guess on the other side of this, and I know that this is kind of a backwards question, but with running a deficit every year and you being a needed business in this, I guess in this avenue as a medical service, how long do you guys see yourselves feasible at this type of deficit? And why wouldn't the ask be to cover that deficit, or are you looking to find that in other places?
We're still planning on doing our annual fundraising activities. I think that's one of the things something that's been done in the past that's minimized the gap in the expenditures, but we want to try and raise as many funds as we can from our own resources without having to ask for the gracious donations that we do get from our industry partners and the municipality. Andrea and Paul, would you have anything else to add?
Yeah, I'd like to speak to that. Thank you. Paul and I are personally very motivated to solve this problem as Phoenix Heli Flight carries that deficit and makes the program possible. Last year, Hero hired, as a trial, a local marketing company, and we are seeing some good gains in program awareness and donations from that. And so we negotiated a slight decrease, and we'll carry on with that company. And as well, we have signed on for a 6-year subscription to another grant-seeking platform that not many people are using, so that we can relieve some of the stress from asking always locally and from industry for funding. So we're looking further afield for that. And we've come up with a couple of new fundraising ideas. And one thing I was very pleased with last year was a collaboration with the Northern Lights Health Foundation and the Fort McMurray Fire Department Society, where we did $1 million provincial lottery, and we're holding another one on February 22nd. So get your tickets, and another one in the fall. And we are deep in discussions about doing a couple of other things that we can manage with the pandemic being so uncertain. We don't want to go too far out on a limb, but we do have to be raising some money, since there are very few places we can cut costs.
And we are looking at other things. The big egg we haven't cracked yet and tried unsuccessfully over the years is the federal funding. STARS was successful in getting the feds to buy them 2 brand new $14 million helicopters for a total of $28 million. The province threw in another $14 million. They just have better PR than we do. We save the same type of lives, run a program that's equally as technically competent with night vision goggles, IFR captains in both seats, modern aircraft. And it was sad that my lobbying efforts through our former member of parliament didn't gain any traction in Ottawa. I have a lot of faith now. We have somebody local from town representing us in Ottawa who understands our program, knew it from the MLA level, and I will be pushing again to get federal doors open. About 50% of our clientele is remote, just due to geographical location, First Nations. Why is the federal government not helping with that solution for those folks? I don't understand it. So we just got to keep pushing and knocking on doors until we get one pried open and get at some federal funding for what we do.
And I think that would go a long way towards closing our gap.
Yeah.
The gap, Stu, I appreciate your comments, and I'll continue. Phoenix Heli Flight owes this community a lot. We've established a great company here working in the RMWB, and as long as we're still operating Phoenix, which should be a long time, we'll continue to backstop Hero because it's a necessary service.
Yeah, well, I just want to appreciate all the hard work you guys do to fight to save lives around here, and so to take ownership at a deficit and to continue to fight for that funding. We appreciate everything you do. So thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Is there any more other questions from council? I don't see any. And again, Andrea and Paul, really appreciate what you do for the community, and I'll keep advocating, and myself and council, for Hero and whatever we can do. We'll move now to make the recommendation. Can I have someone make a motion? Councillor Gradison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that $1,250,000 be allocated to the local Helicopter Emergency Response Organization Foundation under the 2022 Sustaining Grant Program.
Thank you. Can I have someone second it? Councillor Ball?
I second that motion.
Thank you. Is there any questions from council? Okay. Thank you. That's carried unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next line is there the questions of council followed by debate points. Is it a general debate or about this specific issue?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from the McMurray Snowdriver Snowmobile Association. I'd like to invite Phil Paquette, Vice President number 2, with Wilma Boyd, Treasurer, to come forward to present.
Good afternoon, everybody. Next slide. Wilma won't be joining us today. The next slide, please. Fort McMurray Snowmobile Association, which is known as the Snowdrifters, really our mandate is to provide enjoyable snowmobiling to all residents of Fort McMurray, and actually visitors as well. We service the community such as regional municipality of Wood Buffalo, Anzac, and Sabre Creek. We provide groomed trails, not just for snowmobiles, but also for special events, things like winter play, dog sled racing, and other events that the regional municipality Wood Buffalo put on. We also bring snowmobile events occasionally to Fort McMurray, and visitors as well. Next slide, please. What do we really do? We have about 300 kilometers of groomed trails that we've been working on since 1975. Our board members, which consists of 5 volunteers, we have 5 trail coordinators, and roughly about 30 volunteers that support the efforts, to maintain those trails, keep them free of debris, but also groom them in the wintertime as well to allow for safe snowmobiling. We also provide, like I said before, RMWB with services such as, parade marshalling, grooming for dog sled events, winter play, every single year. So our goal this year was actually to promote membership. Right now, last year we sold about 600 or so annual member passes. We anticipate that there's about 30% extra folks that are using our trails that aren't paying for passes. We sold 20 day member passes to out-of-towners last year, so we had 20 people traveling from outside of the community to come experience our local trail system here. Next slide. We've noticed a huge impact this year and last 2 years that we've sort of become a family club. There's multiple generations now, being founded in 1975. We're starting to see, kids of kids and grandparents, grandchild experiencing, our vast trail system that we have. So it's becoming more of a family event versus, I think, where we were before in the past. A lot of our youth members, which consists of about 40 youth members right now, don't play hockey, they don't do figure skating, they would rather be out enjoying winter sports such as snowmobiling. So next slide. Here's our ask. The regional municipality of Wood Buffalo is we're asking for about 79% for our total subsidy expenses to be $125,750. Next slide. And this is basically our forecasted summary of expenses. We're anticipating you know, our program costs of $111,000, which is really, you know, diesel fuel for our groomers, operating fees, and the occasional maintenance and repairs of all of our equipment in order to groom trails. We also have some utilities pieces in there, and we're asking for a $14,000 subsidy for that, which gives you a total of $125,750. Next slide, please. In the past, we've asked for about $99,500. In the past 3 years, we've actually dug into our savings. So we are trying to build some new trails, do some, you know, cabins, day use cabin facilities, warm-up shacks. And we've been unable to actually do that because we've been dipping into that savings fund. So, you know, we're basically asking for our full operating cost for this year, which we're anticipating to be $125,000, $125,750, sorry. Next slide. That's it. Any questions?
Thanks, Phil. Thanks for the presentation. Quick question before I go to council. How much is in the savings account?
Right now I want to say about 22,000.
Okay, perfect. Thanks. And is there any other questions from council? Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you for the presentation. I'm just wondering how many folks in your group are volunteers?
All of them, with the exception of we have one paid subcontractor who's about 50%. That's our administrative assistant. And then we do subcontract out our grooming on our big snowcat.
Okay, but it's mainly 75% is volunteer work?
About 90%, I would say, about 90%.
Okay, thank you very much, Phil.
Yep.
Thank you. And Councillor Weigel?
Chair, to administration, does the city pay on top of what the snowdrifters do to groom the sled trails?
No.
So this cost is totally taken on by the snowdrifters then?
Yes.
Awesome. Awesome. Sounds like a subcontractor work almost.
Almost.
Awesome. Thank you. That's it.
Thanks, Phil. And Councillor Cardinal?
Thanks, Phil. Just wanted to say thank you to Wilma and the Snowdrifters, and also Mayor Bowman for you know, referring me to you guys when it came to the search of the Athabasca Chippewa First Nation member Sherry Fleck. She lost her life, and we went looking for her. I wanted to say thank you guys very much for reaching out to me and offering that support to our community of Fort Chippewa and the loss of Sherry. I find that you guys are doing a wonderful job. I guess you know, I just wanted to say thank you on behalf of us in Fort Chippewa and on behalf of Mayor and Council. But I guess I just wanted to say, where are your roads? I would just like to. I'm just curious, to be honest.
It's actually funny you asked. I was born and raised here in Fort McMurray, and up until about 5 years ago, I didn't actually know where our roads were. So we have about 100 kilometers of a trail system in Thickwood, which is almost to the end of Tower Road. It's about 15 kilometers down the road. You'll see our snowdrifter symbol there, and that's where our trail starts. If you go to our website, drifters.com, you'll actually be able to pull up all of our trail maps, and we use a software called Avenza, which will actually show you where all of our trail system. The second trail system is located around the airport, where you can leave our drifters garage and make your way out to Anzac, and then there's a connector trail that connects to our third trail system, which is probably, our best one, and that's out in Stony Mountain. So you can either drop off at the Stony Mountain drop-off right by Makwa Lake, or you can ride directly from our garage and take an almost 200-kilometer loop all the way around.
Okay, nice. Thanks for that. I was just going to say that I was planning on doing a trip from Fort Chip to Fort McMurray and getting a bunch of people so I'll have to sign up as a member and maybe work together on that.
Actually, it's a good discussion to have because one of our kind of goals for the upcoming future is actually to get a trail going back to Fort Chip. So in 1975, the original members of the Snowdrifters, that was their first ever trip, was a river run north to Fort Chip. But I would like to make a trail system basically from the drop-off point there to Six Lakes, all the way up north to Fort Chip, and that would give an opportunity, maybe generate some revenue up in Fort Chip, and maybe partner up with a bed and breakfast up there and do some ice fishing.
Nice. Nice to meet you, Phil, and thanks for the presentation. Look forward to meeting you, and I'll go onto the website and check out the trails and sign up.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Cardinal. Are there any other questions from council? Seeing none. We'll now move to make the recommendation. Can I have someone make the motion?
Yes.
Councilor McGrath?
You're on mute, McGrath.
Well, thanks a lot, Kendrick. I appreciate that. That's the best time I ever sounded. I just want to say hello, Phil. Appreciate all the guys, Frankie Richards and Mel and all you fellows over the years, keeping the legacy pieces going in the community. And hopefully we can remember some of those guys like Ronnie Voy and Abraham and Chartrand and those guys by naming a few of those trails that you got going. And the other thing is appreciate the fact that, what Kendrick said, you're helping people out. And this weekend, they'll have some drag races that we haven't seen in a long time. And appreciate more than ever now, I guess, the need for people to get outdoors, and you're doing a fantastic job with the trails. So appreciate your efforts. And this is something that does the whole community well and the whole region well. And at some point, it'd be nice to get tied up to the Canadian trails that Nickerson and them are working on.
For sure.
Thanks, Councilor McGrath. Now we'll move on to the recommendation. Can I have someone make the motion? Councilor Dogar?
Yes, sir, through the chair. I move that 125,750 be allocated to the McMurray Snowdrifters Snowball Association under the 2022 Sustained Grant Program.
Thank you. Can I have someone second the motion? Councilor Ball?
I second the motion.
Is there any more comments from council? Questions? No. Thank you, everyone. We'll call for a vote. All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. Thanks for the presentation, Phil.
Thank you. We appreciate your support.
Thanks. Up next is the Multicultural Association with Buffalo. I'd like to invite Dango Gogo, President, Robert Cree, Vice President, and Teresa Greenwood, Executive Director, to come forward to present.
Hello, Mayor Belmont and Council. My name is Muna Ali. I'm a board member with the Multicultural Association of Wood Buffalo. Today, I'm sitting in for MCA President Dango Gogo, who is unavailable to attend due to a family bereavement. On this video call with me is our Vice President, Elder Robert Cree, and Teresa Greenwood, MCA Executive Director, is also on this video call. We would like to thank you for this opportunity to appear before Council and present MCA 2022 CIP request. 2021 was a very rewarding year for MCA. We are happy to share with you that MCA was able to provide its full range of programs, events, and services in 2021. We also increased our collaboration and partnership with other community agencies. Therese will now present an overview of MCA operation and alignment with RMWB Strategic Plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Muna. I'd like to give Council a few highlights of how MCA met its mandate in 2021. The demand for our translation and interpretation services continued to grow, and in 2021, we worked with the Red Cross Mental Health Flood Collaborative to assist 9 local mental health agencies for that project. We did cultural awareness training with all of the agencies, and we also assisted Markaz Al-Islam with a live event that promoted the mental health agencies to its members. The event also included a local psychologist and the RCMP. We facilitated many discussions with many cultural groups about their unique needs and barriers throughout the year, and this mental health collaborative was just one example of success that we had. Next slide, please. MCA's programs and events continued in a hybrid virtual and in-person format and saw participation levels in 2021 that met or exceeded the previous year's level. That included Multicultural Expo, our cultural awareness training, Alberta Culture Days, a National Multiculturalism Day, and Human Rights Day. Our public notary clinic for newcomers to Canada was also revamped from a drop-in to an appointment-only session in keeping with provincial COVID guidelines. Next slide, please. MCA also increased its collaborations in 2021 as part of adding to our community impact. For the second year in a row, MCA was honored with the Partners in Education Award from the Fort McMurray Public School District for our English Language Learners Assistance Program, also called ELA. For the first time ever, we joined the Wood Buffalo Regional Library and Markaz Al-Islam to mark Alberta's Islamic Cultural Month in October. We also began a new partnership with Girls Inc. to mark Human Rights Day, and we're continuing that partnership for International Women's Day. We partnered with St. Aidan Society to reduce potential language barriers for community seniors. We're working with the Athabasca Tribal Council to expand our financial literacy program, which we present for newcomers, and we're transitioning it into a format that's suitable for Indigenous students. And our cultural awareness training was presented virtually to Suncor Energy staff across Canada in both French and English. Next slide, please. This is our request to Council for 2022. It is unchanged from 2020 and 2021. Next slide, please. This is also our projected budget for 2022, or projected ask for 2022. And again, it's unchanged from 2020 and 2021. And next slide, please. Thank you very much for your time today. We really appreciate the opportunity to present.
Thank you. And do we have any questions from council? Councillor Gradison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. Thank you very much for the presentation. Hello, Muna. How are you doing? Teresa. A couple of quick questions. I've certainly been aware of the Multicultural Association for many, many years. Diversity and inclusion. What exactly do you do related to that topic? Do you provide training, support, guidance in the community, and for whom?
That's a huge question. We address those issues in some of our events, but most specifically, we have a cultural awareness training program that we provide on a cost recovery basis. We charge clients like Suncor for it, and we use that money to provide it free to local nonprofits or smaller businesses or people that may not be able to afford it. The program was developed in Fort McMurray, so it specifically relates to the multicultural workplace. We do it actually we'll probably be doing it for council at some point. We usually do a session for council. We've done it for the RRC, the school board, all the major employers in town. And we also do a Speak Up Against Racism programming in April with the school boards. and we build diversity and equity into all of the events and programming that we present.
Awesome. As you can see, even on our council, we certainly live in a community that represents multiple cultures, and I'd further like to expand that I believe you have a very significant volunteer base that represents all of the various cultures that could be brought to task in terms of providing those kinds of supports to government, to industry, et cetera. Would that be a correct assessment?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you for the presentation. And it's nice to see you folks. I was just wondering, Teresa, do you advertise that program? I think it would be good for the whole region to be aware of it.
Yes, we do. We usually advertise it on social media, and then we also have regular, with the workforce, every time the workforce turns over somewhere, we usually come in and do another training session for new employees as well, but it's most commonly promoted on our social media.
Okay, I look forward to taking the program. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. Is there any other questions from council? Councillor Brnjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I just wanted to pass on the comment to commend the Multicultural Association for the work that they're doing for the diverse population in Fort McMurray. Thank you, and we really appreciate your good services.
Thank you. Councillor Ball.
Yeah, I echo Funky's comments here. I do have a question, and again, it's about these other agency grants. The Government of Canada, $1,600. There's got to be more out there for a multicultural group like yourselves from the Government of Canada. I can't believe it's only $1,600.
That's the Canada Day Fund. So we think it's a little bit low too. We're working on that.
Councillor Dogar.
Thank you, sir, through the chair. And the program name is multicultural. I feel that the idea should be to bring all the cultures towards the Canadian culture, and that is the English culture, French culture, and the natives culture. Yes, there are good programs like language training. Also, there are some, you see, ill practices, sorry to say this word, that the immigrants from their part of the world have it. We must identify those and must be told to them that these are the things we as new Canadians, immigrants, has to keep a pace with the mainstream. And that should be the main idea. And that's why the language course is one, the cultural courses are there. That is my point of view, just a suggestion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Gradison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair, always various different opinions. I think celebrating the diversity and the various cultures within our community is of the utmost importance. I think we can all learn from each other. Throughout my life working with different cultures and different communities, that's been the case. Having said that, just to follow up to Councillor Ball's question in terms of federal and provincial funding, obviously the federal government and the provincial government are ultimately responsible for immigration and supporting various different cultures coming into our cities and our country and stuff. Is there something that we can do to support applications for federal and provincial fundings, letters of support. We certainly have staff members that may assist. I agree that it's appalling that the governments that are the architects of such diversity in our country aren't financially contributing at a greater level. Please consider that as an option if you haven't explored it already, because I certainly think we need to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Grasson. Councillor Cardinal.
Oh, hey everybody. Can I ask him, Tin Robert? Good to see you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yes, thank you everyone, Teresa, Moana, for your presentation. I just wanted to say some kind words and thank you very much for, you know, always creating unity. Unity is the best way to go, and multicultural, it couldn't be any better. So, you know, sharing all that knowledge and sharing that unity and love and respect for everybody's freedom and personal beliefs is the best way to go. So you have my full support in anything multicultural. So thank you guys all and ladies.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kendra.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions from council? Not seeing any. And yes, as the other rest of the council reiterated, the multicultural, especially in our region, is very important, and we fully support what you're doing. And our council alone shows the diversity of our region, which is a good sign of the times. We will now move to make the recommendation. Councillor, can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Bunjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I move that $539,910 be allocated to the Multicultural Association of Wood Buffalo under the 2022 Sustaining Grant Program. Thank you.
And can I have someone second the motion? Councillor Cardinal.
I second that motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other comments or questions from council? Thank you. We'll call for a vote. All in favor? Any opposed? That's unanimously carried. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you. Next, we have the Regional Municipality of Buffalo Library Board. I'd like to invite Amanda McPherson, Chair, and Melissa Flett, Director, to come forward to present, please.
Hello, Mayor and Council. I'm Amanda McPherson, Chair of the Regional Municipality of Wood Buffalo Library Board, and I'm joined this evening by Melissa Flett, Director of Wood Buffalo Regional Library. Next slide, please. At the Wood Buffalo Regional Library, we support our community in building connections through information, technology, creativity and learning opportunities, and inclusive programs and services. Along with free memberships for residents, we deliver services both in person and virtually that strengthen and improve the quality of life for people who live here. Next slide. 2022 is going to mark our 4th year of our current plan of service. So we've developed our plan through community consultation where we outlined 4 strategic goals. These goals drive our actions each year and determine where our library resources are focused. Our primary goals in 2022 include a welcoming space redesign, an updated online catalog and website, a robust circulating technology collection, including laptops, tablets, and Wi-Fi hubs, supported by the Government of Canada's Healthy Communities Initiative, and then rural computer work services. If you could flip ahead the next 2 slides. We know Wood Buffalo Regional Library is well used within the community, and we currently have 13,800 active library borrowers. We will know we have successfully completed our goals when the Wood Buffalo Regional Library is a space for community connection, reflection, and creation. When our patrons feel supported in technology needs and library technology is well used, and when community members have an awareness of library services that we offer to those who visit in person at the library through outreach and rural visits and online.
Sorry, I was muted. The funding received from the municipality allows us to deliver public library service. For 2022, we're requesting just over $4 million, representing 70% of our total expenses. WBRL also receives revenue through donations, sponsorships, sales, and fees. The library receives a per capita operating grant from the provincial government based on our 2016 population figures. The government of Alberta recognizes libraries as an essential service and has committed to maintaining stable funding for libraries in Alberta with no budget cuts for 2022. Salary and wages represent 62% of our expenses and consist of 41.5 full-time equivalents. Program costs represent 7% of expenses and include library service delivery, such as acquisition and cataloging of new materials for our collection, the operation of our library service desks and spaces, and programs as determined through our plan of service. The library provides outreach services such as homebound book delivery and delivers services and programs throughout the rural communities. Our overhead costs represent 24% of our expenses. They include the Suncor Community Leisure Centre library space, our depreciation expense, insurance, maintenance, marketing, IT, and general administrative costs. As part of creating our welcoming space design, we have allocated summary does not include our library materials, books, audiobooks, visual materials, which for us are budgeted as a capital expense, and our library materials budget is $228,000. Next slide, please. Our 2022 request for municipal funding has increased from 2021 due to the request for the flooring replacement. We do have a carry forward portion of our grant from 2021, which combined with our request for 2022 will equal a total at year-end 2022 of $4.6 million. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Do we have any questions from council? Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, through the chair. Thank you for the presentation. Just a clarification, you talked about the increase of request to go towards the floor replacement of $400,000, yet there was still $545,000 carried over from the year before. And so I guess the question is why the increase of $300,000 if the money's already there? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. It's a little bit confusing because of COVID, and we had a carry forward from 2020 to 2021. So in 2021, our total budgeted amount would have been for $4.2 million. So there would have been no change from 2020 to 2021 to 2022, other than the addition of the flooring. It's just that it looks like there's a difference between 2021 and 2022 because of that carry forward amount.
You're speaking of the $450,000 that was carried forward from 20 to 21?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Stroud?
Thank you for the presentation, Melissa. I'm just wondering, are you folks going out to the rural areas yet for the libraries that you have out there?
Councillor Stroud, yes, we are going to rural when we can. We're not always able to go out, but we are still doing book delivery to the rural communities. We do have 2 homebound patrons in rural, and we're doing program kit drop-off. A lot of that's done through some of our partner agencies in the rural communities that are taking the program kits for us for delivery if we're not able to go there ourselves.
Okay, thank you, Melissa.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from council? We'll now move on to, We'll now move on to the recommendation. Can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Weigel.
I move that $4,087,280 be allocated to the Regional Municipality of Wood Buffalo Library Board under the 2022 Sustaining Grant Program.
Thank you. Can I have someone second the motion? Councillor Banjoko.
I second the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from council? Thank you. We'll call for a vote. In favor? And opposed? That's carried unanimously. Thanks for the presentation, ladies.
Thank you.
Next, we hear from Some Other Solutions, and I'd like to invite Jason King, Executive Director, to come forward to present. I think you're on mute there, Jason. I can see you there, Jason. You're up. If you want to present. You online there, Jason?
Hi, Jason. It's Jade inside the council chambers. If you press, what was it, star 6? Star 6, you should be able to unmute yourself if you're on the phone. And I do see your phone number is connected. So if you can hear me and try star 6.
Jason, can you speak? Just say testing or something.
Hello.
It's going to give feedback.
Can try talk again?
Hi, my name is Jason. I'm the Executive Director with Some Other Solutions.
Yeah, okay, so what we're going to do?
Hold on. Okay, go ahead,
Now
Jason.
you're live, Jason.
Okay, is everything good now?
You're good.
Okay, we'll give this another try. My name is Jason King. I'm the Executive Director with Some Other Solutions. Some Other Solutions serves families and individuals of the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo, providing a holistic approach to overcoming crisis and trauma, enabling people to establish positive relationships and a sense of connectedness within the community. Next slide. We are seeking funding for our counseling services and crisis line for our 2022. And the communities we actually serve, it's the entire region of the municipality of Wood Buffalo. And some of our goals for 2022 is, one, we will be reviewing our volunteer training to update suicide intervention information, solution-focused dialogue, risk assessment, and planning. We'll be looking at our partnerships and reviewing partnerships to evaluate strategic alignment. We want to ensure that we are working with those that we have synergies with, so we are able to enhance services and provide a high quality care to the community. And we are looking at a social enterprise We all know that the purse strings are a little tight, so we are looking at ways as well that we can generate revenue and sustainable income. Next slide. Community impact. SOS works within the community, work with community members, building the capacity to tackle life's challenges through various modalities of counseling. We have several partnerships, one with St. Aidan's, where we offer pro bono counseling to seniors. We have a great partnership with Keano College and offer practicum placements for students in nursing and social work. Fuse Social, we have one of our staff members participating in the Leadership with Buffalo, and one of our managers is a graduate of the program. Ongoing professional counseling despite the interruptions of COVID lockdown. For the past 2 years, we have been closed for face-to-face counseling for a maximum of 6 months. Other than that, we have been open for services virtually and face-to-face. And with the lockdown, we have actually increased services this year. In 2020, we served 513 through counseling, and in 2021, during the pandemic, we've served 1,100 individuals, or provided 1,100 sessions. Our community experienced years of trauma, and SOS counselors have advanced training in eye movement desensitization and reprocessing. And this is a way that we are able to work with individuals that are trauma impacted. And we have other modalities such as DBT, CBT, solutions-focused therapy, addictions and recovery, mindfulness, and self-compassion. And our ask this year is for $406,000. It's an increase over our last ask of last year, which was $182,000. And reason for this is we're looking to branch into the pro bono counseling. Thank you. And is there any questions?
Thanks, Jason, for the presentation. And we'll go to counselors right away for questions. My question just is, with the increase is going towards pro bono counseling, is this something you've been doing already, or you're looking at doing that more in the upcoming year?
Yeah, so we've actually been providing pro bono counseling for the past 2 years, since, well, a little over a year, really. 2020 is when we started pro bono counseling. We have never received funding for it from the municipality. We had other funding sources, such as provincial government and Red Cross. And the reason we are looking to move into this still at this point is because in 2019, when the municipality did their needs assessment, we were recognized as a stakeholder in the community that offered counseling and suicide intervention.
Okay, and is there funding available now besides the municipality for the pro bono counseling from the provincial and federal government?
No, we had one of our funding agreements ran out with them in August, and we have another one of our funding agreements running out this coming March. And we have been providing the counseling in spite of not having funding from August till this point with one of our current counselors that's on our team.
Okay, and also said that there was funds were used for hiring another counselor. Would that be as needed, or it's already in the plans to have someone hired immediately?
Yeah, so we will hire as needed. We're looking at other ways of providing counseling as well. So we have 3 full-time counselors on our team currently. Other ways that we look to sort of accommodate the need that's in the community is we've contracted some counselors, and we have some arrangements set up that way so that we can still provide counseling in spite of funding shortages. And it's also expanded our ability to be able to offer in the evening times and on weekends.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Gradison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. A couple of quick questions, please, Jason. For question number 1, Are other counseling agencies in our community, when they're over capacity or dealing with immediate crises, are they making referrals to your agency?
Yes, they are. We actually work alongside with Waypoints. They refer to us, and we work and refer to them as well. Legacy Counseling, and we have great partnerships with CMHA, and then even other places that don't offer counseling, like St. Aidan's, refer to us as well. Primary Care, AHS.
So you've got a lot of collaborations in an attempt to meet the mental health needs of our community. Thank you for that. Another question, how much has the province, Alberta Health Services, reduced funding that's made available or would normally be available to a service such as your own?
Yeah, there's been a big funding decrease in our region, and unfortunately over the past 5 years that I've been with Some Other Solutions, actually from day one that I had moved into the agency in 2017, we have experienced significant funding decreases in the amount of over $500,000. So been able to find certainly found efficiencies, but then came alongside with other community partners, donations, industry. We've been looking everywhere to try to find money to keep things going. We've utilized different programs through the government, federally and provincially this past couple of years with COVID. And we even in the summertime avail of the Canada Job Grant through the federal government, not the provincial.
All right, sir. And the 24-hour crisis line, where's that funded through? Whose funds that?
So the crisis line is a part of this ask, and we have other partnerships as well that help us man the crisis line when we don't have volunteers or staff. So yeah, we have some really great partnerships there through the crisis line.
What kind of volume increases in that crisis line have you been experiencing over the last 2 years?
We've actually gone through some adjustments with our crisis line. So the volume is still there. We're still receiving around between 40 to 50 calls a month. Now what we've done though is we actually have hired a social worker that oversees, or she's actually in the midst of having her social work diploma this year, and she has a bachelor's of psychology that oversees the program for us. What we have noticed is that the calls are a little stagnant in the amount, but the intensity is going up, and we're attributing that because of just the service that's being offered there and the credentials of those who are overseeing that program.
So same volume, just more intensity or a more immediate crisis?
Yeah, that's correct.
All right. Thank you, sir, for answering my questions.
Councillor Dogar.
Thank you, sir, to the mayor and to the chair. Jason, thank you very much for it was a nice condition, and you introduced me to every staff of yours. They were doing very, very fine. Please keep it up. You are good. Your organization is good. Your neighborhood is good.
Thank you, Councillor Dogar. Councillor Boussier.
Yes, through the chair, to Jason. Jason, I'm looking through the budget and the revenues. Outside of other revenue from 90 grand, it looks like it's all funding. So is your organization provide free counseling for everyone?
Yes, we do. We won't turn anyone away. We'll try to accommodate everyone in some capacity, either internally or making referrals to those we have partnerships with.
So if I'm reading this correctly, the other revenue of 90 grand would just be fees that your organization charged?
Yeah, we charge, we have a fee for service. So what we normally do is we will ask everyone that's coming through if they have insurance. And if they have insurance, we will first bill their insurance, and then we move into the pro bono side of things. And if continuous care is needed beyond that, we work with individuals where it can still remain at no charge, or we can do it on a sliding scale. Okay. Are there many organizations out there that provide, like, I mean, we heard from Legacy today, or the Christian Center. Are there other options for people that where counseling is basically free or at a reduced rate?
From my understanding, and from what I heard today with Legacy, they offer some, and I know Waypoints through the partnership that they have through this sustaining stream as well. And when the municipality transitioned the counseling program, so it went to Waypoints and Legacy, so I believe through this, they offer free counseling as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Benjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thanks, Jason, for the presentation. Thank you, and thank you for the good services in our region. My question is, one, your advertising is quite high, and then I also looked at your office rent is about 10,000 each month. Is that what it's always been, or it's just new? Thank you.
I didn't quite catch the question. It was cutting in and out a little here.
Oh, okay. I wanted to know if your rent has always been about 10 grand a month, 122 a year, and also your advert, given the demand for your services. I was wondering if you still need to advertise for about 1,000 a month. Thank you again for your good services.
Yes, thanks for the question. Yeah, it is vital for us to continue to advertise. You know, we have grown significantly in the past few years, but there is still room for growth, and there's still room for people to hear about the services. It's either some people don't know or they are aware we're here, but they may feel that there's costs obstructing them from being able to participate in counseling. And then also there's other reasons why we just want to continue to advertise as well, because it's not about just advertising the services, but it's advertising that it's okay as a lot of things that we hear this quite frequently. It's okay to not be okay. So it's about the advertising so that eventually, hopefully, people will start listening and picking up their call or emailing us so that they reach out for the services, because we are here for them to live healthy lives.
Thank you. And I don't know if you got the question about the rent.
About how much we charge?
No, your rent every month about 10 grand. And office space, I thought it was one location in Fort McMurray. Just wondering.
Yes, square footage in the downtown area is still it's high. So yeah, it's correct. We pay it's over $100,000 a year for our rent.
Okay, thank you.
And we just have one location.
Okay, thanks. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Joko. Councillor Gradison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One last question. Part of your advertising, I'm assuming, is for the crises line, which I would assume always has to be advertised so that people know where it is and how to get hold of you when they need it. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. We advertise our crisis line still and all of our services, because we also offer other services aside from what we are asking the municipality to help cover some funding for today.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Councillor McGrath?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jason, wanted to say thanks for all you do with your people, and certainly I think that we have a big job ahead of us to get you more funding, because it is a known shortage in our community for supports as you offer, especially in our, we have about 12,000 kids to look after that need help, and those positions have been deleted, and the services of yourself and Legacy and some other volunteer places are integral to mental health, and I believe that the cracks are starting to show in our community, and it's been well underfunded for years. So keep up the good work, and we got a job to do as your elected officials to secure more funding and more positions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath. Councilor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I was just curious, Jason, how many actual counselors do you have in your organization?
Currently, we have 3 counselors in our health and wellness. We have 1 counselor in our child and youth, and then we have another lady that will be graduating from social work this coming spring, I believe.
So really,
total, we have 4 trained counselors, and then social worker, then everyone else has psychology or sociology background.
And are they all full-time?
Yes, they are.
Okay. I used to volunteer for some other solutions, and it was all a volunteer organization at that time, so it's really changed over time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Stroud. Councilor Weigel? Second.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and through the chair to Jason. Thanks for the presentation. You said you lost a provincial funding as well as Red Cross funding. Do you know that number? What were you receiving from that funding last year?
So with the Red Cross, the funding is just the funding term is up, and it was for flood and mental health services from the flood. And then the other funding that was lost from the municipality was actually a couple of years ago, and it was 100% related to our youth services and the mentoring. So when the schools went through all that transition because they lost funding with school liaisons and things like that, we were a part of that cut as well as an agency. And currently, United Way is the sole funder of our youth programs.
And so last year you lost. From both of those last year?
So we, Red Cross, that one's gonna finish now in March of this year. And then 2019 is when we lost the funding from the province. And then that's where we had to make some significant changes in order to be sustainable as a department.
Okay, and sorry, I missed that. 2019, you lost the funding from the Alberta government?
That's correct.
And what was the grant amount from Red Cross last year for per year?
So they they actually been funding the agency since the wildfire. They started out with bringing someone in to help with volunteer and their crisis line. And then that carried on for a couple of years, and it started before I was with some other solutions, and I believe it was somewhere around the $80,000 a year. And then now this current agreement that's about to expire is around $145,000.
Okay, awesome. And so with that 145,000, you're looking at about 320 total. So the increase for the new wage for the counselor is about 80,000.
So what this funding now will help cover 2 counselors, because we are floating a counselor now without funding, and we're just carrying the cost through fee for service and other donations that have come in from the community. So that increase will help with the 2 counselors and the social worker on our crisis line.
Okay, thank you, Jason.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any questions from council? I don't see any. Just a quick question, Jason. I'm not sure if Councillor Boussier, if you answered that question, but I see under other revenue does that include people that pay for services and for insurance? Is that in the 90,000, or is that that revenue grants?
Yeah, so other revenues would be from fee for service. We do presentations. So we've done a number of presentations this year to not-for-profit and for-profit, the business sector, on mindfulness and wellness. Then it's the counseling that brings in revenue on that line, and then also some of our other programs through our youth department will bring in money that's representative there.
Okay, thank you. Is there any questions, council? No, yeah, so I'll just add, like, it's great service. I think a lot of our residents are be happy to see that there's so much free counseling in the region that they can take advantage of. So it's a very good time for that, and I'm pleased you guys are providing that service. I will now move on to the recommendation. Can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Boussier?
I move that $406,808 be allocated to some other solutions under the 2022 Sustaining Grant Program.
Thank you. Can I have someone second the motion? Councillor Gradison?
I second that motion.
Thank you. Is there any other questions from council? No, thank you. And I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And anyone opposed? That's carried unanimously. Thanks for the presentation, Jason. And I'll get my phone back. Next, we have St. Aidan's House Society. Yep. And Councillor Boussier?
Mr. Mayor, I've been told by legal to recuse myself because of a conflict of interest.
Thank you. Councillor Grasson?
Yes, Mayor Bowman, I will also excuse myself as a conflict. My wife works for the organization. Thank you, sir.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So moving on. Next, we have St. Aidan's House Society. I'd like to invite Jay Buchart, Luana Boussier, Executive Director, to come forward to present.
Well, good afternoon.
Sorry,
good late afternoon.
Sorry, Jay, can you hold 1 second? Just want to make a quick announcement that we'll be ending today's meeting at 6:30 p.m. and reconvening tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. to let anybody watching online or waiting to know. Sorry, Jay, you can go ahead.
Thank you. Well, again, good afternoon to Mayor Bowman and to council members. My name is Jay Beckert, and I'm the chair of the board of St. Aidan's Society. And thank you so much for this opportunity to present to council. Maybe it's worth noting, we did hear that 2 members of council have recused themselves. And I'll just note that St. Aidan's was invited by the RMWB management some time ago to consider applying for this funding stream to enhance our rural service delivery. And so just making that a bit of a note. So a little bit about, we'll go to the next slide. A little bit about St. Aidan's, and I suppose I'll begin with our mandate, and that essentially is to serve our community and to work to unlock the potential of all people in our region through excellent program service delivery and community partnerships that make a real difference. Now, our mandate is fleshed out through our 2 strategic priorities. Our first priority is to support our seniors with inclusive programs to collaborate. We will collaborate with residents and organizations to develop our capacity and create sustainable solutions for those identified needs for people in our community. And maybe I'll hand it over to rmwb.ca, our Executive Director.
Good evening, everybody. Can we go to the next slide, please? Thank you. So this is just an overview of what St. Aidan's does currently and what we are applying for 2022. You'll see an overview of our programs and our initiatives. And what we do is we provide case management services and help to seniors with age-related issues that impact their safety, security, and their quality of life. We do that through case management and through completing psychosocial assessments to make sure that we're targeting where it is that seniors are having unmet needs and to help them achieve an optimal quality of life. We also have new to us, but not new to our community, the volunteer program. That was currently ran by Canadian Mental Health, and through lots of conversations and our own strategic planning, it's moved over to St. Aidan's, and this will be our first full year of operating that program. And so the volunteer program is a program that matches community volunteers with seniors to help keep seniors engaged in community life, to decrease their isolation, to provide companionship, and to help them with simple things like shopping, which may be challenging for seniors. We also have new, since the pandemic, a new senior health and wellness portfolio. Those are macro level changes, so big changes that we're looking at to help seniors with quality of life. So what we saw through COVID was an increase in cognitive decline, significant decrease in physical wellness and physical functioning. So things like our new Ageless and Unstoppable program, which is now a partnership with Rrc, looks to address a whole level of physical issues for seniors and help them achieve more functional skills, as well as doing culture and arts programming as well. So just a real holistic approach. We have a number of age-friendly initiatives, which you'll find in your Advisory Committee on Aging work plan, which I think will be presented soon to Council. It's about creating an inclusive and welcoming region that's responsive to the needs of older adults. When you build a community for older adults, you build a community for everybody. You capture the mom with a stroller, the child with a temporary injury from sports or whatever. So those are some of the things we do. And we've had partners such as Iron Camp, Creative Industries, and CNB Maintenance in those. And then we do have a few events that we do. They're not duplication. Golden Years is your fellowship organization, and they provide mostly the events for seniors and fellowship for them. But we do some targeted events that look to decrease social isolation, to include seniors that are otherwise left out, and to help them engage with community. And then we have education and awareness initiatives that we do, and then a few events just to simply honor the elders and seniors of our region. Next slide, please. This is, to me, one of the most important slides and the most important information that I believe the community and certainly Mayor and Council need to know. This is what difference are we making? What is it that we're trying to do and aiming to do, and how are we doing on that? So we collect a lot of data and then analyze that data on an ongoing basis to make sure we're doing what we say we're doing, if we're hitting the nail on the head, or if we're dropping the ball. Did somebody just say something?
Luana, yeah, we have to cut you off there. It's 5 minutes.
Yep. Okay. Thank you.
But we'll address all that in the questions, I assume.
Okay.
But we still have the slide up. Do we have any questions from Council? Councilor McGrath?
No, just a comment. It's nice to see lads having to leave. You know, it looks like you finally won Luana after 57 years. But anyways, I know that your heart every day is good for the community, for the seniors, and for the kids alike. So I guess a public thanks for your service to the community and the Grand Ole Opry and the stuff that you do with seniors. I've seen it firsthand. And it's nice that Mayor Bowman had to cut you off. It's the first time you listen to anybody. And I think the work you do is invaluable in the community. So keep up the good work. And it's one of the organizations I think we owe it to our seniors to look after them a little better. And I think you're heading on the right path. So you certainly got the support of this council. And I know that there's elders in Fort Chip and Conklin and all the places in between that count on your support. and to be able to mobilize some programs and bring them back to the rural communities, I think is part of that former strat plan. We just were a little lagging behind it. And I think COVID is here to stay for a while, so we got to stop with that and wiggle our way around it. And our seniors, they need to be protected and looked after, certainly. Probably the most vulnerable. But our kids too, so keep up the good work. Certainly support where you're at.
Thank you, Councillor McGrath.
Thank you, and Councillor Ball.
Yeah, I echo Keith's comments. Your passionate work with the seniors, I mean, it should be commended. I do have a question though for you relative to basically these pandemic times. Have you, or I guess more so the agency, experienced any additional challenges that you find when you're working with seniors?
Absolutely. I'll say a couple different things. For the first time ever, we have a wait list, which is awful. As a social worker and somebody who serves a vulnerable population, to not be able to immediately serve people is difficult. So the volume, of course, is high. We have experienced dealing with more elder abuse cases this year, like in 2021, than in 2019 and 2020 combined. So elder abuse is on the rise, and that's consistent. We're hearing from our partners across the province and in our national network as well. This is something that's happening. So the physical decline as well and the cognitive decline, we're seeing seniors really rapidly decline. Alzheimer's and dementia is prevalent, and just a general decline in physical well-being, which is exactly why we initially partnered with Iron Camp to provide a functional fitness program. They've closed down, and we were able to partner with Rrc and bless them because they just took it to a whole new level through the services that they're able to provide, like arts and culture. And so it's a great program, but it's been extremely challenging, Councillor Ball.
Well, thank you for that. You mentioned a wait list. Any idea how many people are on it?
Down, so that's good.
Okay, great. Well, thanks for everything you do for the seniors.
Thank you.
Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and through to Luana. So it's interesting to see the increase for 2022 is related to the addition of a rural senior community development worker as per request by RMWB administration. So what will that role be, Luana?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Stroud. It's something I didn't get to. My worry about this presentation, as I told my board chair, was being brief is not a skill I possess, and I knew I wouldn't get through, so thank you for the question. Our aim, Councillor Stroud, is to increase the capacity of every rural hamlet to be able to do what it is that we do. Our aim is not to parachute in and think we have the answers. And to directly provide the services. So we're going to find key stakeholders and community champions in each of the hamlets and work with them on being able to provide the services that are needed for the elders and seniors of each hamlet. We obviously have to find out how the seniors are doing in each hamlet, how many there are, we don't even know that, and to be able to really help them celebrate seniors and make sure that seniors are safe in each community. In saying all that, we will, with every event that we have or any initiative we have, work with each of the rural hamlets to help them have the capacity to do that. So as an example, World Elder Abuse Awareness Day, to host something in each of those hamlets. Where we can, as an urban organization, we do try to include rural, like I believe you're aware of the vaccination project that we had. We reached out to Anzac and were able to serve some of the seniors and elders of Anzac and get them vaccinated as well. So where we can and where we have capacity, we will 100% include the rural hamlets in what we're doing. But ultimately, we want them to have their own ability to do what they need to do. They know their community best. I don't live in Conklin. I don't live in Janvier. So I don't profess to know what those communities need. So we need to hear from them. Thank you.
Thank you, Luana. I think it'll be an interesting challenge going forward. But you have an employee that works with you that lives out here. So that should be an inroad for you.
I think through a lot of our partnerships and certainly in our work just with seniors in the urban center, we still deal with all complex case management for rural. So any elder abuse cases in rural, we're there to help navigate through that. So I'm confident in the partnerships that we've formed already and really look forward to making new relationships for in the other communities.
Thank you, Luana.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Councillor Dogar.
Thank you, Mayor. Lana Bouzier, thank you very much that I see you after a long time. You were sick. As a matter of respect, I have been addressing you as sister. This is my back home culture. There is a matter of respect. I'm just speaking few words. There's hardly a question left. Everybody covered it as a tribute to your services that I have seen you, watch you over years, though I'm now out of step because of this corona, but it is amazing. I hope it continues and inspiring for others. And I hope also you give me a membership of your organization. Thank you very much.
Well, Councillor Dogar, I hope you don't ever need our services because it means your quality of life has declined. And just for the record, I'm not sick, it's my husband. So, but thank you.
Okay, sorry.
Councillor Brynjolko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. And thank you, Luana, for the presentation. Thank you. So my question is actually around what Councillor Jane asked briefly about the increase to your budget as a result of one, rural senior community development. I underline that. Is that one person or I don't get it. Because the difference is about over 150,000. Could you clarify that you hired one senior worker for 157? I just needed to clarify.
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, thank you for the question, and we didn't get to the finance. The complete ask is not just for the rural program. That is one, the rural community development worker is one position. So we're asking for 100% funding for that position this year. And then the other 110,000 is about 14% of our budget, and that represents support for our senior services in the urban area.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then another question is about retention of the seniors in our community. I'm sure you're aware that we have a very low percentage of seniors in Fort McMurray. In what way are you able to track retention, or in what way is your agency contributing to retention of seniors, intentionally contributing to retaining our elderly? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. The municipal census really captures kind of the movement and the growth of the different age categories. I know with the Willow Square long-term continuing care facility opening, that certainly made it so more seniors are able to stay in the area. And with the move from health to less kind of bricks and mortar and more at-home services, we work really closely with health, and our goal is optimal quality of life and seniors remaining independent in their homes as long as possible. So we don't track those numbers. I can tell you in 2021, we served 1,889 seniors. Those are not unique. I know that question was asked before. The unique number of seniors that we served in 2021 was 477. So that tells us seniors are coming back for our services or different programs a number of times, or sadly, they may need outreach services more than once. So I don't know if that answers your question, Councillor Banjoko. I hope so.
That would suffice for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thanks for the good job.
Thank you, Councillor.
I hope I don't need your services too soon.
I hope you don't either. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor McGrath?
Oh, sorry, Mayor Bowman, I had my hand up.
No problem, thank you. And again, thanks to Luana for the presentation and the great work you do in our community. Next year we'll be at the bus seeing the Christmas lights again, and pretty soon I'll be old enough to be on the bus. So we'll take any other questions? Thank you. Any questions from council? I don't see any.
How quickly we moved through that.
Yeah. We just have to wait 1 minute for Councillor Dogar to return.
I was going to say, Luana, you look, you got the new dress on. Looks like you're reaching in your purse a little bit, hey?
Keith? Oh, Councillor, but when have you ever seen me in a dress? Never. It's a shirt and a sweater, buddy.
That must be Armacron that's doing that to me. Okay.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Okay, Councillor Dogar has returned. We'll now make the motion on the recommendation. Can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Ball?
I move that $257,498 be allocated to St. Aidan's House Society under the 2022 Sustaining Grant Program.
Thank you. Can I have someone second the motion? Councillor Weigel?
I second the motion.
Is there any other comments from council or questions? Seeing none, then I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And any opposed? No, that's carried unanimously. Thanks for the presentation.
Thank you, everybody. Good evening.
Up next is the Waypoints Community Service Association. I'd like to invite Michelle Taylor, Executive Director, and Nicole Orgy, Outreach Manager, to come forward, please, and present, please.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Nicole is not with us. She took a job with Alberta Council of Women's Shelters and moved out of our community. So today I have Tracy Lamb, our Director of Program Development, and Mallory Woodward, our Acting Outreach Manager, while we hire a replacement for Nicole. Thank you. Next slide, please. Okay, our vision is to have a society free of domestic and sexual violence and homelessness. And our purpose is to lead in improving the safety, health, and well-being of individuals, families, and communities. And how we do this is by running 2 crisis lines. They're both 24/7. One's for domestic violence, one's for sexual trauma. We have an emergency women's shelter, which is also a human trafficking shelter for Northern Alberta. We do transitional housing in a 2nd stage shelter for women escaping domestic violence, outreach services for domestic violence, and family and community support services. So that's where what our ask today comes in under outreach services. Sexual assault healing center and a child and youth advocacy center. We also run the Provincial Family Violence Treatment Program for those who have been convicted of domestic violence, and it's the only program in our region, as are most of our programs, by the way, and also in the Compass Affordable Housing Apartment Building. So that kind of is the quick overview of what we do. Our values are safety, health, and well-being, leadership, diversity, equity, inclusion, commitment, and adaptability. Next slide, please. The funding we're asking for today will support 3 full-time counselors to provide services that align directly with the Family and Community Support Services, FCSS, Preventative Social Services mandate. This will include an urban service center in the downtown area. It's open now. It's called the Waypoints Outreach Landing. And the part of the funding that goes to this is just specifically for the offices for those 3 counselors and some group space as well. It also addresses the cost of office space that we've secured in Anzac to meet with clients in our rural areas. Teleconference, video conference, and in-person services, depending on the situation with the client. We provide services in Anzac, Janvier, Conklin, Fort McKay, 468 First Nation, and Fort Chipewyan. Since the pandemic, our going out to these regions has been reduced greatly, but we have been able to put in video conference and teleconference services that have been taken up very well by our clients. When needed, we do go out there and meet in person if that's not sufficient. Next slide, please. We provide clinical level counseling, 3 full-time counselors, including EMDR services, which we heard about from Jason. In our organization Waypoints, we have 6 master's level counselors, 3 for outreach, which is what we're asking funding for, 2 for our sexual assault healing center, 1 which is a child specific counselor for our 2 shelters, and we also have 2 registered level 1 counseling SAP coordinator positions, so sexual assault coordinator positions. So even in our lower level service providers, we have that upper level training, which we're quite proud of. All our services are 100% free of charge to community members. There's no sliding scales, nothing. It's just completely free. And it's available to individuals, families, and groups, and promotes health and well-being of community members, including reducing anxieties, PTSD, and other mental health issues, including addictions and trauma. Last year, we had 1,183 scheduled counseling sessions. 966 showed up and did their sessions, so we did have 217 cancellations or no-shows. That was 138 individuals, 79% female, 19% male. Next slide, please. So our grant request is exactly the same as the last 2 years. It hasn't changed a dot. It's $485,000. What you'll see at the bottom of the slide here is our overall Waypoints budget for 2021, which was $6,414,428, and then you see our unrestricted assets there. So our expense summary is $372,500 for wages for the 3 full-time positions. Program costs, including clinical supervision, client resources, and supplies of $68,490, and overhead of utilities and insurance, $44,010, which brings us to $485,000, which is what we're asking for you today. Did I go fast enough for you all?
Perfect. You had 9 seconds to spare. So thank you for the presentation. Do we have any questions from councilors? Councilor Gradison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair, one of the questions I have, I see that you made some indications of providing services to some of the First Nations. Are the federal government supplying any financial support for those programs on reserve?
No. We do get federal COVID funding, but it's for other programs.
The reason I asked the question is I'm certainly been talking to the administration, and if you've been listening to some of the presentations, multiple levels of government continue to download, and our First Nations community. So one of the things that I'd like to ask you to do for the future is to start to track the man hours related to any services on First Nations land, so that we can provide some support and guidance to going after the federal government to properly fund the services for the citizens that they are responsible for, and stop downloading it onto our municipal tax base.
Yeah, I think that would be wonderful, particularly for expanding our counseling services, because these three positions were existing funding from the provincial government, I believe. So it's coming from the provincial government to the municipality and then being distributed by the municipality for the FCSS programs for those positions that were already existing. So these three positions were existing positions under the RMWB that 3 went to us, 2 went to Legacy Counseling. So that was existing. But, you know, today we have 70 people on our wait list, and we do refer out to other organizations. So we have 70 on our wait list. Last year at this time, we had 7. So we need more counseling positions desperately, and we are looking for funding for that. And that is a fantastic idea.
I think that you're not the only one. Trust me that there's a number of others, and absolutely these First Nations and these communities deserve and require services. I just think that the people who are responsible to pay for it are somehow choosing not to. And we as an organization, you as an organization, and all the people that are providing that, including the chief and councils, need to get together and start demanding that that funding is made available to those citizens that the federal government is responsible for, instead of just expecting that somebody else will pick up the tab. I think it's an awesome service. It's required. We just need to sort out the funding solutions. So
I agree. That's a wonderful to-do list item for us, for sure.
And any agency that's doing that, I'm going to be asking that they start tracking it so that we can all get together. So thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Grasson. Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I'm aware that you go out to the rural hamlets, Michelle. Your group does, and I really appreciate that because I hear very good things about it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Stroud.
Councillor McGrath.
Thank you, Mayor. Get a little bit slow on the trial here. Michelle, no stranger to our community. You and your board of directors. I guess our hope someday is that we don't need shelters.
We'll turn them into hostels, Councillor.
Yeah, hopefully, you know, Unity House was built in '85. I think we landscaped that, and you know, it wasn't long after. It's been full ever since, and now your new property. And I would say, you know, a local businessman that never gets recognized, that kind of made that building a reality. I won't say his name today, but you were a big part of that, and you got him to make that investment. And today we're able to look after the moms and children that really need it most. And hopefully at some point we'll have some other levels of government spend some money up front in support so that it doesn't get ugly. And thank God we have people like yourself that stay with us in the community, that look after our most vulnerable people in the toughest of times. So it's not something that we'd even probably debate, the valuable service that you give. So God bless you, your board, and all your employees.
Thank you so much, Councillor McGrath.
Thank you for your presentation. Do we have any other questions from council? We'll now move on to the recommendation. Can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Vanjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I move that 257,004.
No. Page 29.
Sorry. Next one. Thank you. I'm sorry about that. I move that 485,000 be allocated to the Waypoints Community Services Association under the 2022 Sustaining Grant Program. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Joko. Can I have someone second the motion? Councillor Weigel.
I second the motion.
Thank you. Is there any other questions from council? Thank you. Can I call for a vote? All in favor? And all opposed? That's carried unanimously. Thanks for the presentation, everything you do.
Thank you so much.
Next, we have the Wood Buffalo Economic Development Corporation. I would like to invite Kevin Wedlick, President and Chief Executive Officer, to come forward.
Good evening, Your Worship and Councillors. My name is Kevin Wedlick. I'm President and CEO of Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo Economic Development and Tourism, previously called Buffalo Economic Development Corporation. And I'm joined here today by Dan Phelps, a longtime Fort McMurray business leader and the Vice Chair of our Board of Directors. Dan, over to you.
Thank you, Kevin. Our organization was created as a not-for-profit corporation under the Companies Act and commenced operations in January of 2019. We have a very specific mandate, which is to steward the vision, strategy, and execution of economic development opportunities. In the first startup year, we became a fully integrated economic development and tourism organization with the amalgamation of Fort McMurray Tourism. We focus on the key drivers of economic growth, and they are to retain and expand existing businesses and fund and support entrepreneurship, to support innovation, to attract new business and capital investment, and to brand and market the region as a destination to grow the visitor economy. Next slide, please. Our Board of Directors established our 2022 priorities as part of its strategic planning process, which also included the development of our inaugural 5-year strategic plan. You will see more of the 5-year strategy in the coming weeks. Our 2022 priorities are local business retention, expansion and entrepreneurship, using startup YMM programs, innovation, creating stronger linkages with provincial and national innovation organizations, investment attraction, executing our commercial and retail attraction plan, regional place brand and marketing Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo to attract investment, talent, and visitors. Grow the visitor economy, executing our business and leisure visitors plan for meetings and conventions and sports tourism. Next slide, please. We anticipate that this year we will achieve economic impact of 10 million. To date, we have generated more than 30 million of economic impact, and that has been verified by an independent third party. This represents an overall economic impact return on investment between 2 and 3 to 1. I would like to point out that, like everyone else, we have been operating during the COVID-19 pandemic and still are yielding positive results. In addition to the points on your slide, here are some relevant results, and I want to emphasize some relevant results from our past year that we will also deliver in 2022. Startup YMM helped get 11 new businesses started. More than 350,000 of a grant funding was secured and went directly to private sector businesses as a result of our team's assistance. We also supported the Business Recovery Task Force with 2 million in funding from our Economic Development Initiatives Fund. More than 90% of this funding was spent locally, supporting business and our partners, the Chamber of Commerce, Community Futures, NABA, and the Construction Association. As part of business recovery, we funded the Chamber's Live, Love Local campaign, and we partnered with Keano College on its International Student Attraction Program, which will bring new students to our region, creating even more opportunities. I'll now turn it over to Kevin.
Thank you, Dan. Our 2022 grant request of 4.36 million represents roughly 69% of our total revenue. The remaining revenue comes from grants from the province and federal government, as well as some smaller amounts from our business operations. Next slide, please. We rely on the Regional Municipality of Wood Buffalo to fund the core business costs of salary and overhead, as well as a small amount of program funding that enables us to match available grants and leverage additional funding from other sectors. Also important to point out that a significant amount of grant funding does go directly to other businesses that we spend time and effort assisting to secure. This includes the Tourism Infrastructure and Asset Grants, which have benefited 5 small businesses with an overall total of $275,000 for that example alone. These grants do not show up on our books, but they nevertheless benefit. Using the CIP grant and economic impact as our measures, We deliver a return on investment of more than 2 to 1. We also note that our request is roughly the same as last year over year when we use real dollars and take inflation into account. And this concludes our presentation. Thank you for our time today.
Thanks, Kevin and Dan. Does council have any questions? Seeing none, I'm going to turn the chair over to Deputy Mayor Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I'll call on yourself to read out a motion.
Make the motion that the 2022 sustaining grant request from the Wood Buffalo Economic Development Corporation be deferred until the March 8th, 2022 council meeting.
Do I have a seconder?
I second the motion. Councillor McGrath.
Thank you, Councillor McGrath. Mayor Bowman, you can now speak about your motion.
For me, I feel like we just need some more time to go through the numbers and in discussions to see the return on what we've been investing, so we can have a better look at it next little bit before the next meeting.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Are there any questions from council? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote. All in favor? Thank you. Opposed? Seeing none, it's passed unanimously. Mayor Bowman, you now may resume the chair.
And again, thank you, Dan and Kevin, for the presentation, and I look forward to getting this together again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we want to call it?
So I think, councillors, we're going to call the meeting for today at 6:24 p.m. and resume 9 a.m. tomorrow morning where we left off at 5.15. Oh, sorry.